From my side, it was fine. We got a bit unlucky here and there, but yeah, that's the format of the championship. We had good rounds on every game, except Le Mans, where we made mistakes, and you know, without them, probably we would had easier time out there. Oh yeah, it was big. Oh, for sure. We knew before the round we can do it. We knew it will be tight at the end, but winning last round and qualifying for the finals was just amazing feeling, you know. And winning is always amazing. The biggest challenge was to just adapt to every sim, and like you have limited practice as the track is chosen in the same week. So also the cars we used, we normally don't drive them, so it was definitely a nice experience. My expectations are just to have fun, meeting all these people, my boys of course, and it would be nice to win, but you know, grid is stuck, so let's see what we can do. Oh, that's gonna be tough for sure. You know, it's all about how quick you can adapt to the game, to the car and new track. So of course we have really limited practice. So I don't know. It's like, let's see. It could be lottery, but for sure will be nice experience for the future. For sure, it will be amazing. Like winning among all these teams we had, like Virtus.pro, Nitro, ERA, like everyone here is just super fast. Grid is stacked, so winning probably will be nice, you know, and for sure will be one of the biggest achievements, I guess.
The Esports Racing League, powered by Nitro Concepts, kicked off with a roar at the first online round in Assetto Corsa Competizione. On the legendary Red Bull Ring, teams pushed their Chevrolet Camaro GT4Rs to the limit, battling wheel-to-wheel in spectacular sim racing action. After dominating the heats and fighting through intense knockout stages, Team Nitro emerged triumphant, securing the opening victory and setting the tone for an electrifying ERL season.
I mean, the other rounds were a bit more difficult. Round 2 was good on LMU. I mean, we came out second, just lost out on the win to Coanda, but still was a very good round. The other ones were a bit more tricky though, because they were obviously not our main sims, and yeah, we struggled a bit with pace, or we just, yeah, on iRacing and Rensport we had the pace, but we just, yeah, couldn't get it together in the quarterfinals, so we dropped out quite early. But other than that, I think it was a decent season for us. Yeah, so it was quite difficult because obviously ACC and LMU, they are our main sims, but the other three, so iRacing, Rensport and Gran Turismo, they were not our main sims. So for me personally, I never drove Rensport and Gran Turismo before, so that were probably the hardest ones. And then obviously for the others, I didn't do iRacing. They have done a bit of iRacing in the past, but also it's if you're not 100% in your, let's say, main game, it's always a bit harder to adapt. But it was okay in the end. Yeah, I mean, ERL is not the only championship we did or we've done in the past. So yeah, even though in ERL we only drove with 2 or 3 people, obviously we are still a team. The team spirit is pretty much always, or not pretty much, it's always there in our team. So it was not a big, let's say, difficulty or something that only 2 or 3 of us drove. So the spirit was always there. Yeah, it was massive, of course, because it would have been really frustrating if we didn't get through, because pace-wise, I think, like over the season, we were really strong and we definitely deserved to be in the top 4, and we just did 1 or 2 or 3 maybe massive mistakes, which were really, really stupid, which cost us a lot of points. So yeah, it would have been a shame if we didn't get through, but luckily we did by, I think, 1 win or so, like with the same amount of points, but because we won ACC, I think we got through. So yeah, and that's what counts in the end. You know, points get resetted in Maastricht, and we start from 0 every of the teams. And yeah, so let's see who comes out on top. I think it's going to be insane because no one has ever driven the sim, no one has ever driven the car or the track, so it's new for everyone. So it's basically down to whoever finds the braking points the quickest, or how do you have to drive the car the quickest, what you have to do in the sim and stuff. So it's just about throwing us into something completely new, which no one of us is used to. So yeah, I think it's going to be very exciting also to watch, to just see what will happen. I mean, it's exciting for sure, because it's not like the usual competition that you can, I mean, ERL is already really nice for that because you can't really practice much, but in other competitions you can practice a lot, and you have to practice a lot. ERL, because you don't know the tracks, or you know the car, but you don't know the tracks that early, you can't practice that much. And now obviously it's basically no practice. It's like in real life, you know, you get, I don't know, I think we have 1 hour of practice or 1.5. So it's very limited time. Yeah, it's just about, you know, adapting as quick as possible. And I think that's something very unique, and it's gonna be very, very cool. I mean, it would be awesome. Of course, because I think I saw the trophy, that big old like boxing belt. I think it looks really, really cool. So to have that, it would be quite insane. But also just all the history. I mean, also like, what was it, 3 years ago? Back then with ERWC and ERL, when they first brought up the series, it was always, I think, our favorite championship because it's so unique. So when it returned, obviously this year or last year, we were very, very happy about it, and we were very looking forward to it. So now obviously to win it would be awesome.
Round 2 of the 2025 ERL shifted gears to the spectacle of Le Mans Ultimate, where giant LMP2 racers tore around the Sakir outer layout in Bahrain. After a weekend of door-to-door battles, Coanda Esports dethroned the Round 1 winners, defeating Team Nitro 2-0 in an unforgettable final. Coanda's precision, pace, and resilience earned them a pivotal win and shook up the championship standings early in the season.
Not at all, really not, because I wanted to do this ERL thing because we've done it in the past when I was still with Burst Esport, and now we were with RAFA Racing Club, and well, I was basically the only driver, and we couldn't really put together a big team, so I went to Mr. Will Chadwick, asked him about the plans because I had contacts with him before. We did some plans before, and he said, well, I want to do it as well, let's try to put together a team, just let's see what happens, doesn't matter, maybe top 10. That were our expectations before the season, so yeah, really unexpected. So the key for us was to have one driver at least really excelling in each sim. In the end, it turned out that it's important to have somebody that can win a race or two, and then another driver that doesn't really have to be top pace, but just has to do the job to get the points in. So combination like that really pushed us through the season and get some really unexpected results. Wasn't much more of a science than this. We thought that we would need like at least 1 or 2 that just do really well at each sim, but it wasn't the case. Just one had to do really good at one sim, or maybe 2 sims, and the others just had to do kind of mediocre job to get through to quarterfinals and sometimes to semifinals. But in the end we have Chadwick absolutely smashing it in iRacing. We had Schmidl doing some crazy pace in Rennsport, and with Jack as well in GT7, some wins, so that was pretty unexpected, but important, yeah. I really love the idea of having a small team that has to perform across different games or sims. In the end, like I'm coming from rFactor 2 and LMU, and it's always very difficult to go from a sim like this to other sims than the other way around. So I struggled quite a lot with ACC and with iRacing. I got to maybe like 2-3 tenths of top pace, which I'm pretty happy about. But what I didn't like was the organizers tried to make the preparation or the grind as little part of it as possible, but still we knew the cars. We kind of could deduce what tracks could be used. Like for V8 supercars in iRacing, we knew it's gonna be some of these Australian tracks. So we are like, I would have hoped for something like not even knowing the car, which is maybe a problem then for livery creation, but like not even knowing the track selection until maybe the vote opened 2 hours before the event. So we had to sit down, get ready for the voting and for practice 2 hours before, not like 2 days before, because when the voting opened for track, it was pretty straightforward which track it's gonna be chosen in the end. So it was still like 2 days of grind, which is against what it should be, probably against the intentions. But I hope for the future maybe this grind and practicing for just hot laps can be reduced somehow. Like the first few laps are like big mind blown after like let's say I downloaded the V8 supercar. I tried to do a lap. I was like, what is this? I forgot how to drive a car. Like this, is this a car? Like complete mind brain melting. But within half an hour things start to click, and then obviously in iRacing, let's say William did 2 laps or like 2 seconds, 3 seconds quicker lap times for a reference immediately, and I was like, uh-oh, I cannot get closer than 2 tenths, or sorry, 2 seconds. But then okay, one corner is a bit different. I adjust my brake trace, it's 1 second off, some more laps, 8 tenths off, but the race day comes and I was kind of there, just enough. So it's a very like psychologically difficult procedure. You just have to go through that state of having to convince yourself that you actually have what it takes to even compete. Have to like just push through some big mental walls, and in the end show yourself, well, it's still a driving game. You can still drive. It's fine. You can do it, but it's not easy. Honestly, I'm looking forward. I cannot say I feel much about it. I would like to maybe try hard and kind of try to figure out all the information available and find some equivalent car that could maybe tell me how to drive on track, like what speeds we're gonna have. But it's such a unique track and car combo that we don't know what it's gonna be, so it's really impossible to prepare at all. But I mean, you know, I guess every top sim racer kind of has it in his mind that if we all have the same situation, new track, new car, no prep from before, every sim racer thinks, okay, this is the situation, this is the conditions where I can really excel. Problem is there is now, what, 4 teams times 3-4 drivers, so there is now like 15 drivers that think similarly. Let's see who is the most correct about it. What would it mean? You know, such big wins always stay in the memory. They always give you some extra confidence. Sometimes they give you too much confidence, so you think you're somehow better than you really are, although, you know, you are as good as your final race, kind of. But to know that I would have won such an event in this case, I think foremost it would be a really beautiful memory. I could not say it's just me being that great. Of course, it's a team effort with ERL. Yeah, it would be just such a nice memory to carry into the future.
For round 3, the ERL took to the iconic world of Gran Turismo 7, mixing console flair with elite esports racing intensity. On the sweeping Circuit de Sainte-Croix, drivers tackled the F3500A machines. After an unpredictable day full of overtakes and heart-stopping moments, R8G Esports finally broke through for their first victory of the season. A long-awaited win, delivered in historic fashion. Round 4 brought raw power and historic muscle to the Esports Racing League in the form of iRacing, with everyone chasing glory in the mighty Ford Mustang Gen 3 supercars. Across multiple heats, quarterfinals, and semis, the chaos and intensity never let up. In the end, it was Coanda Esports who doubled up with another stunning victory, proving they're a force to be reckoned with across multiple platforms. The final online showdown of ERL 2025 came on Rensport, where the teams battled with blistering speed in the Praga R1, each aiming for a spot in the live Final 4 in Maastricht. From frantic heats to nail-biting knockout races, the pressure was on. But Williams Sim Racing rose above the rest, claiming victory in this crucial season-ending round.
I think we expected to have a good start because ACC is a very good game for both myself and Vojta and Misha, of course, as well. We're all champions on the game in some form. We came from that game, you know, and so had the other guys, the Nitro guys. They're all ACC specialists. So realistically, it was the two teams that we probably expected, alongside Williams, who was between the three of us, who was going to make it, and it ended up being us too. So yeah, I don't think it was an unexpected result. We're disappointed to not win, of course, but it was a tough fought battle, and I think for the amount of practice that we put in, because we were focusing on something else at the same time, we should be very proud. And I think that's something that goes across all the games. Actually, we were quite limited on practice, and yet we still came out as good as we did. I think the consistency was the main thing that we have over some other teams. Like I said, we had limited prep, we had limited time, and we really showed our strength in consistency between, especially myself and Kevin, going across a lot of different games. We were really good at putting it together when we needed it, especially last second, like Rensport. We came into that really far behind. We were like a second off 24 hours before the event, and then we come into it, we're on pace, and then we showed the consistency. We kept putting it up front, and we made it to the final. So it was, it's really important to be consistent, especially in an event that spans across multiple games, across a long period of time, and that definitely helped us get to the finals. I think GT7 might be a bit self-explanatory, since I did it from a bed. I wasn't well before GT7. I was feeling a bit ill, so I said, okay, I'm just going to do it from the bed or whatever, like just do it on a controller. And yeah, I mean, the pace was there, but my qualifying lap was terrible. I cut the first corner, and yeah, it is what it is. But we didn't expect much from GT7. We always knew that was going to be a game that didn't really matter for us. You can always have one game where it's like you can kind of let it slip slightly. But yeah, we did all right, and I'm just glad the pace was there. Yeah, it was quite big relief. It was slight disbelief, but also we expected it from the start. You know, we came into this, we're one of the top teams in the world. Just this group of drivers alone, we should be making it to the Final 4 easily, and that's I think that's the only way you should be thinking, you know. But yeah, the relief was nice. It was, you know, we came across the line, we're like, okay, we've done it. We're gonna go to the LAN. This is cool. We're gonna experience a new game back at LAN again as well. So yeah, we're looking forward to it. I think given our situation, our team situation, which is quite difficult, our expectations need to be limited. We want to win, of course, always want to win. But I think it's going to be quite difficult for us to win this one. You know, Kevin's got a family, Vojta has been busy, and I've been ill in the lead up to this, so it's going to be interesting for sure. I think it's a challenge I've faced throughout a lot of my career, actually. I've always tried to be as diverse as I can. Like, I try every sim, and this series really shows that, right? Where you go from game to game, you try different cars, different tracks. But I think it's something I personally should be good at. And I think as a team, we should be good as well. Kevin is quite diverse. He's very good at picking up on things, and Vojta's like a sponge. He picks up everything. So I think, I think we should be fine. It's going to be a really good challenge, just driving something new. I don't even know the specs of the car, so I don't know what power, grip level, downforce. I don't know what it has. I think going into it blind will make it even more fun. It would mean a sense of pride. I haven't won this event yet, due to whatever reasons, and it would be another one that I could add to the collection. You know, I really want to win it. VCO is big. It's got all the best teams in the world. Bar won this season, unfortunately, but yeah, it would be an honor to win it for sure.
Hello, welcome to the RAFA ERA Esports by your Manor House. Come on in, I'll show you around. So, here we have the living quarters of the estate. If you come check out the living room, you can see it's nice and clean somewhat, and we've got some team measures. Oh, I think he's watching some onboards. Let's have a look. We're not quite sure about the game for this event, so yeah, okay, yeah, no, I think that's some good analysis, and I think that's what the game will look like. Good job, Mika. Okay.
We still need to check out the telemetry.
Yeah.
So
we'll have a look at the data of that. We'll get some world records.
Thanks, mate.
We got Charlie. He's, to be honest, I think he's gone a bit insane. But yeah.
Shoot.
It's confidential information. We really need to not look at this. We'll go upstairs though. We'll have a little look around. Let's see what we've got up here. So I think if we end up, you can see we've got a lot of nice rooms. It's a lovely house here, the Demir Resort in Maastricht. You've got rooms of whatever that is. It's just a bedroom, another bedroom. Fantastic, isn't it? Another bedroom. I'm not hopefully not works. What? Are you like trying to look at some web data or something?
Oh yeah, we're looking at the web data.
Yeah, exactly. Right, that's really interesting. Are you guys feeling okay?
No, I understand.
It must be the water, you know.
It's the water. It must be the water. I think we got some more rooms. Obviously, there's a nice little shower there. Way. Lovely. I'm gonna use that later. That'll be really good. I think we'll go upstairs. I believe we've got a few more rooms up here, and I just need to see what we've got. Are you okay? Sorry, Fabian. Sorry. Fabian, I think was taking a shower. Someone in there? Oh my God!
I'm just prepared.
I'm so sorry. I think that's enough for now. We'll see you later.
Lewis? What? It's race day. What? ERL, you in? Virtus.pro! Dara! Get out of bed! No, they're not in there! Hello? Nitro! Team Nitro! Hello? Oh, my team just turned his traction control off again! Wait, what's this team name? Williams F1 Gaming Club. Oh, man. Hello? Williams? Are you there? Where are you? Williams?
Lewis! They're at the venue, come on! Hurry.
Oh my god!
Let's go, come on!
Punch it!
Lewis, come on.
Me.
Sorry, everybody. Lewis just had to get us delayed. But we are finally here. A journey 4 months in the making. The Final Four in the Esports Racing League, powered by Nitro Concepts. Our junior kanky party, Lewis McLeod, ready to rumble. After a regular season competed across 5 different sim racing platforms, Lewis, we are one step closer to crowning the best team in sim racing.
I know, I'm so excited. It's been a great competition up until this point. We've had such drama across the 5 online rounds, and obviously here, rigs behind us, you know there is going to be drama.
Drama indeed, and of course fighting for these glorious championship belts that will be held high when we crown our champions in the best of 3 finals. But let's dive into those platforms that we've been competing in, because those that have been part of the Esports Racing League journey in years past will see one new addition. The regulars, Assetto Corsa Competizione iRacing, we always knew what they were going to be. The surprise, though, Lewis, was the introduction to focus of consoles and Gran Turismo 7.
Yeah, I think when it comes to your selection of 6 simulators for this competition, great sims to pick from. Obviously, your Assetto Corsas and iRacings, and even LMU, you know, based on that rFactor 2 architecture, it's kind of what we expect. Rennsport, something which obviously a lot of drivers have been racing on elsewhere in esports, but to have Gran Turismo 7, I've always said it's great to have this competition to reach out into the console space where it's a different community that can come in and race. And then this, racing on a platform that we've never really properly seen. They've not done that many laps. It's great.
They got to practice today, and that was about it on the last Garage, a up-and-coming platform with some interesting content that we'll touch on in a couple of moments' time. Let's talk about the format, though, because a slight shift for this Final Four, where, yes, we'll still have the heat races, but from those heat races, top 2 teams qualify for the finals, where, Lewis, it's best of 3, winner takes all.
Yeah, and of course, in that best of 3, once again, like always, it will be 3 drivers per team out there, so 6 cars out on circuit, taking to the track, and like I said, I think it's going to be an exciting final. Obviously, that best of 3 always proves dramatic, and I'm sure it's always, but those heats getting 8 cars onto the circuit, all 4 different teams out there represented, obviously 2 drivers per team. It's going to be a lot of fun.
And speaking of fun, you and I had a chance to try out the car and track combination that our drivers are competing in today. It's a challenge that they have never seen before. It is the VCARUS AECH.
Yeah.
A custom car designed by our team at VCO, implemented by the last garage, and we have a unique track as well. Parsifal Park, lap times just under 50 seconds, and it was interesting seeing the approaches from some of the drivers. Some decided to 110% attack from the off, while others slowly built up in the very limited free practice running we had this morning.
Might be 50 seconds in hands of both yourself and me, but it's about 40 odd in the hands of these pro sim race. Look, I think it's going to be it's a very fast flowing circuit. I think it's going to be exciting to see, but it's going to be a little bit of a tricky one. I mean, we had a little go. We had a bit of racing, a bit of door banging. I think you instigated some contact at some point. I definitely did after that.
You may have cut the course to try and come after me, but we'll leave that alone. I think what surprised us, though, most was the amount of power in this car. Even in third gear, you found yourself sometimes slipping the rear tires. Great example on your screen there as I masterfully handled that car, Lewis.
I don't know. I mean, look at these safe hands behind the wheel, mate. This is look. It is a fun car. It's like you say, it's very slippery on the rear end. It does kind of slide out quite a lot, especially even in second and third gear, and you do use that quite a lot around here. And through some of the chicanes we've got around this circuit, it is a bit of a difficult one to navigate in a car, which can be a little bit tricky. But I will say one thing: we found it, drivers have found it. It's a lot of fun.
The combo is a lot of fun as well. I think that's what we really took from that. But with all of that, Lewis, we have previewed the action. We're almost time to introduce our teams. And what are we expecting as we build up to this first of our heat races?
I think the first heat's going to be calm. I think it's all going to get dramatic from there. I think everyone's going to figure their place, and we'll go on the attack.
Well, we are ready to welcome our teams here to Sim Formula Europe. For all of you here, let's welcome our 4th seed in the regular season, winners on Assetto Corsa Competizione. It's Team Nitro, Nicholas Halbin, Michi Tauscher, Bastian Richter, and Tobias Gronewold.
So, obviously, it's been a great season online for you guys. Don't know who wants to take it, but what are you expecting from this competition? Something, a sim you've never really raced on, and something new for everyone to get to? What are you thinking?
I think it's going to be wild because no one really knows what will happen. So, yeah, I think it will be very, very close.
Well, best of luck, lads. Take a seat and, get on with it.
And the early form team in the Esports Racing League were Team Nitro. Let's see how they get on in our Final 4. The 3rd seed in the Esports Racing League finals, powered by Nitro Concepts. The most recent winners on Rennsport. Let's welcome the Williams F1 Team Gaming, Tinko van der Velde, Dominic Blyer, and Tobias Pfeffer.
What, you're running away from me, Dom? Come on, get over it. Right, obviously, again, another great season for you. Brand new branding, though, for the Williams team. What do you think about? Any pressure on your shoulders with it?
I think it's no pressure. We just have fun and let's see what we can do.
What's your pace on this platform?
Well, I don't know really.
That's good. All right, take a seat. Go on with it.
Does that mean we have a chance?
No.
No?
God, no.
Let's welcome the 2nd seed from the Esports Racing League regular season. Virtus.pro, Dara McCormack, Kevin Ellis Jr., and Wojciech Fiala.
Dara McCormack, hello. Right, obviously you're well versed with jumping over multiple platforms in the world of sim racing. You've been spending your time on Rennsport recently, but I've seen you all over the place. What's this been like in practice? I know you've not on too much sleep, but surely it's been fun to get used to.
Yeah, it's been fun. It feels quite interesting. I think there's a lot of slip angles, new feel, to be honest, and I really like it. It's fun.
Well, hope you do well. Good luck.
And so last but not least, the surprise of the regular season, the most consistent team of the Esports Racing League powered by Nitro Concepts. Let's welcome RAFA ERA Esports by EMM, Will Chadwick, Charlie Crossland, Mikkel Schmiedel, and Jurne Sivincic.
Jurne Sivincic. Now, I'm wisely informed that this very different approach when it comes to the music comes from your mind. Where has this come from? What was that about?
No, yeah, we were talking with the team and we were like 6-7 and
All right, you can get in the ring. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Get out. Goodness.
Children these days. Remember when jokes were funny? 69?
That's terrible. That's terrible.
Right, we are ready to go though for the first of our heat races. Thanks for joining us here at Sim Formula Europe. It's the first of the heat races in the Esports Racing League Final 4. Let's crown the best team in sim racing. Well, as the drivers get their final moments, Lewis, to build up here, they had 2 free practice sessions, 45 minutes each, but they had to distribute that time across all the drivers, and that was a decision that for some was easier than others.
Look, I've always been someone that would stick closely to a limited amount of practice. I think limited practice is one of the most entertaining and leveling things between a lot of the drivers. And I think, like you say, with certain teams that have different approaches as to who requires the most practice, but some of these drivers are so adaptable, they can just jump in and get on with it.
But when we talk about adaptability, there's so many factors that they're adapting to here, right? There's the car, there's the track, there's the new sim. And then you get into the fact that this is a LAN environment, which often we say is uncomfortable for some drivers because you can't dial in the rig as much as you'd want. The only adjustments these drivers can make, seating position.
Yep. Which for you, I know it's a little bit, you're a bit lanky, that's fine. It is difficult. Obviously, a lot of these drivers have been to a lot of LAN events now. LAN events 5-10 years ago were very uncommon, and so it made a big difference. It still makes a huge difference. Let's not joke around about this. It does make a massive difference. But realistically speaking, these drivers kind of jump in there. They're getting used to different rigs all the time. The bigger one is honestly there's loads of people behind you, and it's a bit of extra pressure on your shoulder. I know you can't see it from this angle, but there's a fair amount of people walking around behind you. There's stuff happening constantly. There's noise all around. As much as you've got decent headphones on, it is a different experience. I mean, there you go. You can see there's more than 2 people there, and there's Will Chadwick.
And what will happen is when the atmosphere starts to build, if there's an incident between 2 cars, that rumble from the crowd can sometimes pique your interest as a driver, right? And so I've always wanted blinders effectively on my glasses so I can only see the screen in front of me. I remember one of the first LAN events I did, Gamers 8. Kevin Ellis Jr. was in a qualifying shootout with another driver, and the cameraman came and slightly interrupted his perspective, and that was something that wasn't necessarily appreciated. An interesting in-cam perspective that we'll take here, Lewis. This is driver's eye view as we cross the start-finish line at Parsifal Park.
Yeah, down into this first corner. Quite a fast right-hand, and chicane directly after it. You can brake quite late for it. I think drop it down the 1 gear. I mean, I'm sure a lot of drivers out there will be like, no, you don't. Flick it through the chicane. Track limits, by the way, effectively the end of the curb is the edge of the track limit. So you can take it all the way up to the exit of that, like we've just seen there from Tobias Pfeffer. You cannot touch the grass. Not at all. That's exceeding track limits. So white lines or curb where one is there. So we flick it through the chicanes on the back stretch, and then down towards the final corner where super cool people dive it down the inside on less cool people. Yes, I sent it on Arduino whilst cutting the circuit. I don't mind.
It is a fast speed track as well. I don't think you really get below 3rd gear too much.
You get up to 4th a couple of times, not really,
You kind of just ride the power band for the most part, and this is where I think track limits will be one of the most talked about points, that first chicane, as I think practice comes to a close, and we'll get underway for the first of our qualifying sessions, and therefore set the grid for this first heat. Remember, only 2 drivers per team, and they are allowed to freely sub between their 5-driver roster that was nominated at the start of the Esports Racing League season. Not all these teams, though, have brought 5 drivers. Some of them have brought just 3.
Yeah, exactly, which is, obviously you only need 3 for the final, so you don't need to bring more than that. Felix Van Delft there running around just checking everything on all the sim rigs. Give him a shout out. He's working very hard this weekend. And obviously you can see some of our drivers there. You can see the teams represented in their various outfits and brands. It's always great to see. We love all their teams. No one's given any of us any though.
Yeah, 4 teams, 4 shirts that we could have walked away with.
You launched that scarf earlier, by the way, straight onto my Championship belt.
Oh.
It's horrendous.
Not ideal. So 5 minutes of qualifying, and it seems as though they are sharing the track as well, which means draft will play a part, but also traffic management, Lewis.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're on board, I believe, with one of the Williams. That's Darren McCormack in the bottom right, but he's not driven for Williams in a couple of years, or a year. So it is Tobias Pfeffer that we're on board with. So he's behind his teammate Dom Blyer, who's just gone through the opening sector there. Again, the lap times we're expecting to see here are somewhere in the, well, I've been told a low 40, like a 40.4 is really good. But no one really knows exactly what everyone else is running. So I could have been absolutely lied to, and it could be a 37.1 for all we know. We're in the first qualifying session on a platform we've never seen, in a car we've never seen, that, by the way, I've got to say, it looks absolutely fantastic. I love the look of
it. It is
car.
a modern take on sports cars,
Yeah.
isn't it? It is aggressive, it is sleek, it is everything you want from a race car. Dominic Blyer is 3/10 off, and well, you were sort of told something close to the truth. 41.2 the first time on the board. Expect that to potentially drop just a slight touch, but already seeing the gaps through the field. Darren McCormack within a 1/10 of a second of Tobias Pfeffer. Michael Schmiedel jumps to 4th. 7 times on the board, Lewis. A couple's looking to try and pick up the pace in the next couple of laps.
I did see someone go for a spin at the final corner, but I'm not sure who that was. Big slide coming in then from Tobias Pfeffer, heading through the penultimate corner. Now back out onto the start-finish straight. It's 10 corners around here, so going through that 10th and final corner. What's the improvement? A 41.002 from Dominic Blyer. Tobias Pfeffer, a 10th off, stays in second position. There is Michi Tauscher up towards the line, who was the one who had the spin in the final quarter. So he finally gets a lap time onto the board that puts him into 4th.
So Tobias Gronewold's gone to the top, the first driver to break the 41-second barrier. And as it sits right now, Team Nitro, Williams, F1 Team Gaming, almost caught me out there. And then Michael Schmiedel for the RAFA ERA EMM crew. So 3 different teams in the top 3 as we stand right now. We're at Virtus.pro, Kevin Ellis Jr., remember, watching from the sidelines, cheering on for Darren McCormack and for Wojciech Fiala, who we sit on board with now. He was not enjoying his time in practice too much.
No, and did just cut the chicane there, the penultimate chicane. Now, there is a penalty from race control. It will not affect the grid order for this race, but you get 4 penalty points. So it'll take points away from the teams in the standings if you exceed track limits. So the call from race control is basically, if you exceed track limits, you have to self-police it, back off. Yes, if it's a lap for pole position, you might have that pole, but you are going to lose 4 points from the team.
And those points are important because they take away from your chances of moving directly to the finals.
Yeah.
And in the Final 4, we go straight from our heats to the finals. There's no second chance race, there's no quarterfinals, there's no semi-finals. We will hopefully be wrapped up in just a couple of hours' time. Darren McCormack has jumped in front of Tobias Gronewold. Can he improve as just 90 seconds left to go, maybe 2 time attempts left to run? McCormack breaks the line as well, 48 flat for him, and that's exactly what you don't want to do through the chicane.
Yeah, exactly. Still a minute and 10 seconds left to go, so you've got a couple of laps out there. We've got Michael Schmiedel going to the top. It might have been a little bit of a comedy song that Jerne Simicic has suggested to the bots to play for them this afternoon heading into this event. But and as much as the approach from the team is still very casual and laid back, they're still winners through and through, and they're still focused on winning. I mean, Jerne Simicic has won 4 Formula Sim Racing World Championships. Michael Schmiedel's won so much in the world of sim racing. Not sure what Chad has won, but that's why he's out of the sim rig and more controlling things from behind the scenes and managing.
Yeah. Will Chadwick was saying that he thinks Michael Schmiedel could be one of the fastest drivers here today.
Completely agree.
So let's keep an eye on that already. With 26 seconds left to go, has established himself at the top of the timesheets. And so, as RAFA ERA sit on top, Virtus.pro in second, Team Nitro then in third. It's all the way down to 5th position for the first of the Williams F1 gaming machines, with Dominic Blyer then just behind his teammate. And 1.3 seconds through the field. We're not talking big margins. And effectively 4/10 through those first 7 machines. Clock strike 0, time ends, and Michael Schmiedel's on top.
40.668. Wonder if they'll be able to finish their last laps they start on. But it is looking like a great qualifying session for the ERA team to top the session. Already people pushing to the very limit on the final one. Dom Blyer, whoa, all over the place, kicking up a little bit of dust and dirt going through 6 and 7 and then through the penultimate corner into turn 10, the final one. He was close to the edge of track limits and once again kicks up a big slide as if he's driving on ice at the moment. But he is going to give his teammate a big slipstream. Can he steal it away? Can maybe Tobias Pfeffer steal it away, or will they be destined to finish in 5th and 6th in this qualifying session? Tight session, but it is going to be 5th and 6th for Williams.
That leaves a lot of work for the Williams F1 Team Gaming to do to climb their way up through the field. Dara McCormack, once again, adapting to the challenges. He is one of the few drivers that has competed on almost all the platforms that we've raced here in the Esports Racing League.
He did say after the first round, he was like, no, I'm competing on all of them. But he didn't, so, you know, 0 out of 10 on that one. But I'll let him off. It's a lot of different platforms. But again, probably one of the more adaptable drivers across sim racing, considering that it was that jump from ACC onto Rennsport, which was really impressive, and there's no shock that he's going well on here. I think some of the drivers that went well on R-Factor 2 or Le Mans Ultimate will go quite strong on here, which is why a little bit of favour goes towards like a Mikael Schmidl, who's always been very good on R-Factor 2, and even Jerne Simoncic. I honestly do think like the RAFA ERA EMN team, like keep an eye on them. I'm genuinely serious. They mean business.
A little bit of talk there between Tobias Pfeffer and Wojciech Fiala, sharing some smiles. That's one of the other benefits of the LAN environment, the camaraderie.
Well, they teammates. They did. Was Tobias Pfeffer in Williams before Wojciech Fiala went to Virtus.pro?
That's a good question.
I think they overlapped. I think they overlapped.
But what we did have, Lewis, last night was a dinner where all the teams and all of our VCO staff as well were there, and it was really nice to see the 4 best teams of the competition coming together and actually spending time together rather than going off and being by themselves.
And there's even 2 people that snuck in there that weren't a part of any of this. Well, Ewan might help us out a little bit later on, but there's Cam Roger and Ewan O'Leary, they also snuck in. But no, it was great to have everyone in one spot, all around, all, because it's one of the important things. Florian Harsper, of course, the CEO of VCARUS, said one of the most important things about this competition is involving the teams a little bit more in some of these things, getting them, like, so it's one big competition. We're all working together to bring this product and
make it better.
And the teams are a vital part of that. So it was great to see them there. I don't know what the bill was, but goodness me.
I mean, remember, this is not the first live event that we've done as part of this Esports Racing League concept. We had the Esports Racing World Cup a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
You and Luke Crane were on site. I, unfortunately, was not allowed into the UK, but let's go racing with the first of our heat races here at Sim Formula Europe for the Esports Racing League, powered by Nitro Concepts Finals. The Williams Sim Racing teammates squabble amongst themselves as they fight up to that first chicane. One car instantly in the grass as Michi Tauscher gets pushed wide, but Tobias Pfeffer, Wojciech Fiala lead at the front.
Yeah, I think this is actually Darren McCormack who's at the rear end of the field. Not 100% sure as to what happened in the qualifying, but yes, he's at the rear of the field at the moment in that 8th position. We run a ball with Tobias Grunewald at the moment. He's got the Williams directly ahead of him that I believe will be Dom Blyer. Tobias Pfeffer obviously towards the front of the field, but as they head round, bit of stacking up through the final chicane. We complete the first lap of racing.
Didn't Pfeffer qualify down in 5th though?
I think our timing's just not updated yet. Let's not panic too much.
Okay, there is Mikael Schmidl at the front of the field as we did expect. And he's got a bit of a gap to Virtus.pro, so I would assume that is Wojciech Fiala. And then trailing in the tyre tracks is the first of the Team Nitro machines, and then Williams F1 Team Gaming.
So yeah, that's the correct one I was going to say. I think it's Darren McCormack who is in second. That's why I was confused with him being at the back. I didn't know what happened after qualifying. But no, it's fine. Correct order there on your screen. So it's Mikael Schmidl leading from Darren McCormack, Michi Tauscher in 3rd position with Pfeffer, Grunewald, Blyer, Fiala and Jerne Simoncic off the rear of the field. That'll be disappointing for the ERA team. But it is a VCO Esports Racing League sandwich with ERA bread.
There you go.
Thank you.
Short races in terms of time, just about 10 minutes, but because it's a short track, just under 2 miles, 18 laps, and we're already seeing that passing is not going to be easy. Slip and slide your way out through the first sector and into this now switchback set of chicanes up to the final corner. Tauscher puts the pressure on. Dara McCormack, is he going to cover the inside? No, he's allowed to run the regular racing line as they tiptoe their way back onto the power and look at the rear end, squirm around as they cross the line once more.
Schmidl is checking out here. The thing is, what I've noticed with Schmidl, if you look, so as we go through turn 1, 2 and 3, then there's a double right-hander at 4 and 5, right? Schmiedel takes a much wider line, has a much cleaner exit. He doesn't kick the rear end out so much. So Schmiedel's the lead car here. Watch him go through. So he's a little bit wider here. Darren McCormack wants to hold a much tighter line, but look at how buttery smooth Schmiedel is off the corner. Beautiful driving at the moment from our race leader. Mitchy Tauscher, though, keeping that pressure on. Don't worry, ladies and gentlemen, there is no traction control for him to turn off. He has to control that right foot all the way through this race.
That's a throwback to the very first Esports Racing League event ever held, as Mikkel Schmiedel's gap has closed slightly through that middle sector. Darren McCormack got a great slingshot through the double chicane section. And I guess for Schmiedel, running that wider line through the double right-hander, he can carry more speed through, so he's actually balancing the weight a lot better. Look at focus on the face of Mitchy Tauscher right now.
Yeah, very much in the rhythm. You see the wheels getting a little bit of a swapper coming out through turn 5. We've got a bit of a breakaway. One thing I am liking to see here, though, we have obviously 4 teams here in this competition. And look at that top 4. You've got Mikkel Schmiedel, ERA. You've got Team Nitro in Mitchy Tauscher. You've got Darren McCormack in 2nd position, Virtus.pro, and Tobias Pfeffer for Williams there in 4th position. Williams F1
Team Gaming. I've already messed it up.
I think I called them Williams Sim Race a little bit earlier on. I'm going to get in some serious trouble.
Already about a third of the way through this race, Dominic Blyer. You can ride on board with him in 4th as the gaps are slowly starting to build. In fact, I think that might have actually been the rear end of Tobias Gronewold stepping out briefly. But we do have live race control, Lewis, and the reason I bring that up is outside of the start, where it did seem to be quite congested, it settled into the rhythm of this first heat.
And I think this might be a bit of the nature of how this goes. It is a difficult car to drive, but it's a difficult circuit to pass at because of the average speed. As much as it's such a small circuit, there isn't really, I mean, this is the biggest braking zone on the circuit, going down into 4 and 5. It's not the biggest braking zone, but it's the 2 slow corners on the circuit, 4 and 5 and then at 10, both have a preceding chicane. So you've already scrubbed off quite a lot of that speed going into it, so overtaking is quite difficult. One thing that is easy to make in this car, which is what we love about it, it is a difficult car to drive, and there's a lot of sliding, a lot of this happening, and there goes Darren McCormack looking down the inside on Mikkel Schmiedel, who is looking a little bit less in control as we approach the halfway point of the opening race.
Starting to look a bit more vulnerable is the way I would phrase it. Not yet halfway through this first of the heat races. Remember that Mikkel Schmiedel has won 3 races in the regular season, 4 podiums as well. Dominic Blyer, another driver in this field, he's got 2 wins. And if Mikkel Schmiedel can win this race, he would stand atop the win count.
Yeah, I can't. How many? Because there's a lot of drivers on 3. Darren McCormack, I believe, is also one of them.
Yeah.
I think it's 8 drivers on 3.
You are correct. Darren McCormack is not.
Oh, there's contact! Oh, Darren McCormack's just tapped the side of Mikkel Schmiedel, going down into turn 10. He takes over the race lead, and Schmiedel's been spun round and drops to 7th position. Controversial contact there, and live race control will certainly be taking a look.
And well, you don't believe in the curse of the commentator, but we were talking about things going well, and now suddenly for RAFA ERA, it's turned on ahead, 6th and 7th, and a lot of work to do as the gaps start to build. Darren McCormack's going to now try and break clear of Mitchy Tauscher, and will break the halfway mark of this first heat next time across the line.
It's one of those ones, right? So even if Darren McCormack in that car right now is thinking, right, well, that is my fault, I'm probably going to get a penalty for it, there is no point in him trying to be like, oh, what do I do, what do I do, what do I do? What you do is you drive as fast as you can, win the race, and accept the penalty. That's it. Now, obviously, we only saw it once there for the live shot, and it is what it is. Obviously, we'll see what race control make of that incident, but at the moment, Darren McCormack's only goal now is to break away from Mitchy Tauscher.
And when we talk about race control, it will be penalty points. It
Yes.
will take away from the chances of the team moving forward, and so every driver has a part to play, not just in getting good results and getting the best points, but avoiding those penalties, avoid racking up the infractions that could take you out of contention. Tobias Pfeffer's not let these top 2 break away just yet, and sniffing into that draft, but just behind him, Tobias Gronewold, Team Nitro, after a flying start to the ERL season, Lewis, somewhat stumbled in the midpoint of the season. They're showing some speed to open up the finals.
Yeah, they're bringing it back in. Here we go, a bit of a look down the inside. So that was the replay. Darren McCormack looking down the inside of Mikkel Schmiedel. He does send it in a bit late, but it's quite hard to tell from the onboard there as to where this, the way that I see it, always with these incidents, is, was McCormack, who was diving down the inside, was he going to hit the apex? And if he's going to hit the apex, I'm almost like, maybe it's more of a racing incident. If he was going wide and missing the apex, it's a slam dunk penalty.
And we've had the same stewards for the most part across the entirety of the season, so there will be consistency in the decisions made across the platforms as well. Special attention from race control to make sure penalties and actions are viewed similarly across platforms as well. There's always nuances with certain platforms, but trying to standardize that to the best of our ability. Lewis, as we close in on the final stages here, tire wear is not something that we would have talked about a lot, but I'm just wondering if the more that these drivers light up the rear tires, will they start to struggle with them later into the race?
Yes, the thing is, I actually don't know what the situation is when it comes to that. We haven't done enough laps in a consecutive bout. And I don't think many of the drivers have as well in practice. I'm sure a few drivers would have got an 18-lap stint in, but when you've got such limited practice, taking over the sim that you've got for 18 minutes is taking up 18 laps, 12 minutes of driving. You're taking up that sim for a lot of time and taking time away from drivers. Maybe you want to focus on qualifying, maybe you want to focus on, you've got such limited practice, you have to use that well. Right now, I think everyone's just figuring it out as it happens. And right now, things are looking wide open. We've got 4 for the race lead with McCormack, Tauscher, Pfeffer and Gronewold. We're on board with Dominic Blyer, who is closing in about 1.2 seconds off the rear end of Tobias Gronewold. But I guarantee he will be knocking at the door on lap 18 at this rate.
And this is where coordination between the teammates will be important. They'll be in a Discord voice chat together with each other as they start to squabble in front, and Pfeffer gets the door open for him, and Gronewold sends it up the inside. Team Nitro second and third.
Yeah, Toby versus Toby, and it is Gronewold ahead up into third position. It's allowed the top 2 to break away ever so slightly, but Tauscher is all over the rear end. Part of the winning team from the opening Esports Racing World Cup we did many a year ago now at Bathurst, taking on Veloce in that final. It went to it was a best of 3 final, and it took all 3 races courtesy of the mistake out of Mitch Tauscher. Been bulletproof from that point on, and he's now keeping close company to Darren McCormack, who he's raced time and time again, whether it is in competitions like this or even over on Assetto Corsa Competizione, where they've kind of honed their craft. Big snap coming in from Tobias Gronewold though, and I think Pfeffer might be close to having a look. Of course, Pfeffer has been teammates with Gronewold and Tauscher back in those days when they were racing for Unicorns of Love.
Yep. And for Team Nitro, Tobias Gronewold has been their team MVP on a couple of occasions. Can he continue to help push them forward? One of the dominant teams to open up their regular season. Winners on Assetto Corsa Competizione, and then ran pretty strong on Le Mans Ultimate as well, even though they weren't potentially favoured. 3 laps left to go. Darren McCormack with the rear view mirrors filled with the sights of red and black front nose of the VCARUS AECH. Limited practice, brand new track. I'm loving this, Lewis.
And you know what? It's getting more exciting as this race goes on. I was worried that everyone's going to start checking away, but whatever's happening with the tyre situation here, or even just the pressure situation, no one's breaking away. Big off track there from Tobias Gronewold. He brings it back onto the circuit and back onto the racing line, keeping himself ahead of the Williams there of Tobias, Pfeffer and Dom Blyer, who's now in that mix. 2 laps left to go. Darren McCormack leads. He's out a little bit wider at T1, brings it back into the apex beautifully as they flick it through 2 and 3. Mitchy Tauscher is smelling blood in the water, and he might find the opportunity yet.
One thing we haven't discussed is McCormack out wide through the double right-hander, doesn't open the door just yet. But for Virtus.pro, this is the last outing for their drivers flying the flag. There is extra motivation that comes from those sort of situations. Penultimate time up to the final corner. Tauscher loses a bit of ground. Less than 2 miles to go in the first heat of the ERL finals.
Yeah, no one wants to be bowing out in these heats, but 2 teams have to. Only 2 teams going through to the final after 4 heats of racing. Darren McCormack looking to take maximum points in the opening race if he possibly can. Yes, there's a question mark hanging over his head after that contact between himself and Mikkel Schmiedel, who now runs down in 7th position. And Wojtek Fiala, his teammates, running down in 8th. He's got to win this race. He's got to bring it across the line. At the moment, he's doing everything he can. It is super close. Mitchy Tauscher is keeping him company, but I think it might be good enough.
And I don't think he needs to make this move. Remember, it's just worth 1 point to make the move.
Right.
The risk of penalty points would be too much. Team Nitro 2nd and 3rd to open up the Esports Racing League finals here at Sim Formula Europe, but with some controversy at the final corner. It's Dara McCormack that will take the win across the line here at Possible Park.
Superb drive there from Mitch Tauscher and Tobias Grunewald to keep the pressure. But then, of course, Darren McCormack taking the victory there. Superb drive. Obviously, there is the big question mark hanging over his head. But realistically speaking, it was a great drive from McCormack outside that. I think they're still racing, to be honest. It does say it's finished, but
I think you are correct.
Well, they're coming round anyway, so we'll see what's going to happen here. McCormack's going to cross the line. I think it now is over. I think it was 1 lap longer than we were expecting. Darren McCormack will cross the line and does take victory.
It's not the first time, and it won't be the last time that I've called a race 1 lap early. But we'll go and have a chat with Dara McCormack, our provisional race winner here in Heat 1 of the Esports Racing League finals, powered by Team Nitro. Dara, let's get some of the reactions from you. There's a camera up there if you want to take a look at the fans, but talk us through the drama through that final corner. You were closing. Did you think you had it in you to make the move there?
Yeah, I thought I could make it, but it's just a complete misjudgment with the FOV. You know, it is what it is. I'm sorry to Mikkel, of course, and I'm sorry to Rafa, but racing is racing. I didn't mean it. At the end of the day, the pace was there, so oh well. On to the next one.
How many races are you planning to do today? Are you going to be the Iron Man for Virtus.pro?
Yeah, apparently I'm doing all of them, so I'm here to stay, I guess.
And in terms of the combination, Lewis and myself have been saying it's a lot of fun. How challenging is it as well with all that power that you've got?
Yeah, it's very tough. You need to do a lot of throttle management. The throttle like really rotates and dictates the rotation of the car. So you need to be really careful with it, really diligent. So it makes it quite fun.
Thanks, Dara. Well, Lewis, nice to catch up with our Heat 1 winner.
Wow, that was a fun race, wasn't it? I mean, look, a bit of an exciting start there, but like I say, it's always a first race in a brand new platform. Has its fair shares of drama. I was wisely informed that it did end on lap 18. They just kept going.
Oh, okay. So I did call the race at the appropriate time.
You did. It did end at that point. But they kept driving. Keep the drama up, maybe. But obviously, we have to admit, there's no obvious lap count, so I get it. You keep going until someone says, stop driving the car.
It's like in MMA. They tell you keep going until a ref pulls you off, effectively. Got a brief moment now, though, for these drivers to rest up. And Dara has already told us that he's planning on doing all the races that Virtus.pro will be in. Be very, very curious, though, to see how the other teams mix up their driver lineups. Virtus.pro have just 3 drivers, so there is one driver that's going to have to carry the load. There are some teams that have come in with 4 drivers, though, Lewis, so there's a lot more room and scope for them to mix up their lineups.
Yeah, absolutely. Which is great. Obviously, we like seeing some kind of more adventurous approach when it comes to which drivers you take in for which race. But then sometimes when you just your back's against the wall, you just go, "Yep, that's absolutely fine. We'll just do all the races." I mean, look, McCormack's done a lot of this season, so it makes sense, and he's probably one of the more well versed at LAN events, but. For someone who I know is not operating on a huge amount of sleep, that's going to be a brutal day for Darren McCormack.
I mean, these sim racers are used to long hours in the rig. There's no question about that, but it's definitely not ideal. I tell you what, Lewis, while the drivers continue the serious business, let's focus on the hardware that some of the sim racers use as well. And so let's welcome in to our VCO Esports couch here, David Williams, part, of course, of the team at Coanda Esports for many a year, but now Coanda branching out into some new opportunities. And so, David, in front of us, we have purple Race Lab pedals. Is that what they're called?
Actually, we haven't decided on the name. But, yeah, they'll probably be purple pedals or PRL pedals. Actually, PRL is in the word purple, so every other letter. So we might do a play on words there, we're not sure. But for now, purple pedals.
But do you not think if you're going to call them purple pedals, they have to be purple? Like, come on.
Well,
let's get them painted.
Actually, the electronics. Electronics, where's your camera?
Okay, fair. There's something purple on there. Now, you've obviously been hugely involved in the design process. You've put a lot of work into this. Where did that start? How did that go? What does that look like?
Yeah, I mean, I've got a history of designing sim racing equipment. I did work for VRS a long time ago, and yeah, this is really a culmination of the knowledge that we have within Coanda Esports, competing in sim racing at the top level, and obviously these sim races, they're the most demanding, I would say. So really, if our drivers are satisfied, then I'm satisfied. And so my job is basically to ultimately, I want to design the best pedals in sim racing that are still reasonably affordable. So,
and a lot of, I think, the pedal market now has moved towards active pedals. That's a big development, bringing force feedback effectively to our feet. What's the pros and cons that you see with that, and why have these pedals not gone down the active route?
The main thing is cost. Yeah, I mean, active pedals are very cool, a really nice new innovation, for sure. And there's definitely a market for that. There's a future in that. But there's also some drawbacks. Again, I come back to top-level sim races, super finicky. If their pedal is not perfectly smooth, no graininess whatsoever, and when you have a mechanical system from an active pedal, you do unfortunately have some kind of noise or roughness from that mechanism. So in some ways, a passive pedal is actually better.
And of course, having access to so many esports experts, obviously having a lot of esports experience yourself at the top level, you kind of know what you're looking for with pedals. How helpful is that in the design process and the testing process to basically have esports drivers that are very picky around you at basically any moment to basically go, oh, try this out, see what that's like?
Yeah, it's super useful. They know what they want.
Yeah, I'm sure annoying, yeah.
Yeah. So they sort of test me in terms of, oh, can I adjust this? Can I tweak this? This is a bit wobbly. This isn't quite right. So they like a very heavy brake usually. For sure the brake pedal is the most important pedal in sim racing. I think it's where the most time is won or lost. Especially in a simulator like iRacing, where you really need to be super precise and drive at sort of 99%. So they need to be able to tolerate a lot of force, but at the same time, when you're trail braking, you need to be able to be super precise as well.
And I guess when we talk about sim racers being picky, it's not that they're picky, it's they have a preference and they know what makes them fast. We have a couple of the spring options you have in front of us. So in that design process, how important is it to be able to adjust the pedals in a variety of different ways and make that as simple as possible?
Yeah, very important. They're not engineers. They don't want to be messing around. They do want to suit their equipment to them, but they don't want to faff around for hours trying to figure out.
Set it and forget it.
Exactly. Yeah. So we want them to be really adjustable, but we want it to be easy to do that.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the side of it, there's a lot of screwdriver, but everything kind of seems pretty simple on how to adjust it. I'm assuming that was always in the design process to make this as adaptable as is possible, because there's clearly a lot of, not even just the springs, like just everything seems pretty customizable in that sense.
Yeah, absolutely. Man, even the brake pedal, you've got 3 different things that you can adjust.
Right.
Outside of swapping the spring.
Right.
Obviously, swapping the spring will change the overall stiffness, but then you can actually control the shape of that force, force response. We've got a tie rod adjustment, a slot here in the bell crank assembly.
And that's hardware instead of software control.
Yeah, that's not even talking about software. So software is on top of that. So.
A couple more questions, we'll let you go. In front of us, actually, you brought one of the accessories that are available with these pedals. I believe this is a heel rest. I saw a really cool, I don't know what the right word for is, anchor on the pedal to make sure your foot doesn't slip too much as well. What are the other things that you're looking at in terms of ergonomics of pedals? Because there's obviously a wide range of sim rigs. A lot of people can manufacture one from 80/20 themselves. So with things like this, how are you ergonomically optimizing the ultimate configuration of these pedals as well?
Yeah, so the really nice thing with these pedals as well, we have CNC machined pedal arms. So there's quite a lot of design freedom in that. It's an expensive manufacturing choice, but it gives us a lot of possibilities. The pedal faces, for example, there's a texture on the clutch and the brake pedal faces for grip. And the curve of that pedal face as well is carefully thought about. And one thing I didn't really talk about is the positional adjustment as well. So you can adjust the overall tilt, the height of each pedal face, and the tilt of each pedal face.
I think the question that I'm sure a lot of people will wonder, what's the time frame for these being on the market? Do you have some like expected time frame in your head, or is it kind of one of those ones where it's ready when it's ready and then it will go to market?
It's a bit of both. I mean, we are aiming for March, but whether we'll actually achieve that or not is a different question, but we'll certainly give it our best try.
One more question before I let you go. You're aiming for March. Do you have an target price in mind as well, for those that maybe are looking at buying pedals but may want to hold off to pick these up?
Yeah, sure. Completely valid question. They are high-end pedals, so you're going to have to shell out some money for them, but we're looking to probably sell the brake and throttle as like a package, with the clutch as a separate option. So the brake and the throttle, we're thinking around 800 euros.
Cool. Love to see this, David. It's great to see Commander Esports bring their expertise into hardware. Thanks for taking the time. We'll let you go. We've got some racing to watch.
Perfect. Thanks. Enjoy.
Thanks, David. Well, I'll tell you what, I'm a bit jealous of the pedals in front of us because I did get the chance to try them out. They do feel very nice. But Lewis, Heat 1 done. We are ready for Heat number 2.
Certainly so, and I'm excited. It was a great race 1. I think it's going to be a great race 2 as well. Little bit of drama. Not sure what the dealio is from race control on the opening race. I'm sure we can have a little gander and try and find out. You can see there's been a bit of a switch for Virtus.pro. So Wojtek Fiala's out. Kev Ellis Jr. Is behind the wheel. I'm sure there's been another couple of switches as well. But look, I'm excited for another fantastic race. It was a great drive. Obviously, Mikkel Schmidl, who's there on the left-hand side of your screen, will be one that's maybe most concerned about what happened in that race. Obviously, he was leading and looking so strong, he'll have to do it again.
And I've got some penalties
that
we can confirm. 2 penalty points for Dara McCormack for that contact with Mikkel Schmidl. I don't think that's a surprise to many.
No.
2 penalty points, though, for Tobias Pfeffer for forcing a car off the track. So we'll have to wait and see how that's impacted the final points from that race. Because remember, a couple of the cars were running decently at times.
Yeah, it's one of those ones we'll have to keep an eye on how that's going to be after it, especially after 2 or 3 races. It's going to be very interesting.
Well, the other thing that I forgot is it wasn't just Tobias Pfeffer. The other Williams F1 gaming machine, Dominic Blyer, also got 2 penalty points.
Oh, did he? 4 penalty points in the opening race. That is not a positive start for Williams, despite the speed. And the thing is, these early penalty points, they do put a lot of pressure on you because you then have to react so strongly in the next couple of races. And the problem with that is, again, you mentioned it in that race when Mitch Tausch was behind Darren McCormack. There was no need for him to go for the move because it wasn't worth the risk. And the reason for that is the points go down 1 point per position. It's always how it is here in VCARUS Esports Racing League, and with that, you don't have you can't just win every single race and kind of build a massive points gap, because you're only at maximum going to build 4 over the next driver.
And so now also choosing when to rotate drivers, I think, is another topic. So I believe that Williams have kept their 2 drivers in. I might be correct in saying the only change was Wojtek Fiala out and Kevin Ellis Jr. in.
I think Charlie Crossland's got in at RAFA ERA Esports instead of Jene Simoncic.
Okay.
So I think there has been that switch down the far end here of the rigs. Felix van Delft having a little bit of a chat with Mitchie Tauscher. I don't think he's telling him where the traction control button is, but I'm sure there's some conversing happening. Obviously, keeping an eye on a few things. A lot of heads keeping an eye on a lot of rigs and a lot of things. And this is one thing that I will say for everyone sat at home and even here, obviously in Maastricht, I would expect there to be some technical problems. This is a brand new simulator that yes, it's been tested and yes, but a lot of work's gone into it. But we're using something brand new. That first race was great, but we're still expecting the odd technical problem.
And a brand new car and track combo as well, right? There's so many new things, and the drivers are also switching rigs between races. So teams are assigned specific rigs per heat race. You can see that the RAFA ERA crew are now on the far left of the stage as Felix van Delft works with one of our Team Nitro drivers to just get them up to speed. But Lewis, this is one of those factors in land racing that is kind of similar to real motorsport.
Sometimes
right?
you have technical problems.
Technical problems that you can't do much about, and you have to control your emotional state.
Yeah, and you just have to effectively deal with it. Now, I'm not saying that Mitch Tauscher is out of his right to ask this to be checked. Obviously, he's well within his rights to have this looked at and have this sorted. But at the end of the day, sometimes these things don't work. Sometimes you have a technical issue in the race, and that's just how it goes. And I do like the fact that we change rigs all the time. There is other competitions that we've all commentated on or you've taken part in where effectively you're assigned a rig and that is your rig for the entire competition. And I kind of don't like that because it brings into the, oh, well, that rig's faster than this rig because blah, 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 whatever. Obviously, that's 90% is complete rubbish. But it just gives that element of doubt. Whereas if you're constantly switching rigs, it's fine, it's tough.
There are three things that can be changed for the drivers. We talked about the seating position, so slide it forward and back, depending on how long your legs are. The other two things, brake bias, relatively simple. Turning the in-sim steering wheel on and off. If some sim racers have a preference to have that in a fixed position, some people like to see it rotate with the wheel as they turn it.
I'm instantly, I want it turned
off. Me too.
Unless it is exactly the same ratio that I have.
I can't.
You can't even then?
No.
It's kind of one of those. It depends if it occludes my vision. So if when I turn and the hand then comes up above the windscreen, I'm like, this needs to turn off. I'm not interested. Also, I've always said this. I'm not a massive fan of cockpit view in sim racing.
Oh, you're about to get
no. I don't think
okay,
I am.
Continue.
I'm more a fan of. It only ever really appears in rally games, but dashboard.
Oh, the bonnet cam.
Because I've always said, I've got my hands, I've got a wheel. Surely the screen is the windscreen, so I only need a dashboard and then out. I don't need anything else. I'm not into chase cam or bonnet cam. Bonnet cam,
okay.
Roof cam. If you're doing some touring car race, you want to bash some people off. It's great.
No, okay, now I'm picking up what you're putting down.
Dashboard, I think, is the ultimate camera that we should all strive for. In sim
this
racing.
Is why I bought an extension for my direct drive wheel so that I could put it behind the monitor, drop the monitor down, and have the wheel as close to the screen as possible.
Right.
To avoid that fact, because you are correct.
First thing I do anytime I get behind the wheel, I'm always like, how do I move this forward? And this is a Marcel Offman's thing. Well, it was R Factor 2. Whenever you adjust the seat in R Factor 2,
anywhere, forward, back, left, right.
Forwards, back, yeah. It goes seat, seat, and then if you do the mirrors, it goes mirror. It's great. I think it's the best thing in any simulator.
That's pretty
ever.
great. While we wait for that driver with a technical issue to just get some moments of practice, Parsifal Park. We were wondering where this name came from. Lewis,
have you got the answer?
Yeah. Have you ever watched Ready Player One?
Oh yeah, okay. No, I do remember because that's where the Vickers and I remember. Right.
And if you have not watched Ready Player One, it is a basically movie set in the future with the idea that everyone lives in a virtual reality. They put their headsets on and escape to a
Ewan
fantasy
O'Leary
land.
would hate that.
I did like parts of the movie.
Yeah, I enjoyed it.
It's a fun movie.
I enjoyed it. I think we're about ready to get back into qualifying. Should be underway. It is underway immediately. One I have been updated, by the way, when it comes to this. When it hits 0, as much as you see them all drive around still, their laps are over. It is done. That's the last lap that counts. Obviously, you still see drivers push because they don't know. But yeah.
Nice and simple. I tell you what, for the drivers that have stayed behind the wheel, this is a good chance for them to just pick up where they left off in the case of Tobias Groenewold, right, Lewis? Because when you build into that rhythm, it's so important that you don't fall out of it. I've been in endurance races in the past where I've gone and done a double stint, let my teammate jump back in, and somehow I jump back in the car and I've forgotten how to race the circuit. And so, especially with the limited practice that they've had here, I wonder how much of the gaps between these races is going to be an interesting factor.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's a difficult beast to get your head around. We've only got 2 cars out on the circuit at the moment that have set times. I'm going to refocus on that. I think the session's being restarted because I think it's only Tobias Groenewold and Mikkel Schmiedel out there. Or maybe it's not. Maybe I'm just talking out of. I'm just making stuff up as I go along. Either way, we've only got 3 minutes and 30 seconds left to go of this qualifying session.
I will say, this is a more generous format for qualifying than we run during the traditional Esports Racing League, where it's a 1-lap shootout and the pressure is well and truly on. This 5-minute session is a lot easier.
I maintain 1 minute. Well, sorry, 1 lap is the goated qualifying session. I know. There's a few drivers out there eye-rolling and thinking, "Oh, that's rubbish." I'm sorry, but if you want to prove yourself as one of the best qualifying drivers ever, if you like, the ultimate way of doing that is in a 1-lap shootout and still setting an unbelievable lap.
And proper hyperpulse.
Yeah, most of these drivers can do it, so it's fine. 40.8 for Tobias for the opening time of this qualifying session. We do expect that to get down to a 7 or a 6, maybe even a little bit lower, even to a 5, as they get a little bit more up to speed with the circuit. Don Bly now goes to the top. Darren McCormack goes in the second, so it's Williams at the moment on that pole. Mitchy Tausch finds his way onto the front row of the grid now.
Big slide from Schmiedel. Remember, pole time in Heat 1 was a 46.68, and so Dominic Blyer is within 12 thousandths of a second of that. Pretty rapid time so far, but can the pole sitter in Heat 1 set up something nicely out of this final corner? Kind of V's it in as well. You try and arc back down so you can straighten up the car and put all that power down and avoid fishtailing on that run to the line. Schmiedel breaks the timing beam, but stays in 6th.
Yeah, one of the things when it comes to that fishtail that you really don't want to do, it's touching a little bit of grass on the exit of the corner. Now, obviously, that's breaching track limits for starters, but also the instability that comes with it is incredible, especially around this part of the circuit. So when you go through this penultimate chicane, it's this final bit. If you want to get on the brakes nicely for this final chicane, you don't really want to touch that grass too much on the left-hand side. Now, Race Control have said they're not going to be like absurdly aggressive. Like if a pixel of the tyre is on the grass, one of those ones. Use a little bit of common sense. I know those in the English Premier League could really do that with VAR, but that's fine. The offside rule is the offside rule. We're on board with Mitchy Tausch now, who's picking up the slipstream of one of the Williams and across the line. We've got 1 minute and 17 seconds left to go in this qualifying session.
You say common sense though. Common sense, sim racing, not 2 things that traditionally or often
North
go
Premier
together.
League. No, you're right.
Or the Premier League, yes. I mean, the gaps at the front. We've got 3 drivers within what seems to be a 1/10 of a second right now, and a field covered, Lewis, by 2/10. And yes, I know this is a lap time, that's 40 seconds, but it is again showing the level that these drivers are competing at. And going back to your point about 1-lap shootouts being the goated qualifying format, as Mitchy Tausch finds himself in big strife.
And that's it.
They are being given these opportunities to go out time and time again and find more speed in this session.
Don Bly crosses the line, I think with enough time to maybe get another lap in, but I'm not sure. Anyone behind definitely will not get another lap in. So for Mitchy Tausch, there will be no improvement. What a qualifying session, though, for Nitro at the moment. Tobias Groenewold and Mitchy Tausch, teammates first and second. Don Bly for Williams in third. Darren McCormack for Virtus.pro in fourth. We've got the RAFA ERA, Mikkel Schmiedel in 5th position. Williams in 6th. Charlie Crossland in 7th, again for the ERA team, and Kevin Lenz Jr. at the back of the field. We'll see Tobias Groenewold across the line, but qualifying is about to come to a close.
And I think it will be Team Nitro. Oh no, Mikkel Schmiedel, 2 for 2 potentially, but no, here comes Darren McCormack.
Superb lap from the Irishman across the line to close out the qualifying session. on pole position. A victory in the previous race, and now another pole. Can he do it again, and maybe with a little bit less drama? Superb lap from him to set a 0.5 fastest lap of the day so far. We expect that lap time to tumble and tumble and tumble.
They found a 10th between qualifying for Heat 1 and Heat number 2,
Yeah.
so you are quite correct. Now that we enter this stage though, Lewis, we have to start remembering Williams have 4 penalty points, Virtus.pro have 2. They cannot afford to continue to accumulate them. Here's a look at how the points shake up right now. I don't know if this factors in the penalty points, but if it doesn't, it would instantly promote RAFA ERA to second.
I do think it is, including penalty points. So Team Nitro and Virtus.pro first, second. Do you remember again when we talk of points, lowest points wins? For first place you get 1 point, for second place you get 2 down to 8th, and it's the lowest addition of your points. The only thing is, across the heats, you do lose your worst result across all 4 heats, but only, so you count 7 rather than 8, but penalty points, regardless of what race they were in, they always count.
And that is why avoiding them is one of the most important factors. But Lewis, Heat 1 was interesting. Will Heat 2 see a similar level of drama as the drivers get their final checks before we go racing?
Yep, indeed. The belt behind them, what they'll all be fighting for a little bit later on. We're about ready to go for the second race here in the Esports Racing League Final 4 in Maastricht. It's Darren McCormack on pole position. Virtus.pro, it's Mikkel Schmiedel in second position alongside in that front row. The lights are on ahead of them and they're getting ready to go racing. It goes green and we are racing down towards first corner. Big slide there coming off as he puts the power down for Darren McCormack. He's trying to close off Mikkel Schmiedel, who made contact in the previous race, and Schmiedel's having absolutely none of it. He finds his way down the inside, bit more contact in the mid-pack there, and across the cut-off goes Darren McCormack. He fires his way back to the inside of Mikkel Schmiedel. It's Groenewold who's the race lead. Going into turns 4 and 5, there's more contact between the two of them, but it's Groenewold at the front. Off the circuit goes Darren McCormack in a disappointing start for Virtus.pro in race number 2.
And I would like to take another look at that one, because I think Tobias Groenewold gained an advantage by going off the track and sliding to the race lead. But as we end the first lap, Team Nitro 1 and 3 as they sit. Mikkel Schmiedel trying to now work. Remember, he struggled long run in the race. As we got to about lap 9, Lewis, that's where his tyres started to fall off.
Absolutely, this race definitely isn't done. I know we've only completed 1 lap, we've got 17 more to go, and there's so much drama that happens over these. We found that in the first race, that it seemed calm for laps 4 to about 14, and then suddenly the drama built and built and built. Big slide coming in from Tobias Groenewold, and a big look coming in from Mitchie Tauscher, trying to make it a Nitro 1-2. Can they find their way through? That's the big question at the moment. If they can get first and second, they have full control of this race and the top of the point standings.
And look how light their hands are having to be on the wheel, because it's such an active job to control the car off the corner. One benefit they have here is the Fanatic wheel rim that they're using is a relatively small radius, and so it's one of those things where it's quicker to turn, and larger wheel rims, slightly more inertia. That's the word that David Williams was using slightly earlier. Schmiedel, though, took one hand off the wheel on the previous lap because he was sliding so much, and Lewis, he's already lost a bit more ground to the leader.
Yeah, you'd think with some of those slides, they're on the other side here in the esports part in Maastricht, where they were driving the Sim Formula bit, which has got a circuit that's an ice circuit. It's kind of like that with the start opposite lot. Right, here we go, so start. Big kick of oversteer, obviously, and wheel spin coming in from Darren McCormack. What happens after that?
And so McCormack gets shoved off the track, but keep an eye for the Team Nitro machine, because does he run off the track?
100%.
That's clear as day to me. He's off the curb. He needs to give up that position to avoid race control, giving them penalty points. And then as you watch the end of the sequence from McCormack, it's just hip and shoulder stuff. Once he was off the track the first time, not much he could do.
Yeah, I think he got slammed maybe by Don Blyer. So for Williams, a little bit of side-by-side contact straight off the road. Who was that? It was Tobias Pfeffer. I think he caught a bit of the grass on the exit of turn 7, and basically it just pulled him straight into the barrier. It was a bit of drama there for Pfeffer, but yeah, he's able to keep going. Kev Ellis Jr., by the way, where did he qualify? Rear of the field. He's running in 4th. Great drive from Big Kev.
Big Kev indeed. Team Nitro, by the way, seemingly the most consistent team, by the way, in these first 2 heat races.
Yeah.
There is no question about that. It's slowly starting to sink into a question of who joins them in the final. Oh, Kevin, keep it on the track.
I don't believe in the commentator's curse, but he's trying to give me a run for my money. If anyone wants to have an argument about the commentator's curse, come and have a chat. And if you want to have an argument about some really weird things, go chat to Cameron Rogers. He's got some weird ideas happening here in Maastricht. Mitchie Tauscher, though, once again back on the slipstream of Mikael Schmiedl, desperate to put to bed the drama of race number 1, where was leading the race before a bit of contact between himself and Darren McCormack, saw him spun round. Darren McCormack got a couple of penalty points added to him. Mikael Schmiedl, he wants that victory, but he's putting it all on the line. He's sliding the rear end out again, and where he started the previous race so calm, where he wasn't sliding that rear end out, it seems as though that's almost faded, and now the pressure's on, and he is sliding this car around a little bit more, and certainly too much, that I'm thinking the end of his race is not going to be fun.
We're reaching that point where he really struggled in Heat 1 as well, right? This is where the door opened up for McCormack to make that move, and for the most part, it goes back to what we were talking about at the end of Heat 1 though, Lewis. What incentive is there for Mitchie Tauscher to force a move here on Mikael Schmiedl? He risks penalty points. He's only going to get one more point in the standings themselves, with Team Nitro already in a great position. And this is where the team manager should be on the radio to tell Mitchie, look, there's no pressure. There's no need to make the move.
100%.
If Mikael makes a mistake, go for it, but don't force him into an issue.
Yeah, right now, with where they are on the points, Team Nitro are pulling themselves out of the fight to go into the final, because they're already basically confirming themselves into it, meaning it will be a 3-horse race to fight over one position. And obviously, the earlier you can remove yourself from that fight, the better. Kevin Ellis Jr. is doing what he can for Virtus.pro. But the problem is, for Virtus.pro and for Williams, obviously they picked up a couple of penalty points in the previous race. I would not be surprised if there was a couple more coming in this one. And then even for ERA, yes, Mikael Schmiedl's up there, but unfortunately things haven't gone quite so well for the second car, Charlie Crossland in this race, and even Jonas Simic had some poor luck in the previous one. So it's a tough one. Obviously Mikael Schmiedl also did, so it's tough to pick who it is, but right now I'd lean it towards being ERA and Nitro as the two finals.
I think you are correct. Just been informed, by the way, no tyre wear, so we may not have practiced long enough, but clearly the drivers are having to deal with the same challenge, and maybe this is mental fatigue that's a bit of a part of some of the mistakes that we've been seeing. I'm not 100% sure, Lewis, but if there's no tyre wear, it should effectively be the same car lap after lap after lap.
But it's a difficult car, and it is a difficult track. It's short, yes. There's not many corners, only 10, but it's so flowing and fast, and that in itself is a tricky thing to get your head around as a driver. And it's also, there aren't many circuits that are like this in the world. Now that's not for me to say that some Mario Kart track I like, because it is a believable track. I mean, the opening section kind of reminds me a little bit of Pukekohe, right? Going through that, it's not quite as long the opening turn, but in that kind of vein and that style. You've got the chicane to the backstretch as if we're at Oschersleben, right? So there's ideas taken from real world circuits, so it's very believable. But there isn't a circuit that flows like this all the way around.
No, there really isn't. Yesterday, when we first tried the car out, we were driving at Anglesey, which in some ways I felt was too small of a track for that car, especially trying to put the power down in certain places. This combines the medium and low speed corners quite well as Pfeffer pops to the inside. Ellis Jr. slightly closes the door, but you can do that through the long sweeping initial right-hander up to the double right. That's a lot more aggressive as door slam shot from Ellis Jr.
Yeah, but that was fair from Ellis Jr. It was a little bit of a late look coming in from Tobias Pfeffer. If he'd have gone for that one, it was almost certainly going to end in tears with the pair of them coming into contact at 4 and 5, but they avoided it. Just a little bit of backing out from the Williams of Tobias Pfeffer, and so Kevin Ellis Jr. Why is Kevin Ellis Jr. in third?
Well, Mitchie Tauscher's had an issue. I did note that Charlie Crossland had dropped down the running order slightly earlier, but all that we were saying about Team Nitro slightly separating themselves out from the rest of the teams, one moment, one mistake, if that is what it was, and things have flipped around. Pfeffer once again to the inside. Ellis Jr. covers him off once more through the double right.
Yeah, not sure what happened. We'll get an update for you as soon as possible as to what has happened there for Mitchie Tauscher, for Team Nitro. Maybe a few question marks have been thrown their way courtesy of that, and so this now becomes the battle for the podium. third position on the line. Kevin Ellis Jr. is up there. Darren McCormack as well, by the way, despite the opening lap drama, is now back in this. He's on the rear end of his old teammate Dom Blyer. He's got Tobias Pfeffer directly ahead. He could find his way back onto the podium, you never know.
Virtus.pro versus the Williams F1 team gaming in the mid-pack right now. Remember, the two teams that accrued a couple of penalty points each in the first of the heat races. 4 for Williams, 2 for each of their drivers, just the 2 for Darren McCormack for Virtus.pro. And this is where Ellis Jr. is playing both defense and offense, but not for himself. He's trying to back up Pfeffer and Blyer to allow McCormack to charge, but he leaves himself vulnerable to dives like that. There goes McCormack to the inside of Blyer.
But it is actually a great idea to kind of leave that door open and shut it, because what you do there is you slow the group down even more. If you just constantly defend, it can be quite easy to get round you or to open up the door. Where he's sticking onto the racing line and just saying, look boys, you're going to have to basically pump me out of the way. And it's just dragging McCormack back into it. I think it's great driving at the moment from Kevin Ellis Jr. as he slides his way through 4 and 5. Obviously, we've seen their relationship between McCormack and Kevin Ellis Jr. over the year. It's a great relationship. It was still good before that, when of course McCormack was at Williams and Kevin Ellis Jr. was at Apex. They even got along at that point.
Whoa! Big slide for Ellis Jr. there, Lewis, and here comes the momentum. Pfeffer to the outside to turn 1.
Yeah, this is it. Here we go, straight around the outside for Tobias Pfeffer. Can he do it? It's a big, brave one around the outside at 1. Kevin Ellis Jr. will leave it alongside, but he's got the inside for the next part in the opening portion of this circuit. The flip back, the switch back, the up and under, trying to come the way. Can Williams get both cars through here into third position, potentially for Tobias Pfeffer? Out wide, big contact, big slide. Kevin Ellis Jr. has gone out wide and gone for a spin. Dom Blyer has found his way through as well. So McCormack into 5th, or stays in 5th position, stays behind. After all that, it's just Kevin Ellis Jr. ejected from the group.
That was team warfare. You saw how Pfeffer and Blyer tried to charge up the inside together, and then McCormack was effectively pushing Blyer through the second of the right-handers. Very, very close, but Ellis Jr. gets the worst of it, and I think, Lewis, that was more him trying to put the power down while sliding the rear end a bit too much. A maybe self-inflicted mistake, but very easy to do in the heat of battle with this car.
Yeah, I couldn't imagine what it would be like trying to control the rear end. I don't know how many brake horsepower this thing's pushing out, but I know without the traction control that you normally get in a GT3, you're starting to feel a little bit like a gentleman driver at times. It's a little tricky to tame the beast around here, and I mean, look, this passable circuit's got those points in it where putting that power down is difficult, and Kevin Ellis Jr. found that 4 and 5 is so difficult to get out smoothly. That's why I think that wide line that Mikko Schmid was doing early in race 1, I think was so pertinent, because it makes such a large difference. We do have a close battle for the race lead.
Yeah, speaking of, 2 laps to go. Next time at the line, or make it 2 laps to go this time by, rather. Schmidl within 3/10. And I was thinking about this, Lewis. If race control does deem that Gronewold got a advantage, I would assume minimum penalty is likely 2 penalty points. He would lose less points by allowing Schmidl to take the win here. And this is where it's so difficult for these teams to make judgments, because they're trying to anticipate what race control is going to do when that decision is coming at the end of the race. Which way do you go?
But I think, for Tobias Gronewold, if he sits there and thinks, oh, well, if I give the win to Mikko Schmidl, maybe I don't get those 2 penalty points. I'm like, no, it's too late for that. It's way too late for that. If you give up that position, it has to be early. You can't give it up now, because that sets a dangerous precedent. You have to give it up when the incident happens, and it wasn't. Mikko Schmidl is all over the rear end. We're on the final lap. We're coming through the final corner. It does seem as though the second race is going to go the way of Tobias Gronewold across the line to take the victory for Team Nitro, just ahead of Mikko Schmidl. Superb drive.
Will we see a drag race to the line? Darren McCormack against former teammate Dom Blyer. They're squeezing to the wall. Oh, but Blyer's got it just by a nose as they finish up heat number 2. And now halfway through, Lewis, our heat races.
Indeed. Unfortunate there for Kevin Ellis Jr. The spin down to 7th position. Charlie Crossland across the line for ERA. Mikko Schmidl, his teammate, up there in 2nd. Should still be some decent points for ERA, courtesy of Schmidl's position. But, I mean, yeah, it's been an interesting one.
Well, we'll get a word with Tobias Gronewold in a couple of moments' time, but another interesting race. The second heat in the Esports Racing League powered by Nitro Concepts, and it's Team Nitro's own Tobias Gronewold that is able to grab the victory. And a mega start as well to challenge up towards that opening corner. And I'm very much looking forward to hearing what he has to say to Lewis, how the car's feeling, what the combo's like. Lewis is at the rig now.
I certainly am. Well, you can sit down, you can take a seat wherever you want. Obviously, great drive in that race. You had some drama at the opening complex of corners. What happened in all that?
I don't know what they did at the front. I just tried to get a good exit and they both ran wide, so I just went by. I had to go a bit into the off track because I wanted to avoid the Smeedle, so yeah, but good start, I think.
What's this like over an 18-lap race? Of course, you know, me and Arjuna, we've given it a little bit of a go. You had a lot of practice, but what's it been like over the couple of races we've had?
Yeah, for me, the most difficult is to see how long the race is still going because we can't see how many laps are left. So we always have to ask our manager basically to tell us. So it's a bit of like managing how much you push. So I think that's the most difficult for now.
And finally, things are looking really good for you lot as a team in general. Obviously, you know, we know the top two go through into that final right now. Your team's looking pretty strong on that on the points. Just got to do it for 2 more races, right?
Exactly.
Perfect. Well, best of luck.
Thank you.
All right, there we go. Great to chat to our race winner, Arjuna. And like I say, it's a fun experience, great atmosphere. There's a lot of people around. But yeah, I mean, what a fun one.
What a fun one. It means Tobias Gronewold has won his 2nd race in the Esports Racing League. By the way, Darba Cormac in heat number 1 did technically win his 3rd race, and so joins the 8 other drivers with 3 wins in the Esports Racing League powered by Nitro Concepts. 2 more heats to go. We'll wait to hear, Lewis, if there is any decisions from race control that might impact that. I think the start is obviously one topic of discussion. Obviously, the battling between Williams and Virtus.pro as well. But again, penalty points is what you want to try and avoid.
Yeah, and I think, you know, now we've seen a couple of race starts, we should kind of talk about that a little bit as to what that's like from a driving perspective, because it's not easy. So a few things to note as caveats. There's only 2 pedals for them, so there's no clutch.
And no hand clutch either.
And no hand clutch. So you have to do it from neutral into first, and you've got to control the throttle. Also, there is, you know, I don't know what sim you're all racing on at home and stuff. Sometimes you get the on-screen graphic which shows you the lights or whatever, and then they go out and you go. It's not that. You have to use your eyes. Yeah. You have to look at the lights. That's just like it was back when I started sim racing, so I'm glad to see it out there. I like you.
And that caught me out yesterday when we did our test race because...
yeah, someone jumped the start. If you've ever seen that the V8 Utes race from Phillip Island, I can't remember who it was, but he set off. Literally the lights came on and the dude went. That was our junior yesterday.
I went before the lights even turned on because I hadn't realised that
he still didn't win, by the way. He didn't get a penalty, but he didn't win.
No. To be fair, that race didn't officially have an end. So I've got a racing driver excuse there. Racing driver excuses, though, in this format, Lewis, no one wants to fall back on them. I always like to joke about the racing driver excuses. When we talk about Ellis Jr. making a mistake like that, again, go back to the fact that this is a difficult car and they had limited practice. It's so different to the iRacing Daytona 24 powered by VCO, which is going on right now, right, where those drivers would have done 15, 20 hours minimum of practice to get ready for the race.
Exactly. I mean, look, there's a lot of work that's gone into this, and I think we've got someone that could potentially talk to us about some of the work that has gone into it. Obviously, team manager, come, take a seat. Obviously, you know, been a great event thus far for you, Rene. I mean, obviously, we've had a few conversations when you were back. Racing, you can have a microphone there, you can talk yourself. I mean, what have you made of this so far? It's been so much fun.
Yeah, it's really great. First of all, hello, and it's great to be here. I mean, I came here yesterday. We had a great evening dinner with all the teams, and I mean, for me, we are in the scene for so long now, and obviously raced in so many different series, and yeah. Especially last year, we had no major series except of ERL, but also nothing on site. And be back here on site, really meeting all the teams, all the people, all the staff, everyone involved is really great. And I mean, for the races here, I must say it's like at home. I'm sweating. It's very intense, and it's like at home, like we had the season in ERL. It's so tight, it's so good, and yeah. a really good day today. Yeah.
And you talk about tension. I'm very curious what it's like for you. Obviously, Unicorns of Love previously, but now Team Nitro specializing in 1 or 2 sims, as most sim racing teams do. What's the challenge like of growing to other platforms, jumping to iRacing, jumping to Gran Turismo 7, especially when you are at home and you can't be in person like this and maybe work a bit more closely together?
Yeah, I mean, I would say, of course, having a home sim is better because you're more experienced in the field, and every sim is different. But I would say, in general, it really comes to experience overall. I mean, if you race so many different events and series, also on site, I mean, on site is completely different to when you drive at home. So it comes really down to the experience on sim, but also like adapting and preparing, because the process is always the same. For each sim we prepare the same and just look how the car feels and how the sim is behaving. So for us there's no really difference. Yeah.
And obviously, thinking of this season and how things have been, we started out on a set of Corsa Competizione, and we all sat there and we expected you to be a strong team. You know, it's your given platform. Then when we went racing on Le Mans Ultimate, maybe not necessarily a surprise that you were strong, but maybe a surprise that you were as strong as you were, getting into the final, really competing up there. Has this season been a surprise for you, how fast and competitive across all the platforms the boys have been, even here at on the last garage?
I would say for ACC and LMU I was not surprised, because we also, I mean, ACC had no major events, so we made the call very early to switch to LMU and also gain some experience, because the sim is very new but also very popular. And also maybe for Virtual Le Mans, eyeing into that direction, we decided that we want to get the experience there. So for that, I was not surprised. But in general, for the rest, I was very surprised that we can match other levels. But also the other teams, I would say every team was quite close together in each sim, and it was very competitive overall. So yeah. For the first rounds, I would say I was not surprised, but for other things like iRacing, for example, I was very surprised. Yeah.
I want to ask about the future, but we'll get there in a second. Let's start by talking about that last race that we just had. What's your opinion on what Tobias Groenewold did? Did he take an advantage going off the circuit? Are there penalty points to be thinking about?
Yeah, the problem is I'm sitting in the first row, so not closely to the driver, so I can't really see much on how he's driving. So I was very surprised when I saw the incident in the telemetry tool or in the Teams tool. So I can't really say if he gets a penalty or not, if he cut it or not. I just hope that he didn't get a penalty. I don't know if the result is out, but just hope that, because I think it's 4 penalty points if you cut in quali.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, so it's a lot of points, and when you cut, it can cost you a lot of positions, yeah.
Well, as we can see, practice is underway. You're a busy man. We'll let you get back to it. I'll take the microphone off you. Thank you so much. Great to chat.
Thanks, Rene.
Okay.
Always great to catch up with the team managers. And I do want to go now and ask him, after this event is over, what are those plans for 2026 and moving forward? Where does Team Nitro see themselves going? Because obviously the Unicorns of Love, I mean, such a well-represented team on Assetto Corsa Competizione and in the SRO Esports competitions. Do they now make the switch to Le Mans Virtual and everything there? Quick look at the points though, Lewis, where Team Nitro, Williams F1 Team Gaming are 8 points separated. So Team Nitro still separating themselves from the rest, but 3 points, 3 positions cover the rest of our teams.
Yeah, incredibly close between the Williams F1 Team Gaming, RAFA ERA and Virtus.pro. Team Nitro is starting to break away a little bit. It is expected, and like I say, it's a solid position for them to be in.
And I can tell you that Tobias Groenewold gets a single penalty point.
I think that's fair.
I think that's fair. I think that's more than fair.
I don't think it needs to be any more than that. I think 1 penalty point is enough. Effectively, he gained 1 position for it, and so 1 penalty point is fine.
And so I believe the drivers roll for qualifying. Now, I saw Mikkel Schmiedel was still representing RAFA ERA. I think I saw Charlie Crossland as well. So no changes for them. Ellis Jr. back out onto track. We have been told that Darren McCormack is doing every single race that Virtus.pro is competing in. And so now we just wait to see any changes for Williams, F1 Team Gaming, or for Team Nitro. No, I don't believe Team Nitro have made a change. I do think Williams have done a change.
They certainly have. So Tinko van der Velde has jumped behind the wheel. Who has he replaced? Replaced Dominic Blyer. So DB's out of the car and having a bit of a breather. Potentially, to be fair, I don't hate that in a sense of, obviously, you can't know if you're going into the final. But let's say, for example, you think, Dom's one of your best options. He's high on the winning list. We expect him to go really strongly here. I like the idea of getting sometimes your top driver or whatever's team out of the car for a couple of races. Hope that you get into the final with the other two, and then they're a bit fresher for that last race. I know they're only, it's a 5-minute qualifying session and a 12-minute race, but still.
And remember, all 3 drivers have to race in the final, so you might as well be doing a mix and match. Remember, it's RAFA ERA and Team Nitro that did bring 4 drivers, so they will have the option of which driver does not compete in the finals if we get there. For Virtus.pro, for Williams F1 Team Gaming, no questions there. Out through the first of the chicanes and up towards the double right-hander, we were looking at Tobias Pfeffer, who's set the benchmark initially at a 47. But remember, in that last qualifying session, Darren McCormack, 45.65, expecting more improvements in the third of our heats.
Yeah, I think it's still going to be a 0.5 for pole in this. But starting off with a 0.7 is pretty pacey from Tobias Pfeffer. Here comes Tinko van der Velde to complete another lap in this qualifying session. It does improve by a 10th or so, still sits 4/10 off. The only person who's ahead of is Darren McCormack and Tobias Groenewold, who now pops up to McCormack. Groenewold's at the bottom, McCormack goes up into 3rd.
And Virtus.pro provisionally 2nd and 3rd. Disappointing second heat, but those same 2 drivers able to put that behind them for the time being. It's Tinko van der Velde that is the one that is getting himself up to speed as quickly as he can, and makes a slight mistake through that second chicane and finds himself in the wall on the outside. Now, damage is enabled as far as I am aware, so I'll have to wait and see if that does slow him down.
I mean, if there was someone who had a bit of damage on their car yesterday, it was yourself. You had a wheel in the cockpit with you after a little bit of ice skating into a very thick wall. Well, I said it was going to be a 5. Well, Mitchie Tauscher just set the fastest lap of the day. A 5.30, that is 0.03 of a second faster than Darren McCormack's 5.65 from the previous qualifying sessions. That is a very impressive lap from Mitchie Tauscher. How much closer are we going to get? Fastest lap I've heard that it's set in practice was a 4. I'm not sure what it was in the 4s, but 4s are definitely possible.
So another 10th or so potentially to be found as Schmiedel winds himself up and heads back to the start-finish line. Pole in our first of the heats. And with no improvement at the line, he stays in 4th. But once more, our field of 8 covered by about half a second. Blink and you find yourself running down the order. Maybe 2 laps left to go, Lewis.
Yeah, I mean, look, depending on where you are, if you're already in that first sector, you might be able to get that second lap in. But obviously, the track doesn't necessarily evolve. The car doesn't evolve, so it's whatever you're on could be the fastest lap you're on. You've just got to build yourself up in this qualifying session. The only thing is you can't exceed track limits. It's such a big penalty. You heard already see what they're saying about it. It's 4 penalty points. If you do exceed track limits, you cannot afford that. Kevin Lewis Jr., decent lap from him. 3rd position. Here comes Tobias Pfeffer up towards the line. Can he beat Mitchie Tauscher's time? Across the line he's going to go. No improvement. Darren McCormack goes to 2nd though.
And I think that as Mitchie Tauscher crossed the line, there was less than 40 seconds to go. He will not get a chance to improve, because once the clock strikes 0, that is it. And so pressure builds and go fast time for Heat 3. 1 more heat after this, and then we are down to the final 2 teams in the Esports Racing League powered by Nitro Concepts. 1 to be crowned our champions and to lift the belts in our prize-giving ceremony. Here comes Tobias Pfeffer. He might be the last driver that sets a valid time. Some improvements further down through the running order. But the 45.30 stands tall as qualifying comes to an end.
Yeah, great lap time from Tauscher. Again, the fastest lap we've seen all day, Arjuna, and it really is a brilliant lap time from Tauscher, especially after what happened in the previous race. Again, we didn't actually see what happened, but he dropped down the order. Not 100% sure as to what happened to him. But there was that drama for him, and so to bounce back straight to the top, brilliant stuff. And Team Nitro continue to look like the dominant force here in the VCA Esports Racing League.
Definitely. Interesting question that I will pose to those watching. Are you Team Shoe or Team Sock when sim racing? Lewis?
It depends where I am. Home, socks.
If you were here?
Shoes.
Interesting how many of them are just using socks.
So, two things. Number one, the brake pedal, it's not, to be fair, it's not as stiff as
Look at that! One shoe, one sock.
Who is this?
Sacrilege.
That is sacrilege. You're like your team. I'm just going to take both. Here we go. The slow
Come on,
team
Hugo.
out. Toby Pfeffer. Boy.
Right. He needs a talking to.
That you just get a second shoe, mate.
That's a good question. Did he lose one of the shoes?
Right. And he's like, no, but I've got at least a throttle pedal. But surely if you had a shoe on either, you would want a shoe
on the other.
Wait, hold on. I need to think about this. No, the shoe is on the brake pedal.
It is, yes. No, you
Yeah.
You got worried for a second.
I was like looking at him being like, why has he got a shoe on his throttle pedal? No, I mean, maybe he wants more feel. Obviously, the thing that I feel that you lose when you have shoes on, same as gloves, no gloves. I feel when you have gloves, you lose feel. Obviously, you're not touching the wheel. So I'm team no gloves.
Team no gloves. Well, no gloves for most of our drivers as we get ready to go for the third of our heats in the Esports Racing League finals. Final checks from our staff. Once again, the drivers have rotated rigs. So even though Kevin Ellis Jr. raced that previous race, he's in a slightly different situation now. The lights come up and we get ready to go. Look to the top of the screen where the red will come first, and when the green drops, off and away we will go. Lots of power at their disposal. That's a long hold, and eventually we go racing. A sluggish start from the front row, and it's going to mean a challenge up towards the first corner. Chopped and then contact for Charlie Crossland as we slide up to turn number one.
Yeah, that was a big cut over from Mitchy Tauscher. I think he was struggling for grip on the car. Virtus.pro making the moves. Darren McCormack going straight underneath and up in the second position and dragging through his teammate Kevin Ellis Jr. Brilliant driving for the Virtus.pro duo. It was Darren McCormack who was squeezing the barrier. There's more drama coming here for Williams. Tobias Pfeffer all over the place. It's Tobias Grunewald. Again, Team Toby going into a fight here for 5th and 6th position. They're all over each other at the moment at the back of the field.
The only penalty point from Heat 2, by the way, was for Team Nitro. They stack up through the final corner. This is a lot more clumsy of a race, Lewis, as we finally end the first lap.
You see all that stack up on the inside? It was like watching racing at Bristol. And Mikael Schmiedel went, no, I'm going around the outside, boys. And cleaned up a lot of them. Up 5th place. Great start from Mikael Schmiedel. ERA running 4th and 5th at the moment. But Virtus.pro, they're the ones in a great spot at present. 2nd and 3rd. And obviously a bit of a controversial race start where the person who will be under investigation would be Mitchy Tauscher.
And for Virtus.pro, they need this result. There is no question. Without this finish, they would be on the back foot in the final race of our heats. On board with Grunewald. Sat in 7th and loses the rear end slightly as they work their way back to the line here at Parsifal Park. What a unique track it is, and a unique combination of the medium and low speed corners that does not open many an opportunity for passing, but with a mistake, and those have been common, things can happen. Remember, Darren McCormack slipped up in the previous heat, had to fight his way back through the field. Eyes focused forward on target, Mitchy Tauscher.
So good though to see them start to separate out a little bit, knowing that later in the race they always seem to come back together in this competition on this platform, and I get the feeling it might well happen again. Darren McCormack will not allow Mitchy Tauscher to run too far clear of this. We've got some defence coming in. Charlie Crossland, it's not defence actually, correction of that. It's a switch between the teammates. Mikael Schmiedel goes up in the 4th position. Charlie Crossland drops down to 5th. Obviously, team manager Chadders will be on the blower to them, thinking, right, this is how we're going to swap things around. And Will Chadwick getting that communication over, Charlie Cross and instantly pulling over. I like that, playing the team game. At the end of the day, this is a team sport. Big time, as here's Grunewald and Van der Velde at the back of the field.
Oh, and the Williams F1 gaming machine is going to slip and slide its way off the track and into the wall. Oh, disappointment for Van der Velde making his first appearance in this Final Four. And for the Williams F1 Team Gaming Club, slightly more depressed chances as we sit right now. Only on to the 5th lap of this heat though, so still a long way to go. And the gaps are starting to build, Lewis, through the field. Another mistake there. Grunewald goes into the grass.
Grunewald doing a first to last challenge, rarely seen in sim racing, but he's given it a go, unfortunately. He's in 7th at the moment. I think he'll be all right to probably hang on to that, courtesy of where Tinko van der Velde is on the race circuit. But again, it's a tricky track. Tobias Pfeffer with the big send down the inside on Charlie Crossland, pushing him out of the way at the final corner and working his way through. Great move from Tobias Pfeffer. I love the aggression of that. I think that was absolutely perfect.
Sometimes hip and shoulder is totally fine.
Perfect.
And he was making the apex without the car there, and that's, I think, the important thing. Schmiedel on the case of Kevin Ellis Jr., who's now 1.6 seconds back from Dara McCormack. Look at the different lines through the right-hander. This is where Ellis Jr. made the mistake in the previous heat. And Schmiedel, once again, that wider line, a lot smoother, Lewis, like you were pointing out in heat number 1.
Yeah, he likes to miss. Yeah, I think he clips the apex before, but he tends to run out a little wider off of it than most others and brings himself back onto the apex at 5. And clearly he's got a lot of speed here. He's got more speed than Kevin Ellis Jr. has at this present point in the race. I think Mikael Schmiedel might find his way through and try and chase up to the top 2. I don't think, though, that he has enough pace to get to 2nd spot, so he's only finding his way through into 3rd. But we speak of teams that really need points here. Now, as much as Tobias Grunewald's running in 7th, I'd still say with the first place of Mitch Tausch, with the gap they've got over, René Siebert, who we just spoke to in Team Nitro, won't be too worried. This, though, might be the cause of some concern. Look at Mitchy Tauscher here.
So he actually makes contact there with Ellis Jr. and it was Mikael Schmiedel that lost out, not Charlie Crossland, so I'll correct myself. On board with Van der Velde, who almost got run out into the grass. Pfeffer pushed out wide, McCormack flies up the inside, and the pain piles on for Pfeffer.
Like I say, I can see that one being a tricky one for race control. The Mitchy Tausch thing on the race start might be pretty much a slam dunk, but in the right-hand side of your screen, you can see things are getting close on the field at the moment. You've got Darren McCormack in the middle of all of that, I believe. You've got, it's Kevin Ellis Jr. rather, who's now got Mikael Schmiedel ahead. You've got Tobias Pfeffer and Charlie Crossland all in this little train.
And every team needs the points at this stage. There are only 18 laps after this heat is complete before we eliminate 2 more teams from the Esports Racing League. We whittled down 24 regular season competitors to the 4 most consistent, and some big names were missing in that list as well. The likes of RAFA Esports, Coanda Esports, 2 event winners in the regular season, Lewis.
Well, I mean, yeah, Coanda Esports won more events than any other team, did they not, in the online championship, and they're still not here. I've taken the nick out of them a little bit before. I think it's hilarious, but that's the nature of competition. They weren't consistent when they needed to be consistent. We've got the 4 best, the 4 most consistent teams in this competition that are here, and this competition is brutal. You're either you get to this point, you think you're the very best, but we lose 50% of our competitors in 2 races' time. Well, there's one more. Thankfully, though, it's not as if that we all finish this and then we go home, go to bed, and then come back to it. It is all over quite soon after it, so you're missing out on 2, maybe 3 races.
And I think the after party is going to be quite fun as well.
Are you going?
Yeah, because apparently the Fridge in Florian's place plays sim racing on the TV and dispenses adult beverages, so sign me up for sure. McCormack has closed on Mitchy Tauscher, half a second the gap at the front. That's officially half of Heat 3 in the books. Remember, Dara McCormack started on Forza Motorsport with a controller, eventually transitioned into PC sim racing with the folks over at the Williams F1 Team Gaming. It's just a reminder, Lewis, that it doesn't matter where you start in this journey, the best in motorsports can find their mark.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, it's great to see this competition, these drivers that are in it at the moment, and you can see Darren McCormack there. He's one of the best in sim racing, and he continues to show that craft. There's a look to the inside though, coming in from Tobias Pfeffer. Pfeffer's given it a go on Kevin Ellis Jr. there in the previous race, and he's looking to give it a go once more. And like I say, he found his way past in the previous race. Will he find his way through in this one, or will Kevin Ellis Jr. not make the same mistakes that he did in the previous?
I've just heard from our race director, by the way, from Heat 2, I had mentioned only one penalty point announcement for our race winner. There are other incidents that they still have to work through, and so we aren't holding up the racing action, but race control will need some time between the heat and the finals. We'll have plenty of interviews to carry you through that period. Back to the front though, as Mitchie Tauscher tries to put the power down. You saw Mikkel Schmiedel leaning the car in as well. He's only 2.7 seconds back. Might be asking for a little bit too much. Kevin Ellis Jr. losing track of Schmiedel. Pfeffer getting closer.
Like I said, I think Schmiedel is going to have a casual run to the end of the race. The only thing that he might find the position further up the order is if McCormack and Tauscher make some form of contact. Don't rule that one out necessarily, but that's the only way that he might well drag himself back in. We saw McCormack right next to him as his teammate Kevin Ellis Jr. there on the rig on the right hand side. He's starting to feel a lot of pressure, a lot of wheel work coming in. Watch it through here as they flick back over to the right hand side. They tend to get a little bit of a slide, a little bit of a tank slapper coming out of that penultimate corner. Once again, a couple of stabs in the steering wheel coming through T10 in the last corner. 5 laps left to go. I don't have a word for that one.
Oh, you love your fancy words. For 4 laps left to go, 3 laps?
I've got the word for 4 laps left to go.
What is it?
Pre-ante penultimate. 3 is ante penultimate, 2 is penultimate, 1 is last.
And no one cares.
No, you know what? I don't even care.
Exactly.
I just think it's really funny that there's a word for it.
True, there's
a word for something that's the 4th to last of a given thing. What a joke.
There are a lot of words for a lot of things, to be fair. English is a peculiar language when you think about it. Time ticks away. Mitchie Tauscher continues to look strong. And Lewis, I think at this point, 1 heat left to go. Team Nitro, 1 step into the final already. They are looking impervious, but I don't think we've seen 3 drivers from them just yet.
No, I don't think so. No, we've done the pre-ante penultimate heat. We've done the ante penultimate heat. We're in the penultimate heat, and yeah, Nitro have looked the strongest. Big slide coming in from Kevin Ellis Jr. There comes a look to the inside from Tobias Gronewold. Tobias Pfeffer, I can get them right. They get the Tobies the right way round. And for Pfeffer, he has found his way through. I know Kevin Ellis Jr. might feel a little bit hard done by there, but I think it was fair. It was his mistake going through the penultimate chicane. It opened up the opportunity. Pfeffer went for it. There was a bit of contact, but I'm from the touring car scene. A little bit of rubbing racing, it's fine. As long as you don't punt them out of the way, it's all right.
That's why we like being able to see the drivers. You saw the hand go up from Ellis Jr., a bit of exasperation, but I think you are correct. You can't be too frustrated when you make the mistake and close the gap back up. Pfeffer 1.3 back from Schmiedel. No closing that gap in my mind. And as it stands, this could be how Heat 3 comes to an end. And so, look at those top 4, Lewis. All 4 of our teams represented at the front.
Same as we had in the first heat. By the way, just touching the Kevin Ellis Jr. thing with the hand there, we're not saying it's unacceptable that he raised a hand.
Yes,
they're in the heat at the moment. They can say and do whatever they want in the heat at the moment. It's fine. You're in the middle of it. We've all done it where you've been like, what's this guy doing? And then you kind of like 2 seconds later, you're like, oh, it's actually me.
I mean, I've told this story in a broadcast before. I was racing Paddy Wolf in an endurance racing championship. He was in an LMP1, I was in an LMP2. He passed me in a way that I wasn't too appreciative of. I called him some nasty words. I said, if you're going to do that again, I'm going to crash you out. He messaged me after the race and went, what was that you said in your stream? And I didn't reply to that message. Final lap here of heat number 3.
That's a fair shout. Trust me. There's a few people here that know that I've said far worse on streams before, so don't you worry. We've all been there. Mitchie Tauscher, though, he's not saying anything about it at the moment. It's a brilliant drive. It looked like it might be a second consecutive win for Team Nitro, as Tobias Gronewold in the previous. It could be Mitchie Tauscher here.
And previously known as the Unicorns of Love, this is a team that has so much history.
in the Esports Racing League. Maybe we should not be surprised that they have come to the Final Four here at Sim Formula Europe and been the most consistent. Once more, Team Nitro on top. Heat 3 goes the way of Mitchie Tauscher.
Final lap, 18 done. Obviously they keep driving because they don't know what planet they're on, but they keep throwing it around. It's not over until it's over. And yeah, Mitchie Tauscher behind the wheel. A superb drive from him. It was really good to see it once more, to see him pick up the pieces, especially after maybe even the disappointment of what happened in the previous race. And once again, to have done from pole position all the way up to the race victory. Great stuff.
Well, we'll get a chat with him in a few moments' time, but ultimately now, Lewis, I'm very curious how the points have shaken up. We still have some race control decisions, yes, that may influence how things shake up, but it's do or die in this final heat. 2 teams eliminated from the Esports Racing League.
Yeah, indeed. Our junior's going to run off to go and catch up with Mitchie Tauscher, so we'll get an interview with our race winner. But yeah, look, we're at crunch time here. Team Nitro are looking strong and they're looking in a relatively comfortable position, but for the other 3 teams, things are getting extremely close and they're fighting over one position to move through into the final.
My friend.
Unless Team Nitro have an absolute blow up in the final race, things are looking
Mitchie Tauscher here
solid
with me.
forward.
Got a camera over there if you want to wave to your Team Nitro fans, but seems to be going quite well for you and the team right now.
So far it's going good. Apologies to whoever I hit at the start, but the mirrors are kind of strange because I couldn't see if I was clear or not. I tried to pull over and then I hit someone, I think him, I don't know. So I'm sorry to him, but pace is good. And yeah.
And so what's the plan now? Do you rotate the drivers for the final race? Are you going to step back into this car one more time?
I think Niklas is going to drive. I don't know if I'm going to stay in or Toby. But yeah, I think Niklas will drive for the last heat and then we'll see.
We've been talking a bit about the start and how difficult it was to launch. You mentioned the contact there. How sluggish was that initial release from the line?
It was okay, but I think I shifted up into second too early. Then I lost a bit of power. And yeah, like I said, I tried to move over and then he was already there, but I couldn't see. And then there was contact, and then even one William driver was next to me in turn 2, I think, and the hitbox again. It's just if you collide, you kind of bounce, and it's so tricky to catch a car. But at the end, I think nothing happened. So yeah, let's see. I think it's good.
Thanks, Mitchie. We'll let you go, and we'll get ready to run our final heat in the Esports Racing League, Lewis.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, we've had a great 3 heats thus far, and I think a 4th and final one's going to have its fair share of drama and a fair share of things that I think race control might have to take a look at. I think we're expecting maybe a slight pause in proceedings after the after the heats are completed, before those dramatic finals, as race control will have a lot to look at. So it is.
I mean, hopefully we'll get a chance to catch up with some of the drivers. Maybe what we also will need to do at some point is I've got some ERL keychains, some ERL pins over here. So maybe when we are in that break, we'll go to the audience and play some games with them.
You can show the people now. You got these badges, key rings. They're great. They are great.
They are great. I've already got a couple, so we'll be happy to give them away. I tell you what, let's welcome in Jurne Simincic, part of the RAFA ERA crew by EMM, and we'll enjoy a bit of a chat with the driver that's been sitting on the sidelines so far today, Jurne. What's it been like watching your teammates go out there and do all the racing?
No, I mean, if it makes sense, if like Charlie was more confident, Michal was on pace from the get-go. You know, it's always like just guessing who is gonna be more comfortable. In the first session, I was struggling a bit in the free practice. In the second practice, I figured out some special thing with throttle, instantly gained 3/4 tenths. But it was already like last few laps of second practice, and then later straight to quali. So then my quali wasn't too great. It was not too bad, but we thought, well, let's give Charlie a go. He's really quick. He felt comfortable. But once he was in, well, he got crashed out in lap 1 or something, like me in my first race. But we thought, well, let's just keep it going. It feels good. He had the pace, he had the consistency. So, yeah.
And obviously your sim racing history is based predominantly in rFactor 2. It's where you've done a lot of your racing over in that neck of the woods. Of course, we were talking about earlier, 4-time Formula Sim Racing World Champion. Obviously, you've done things in Le Mans Virtual. I know you've branched out into Le Mans Ultimate and stuff. As a sim racing, you'll kind of tend towards the more higher downforce and over on that kind of platform. This is obviously a new platform that you've not done too much on. Literally just jumping into the practice and whatnot, and a car that maybe not necessarily suits your driving style.
Yeah,
what's that been like as a learning process?
No, I need a front wing to go fast. So this car,
you need downforce.
Yeah.
It's funny, this sim, I don't even know how it's officially called, but I thought there would still be some good front, but and management on the traction. But actually, like the moment you go on throttle, it gives you the impression you're gonna start losing the traction. But you have to go very deep into that, and it gives you more and more traction on when sliding. So it's kind of like rFactor 2, but to some extent it's not. So I think on entries you have to drive like ACC. Apex is, I don't know, like iRacing, Exit like rFactor 2. It's kind of mix of everything to me. And I struggled a bit because I keep getting told that I was way too hard on the brake, even though I was very smooth. But that I was very safe on the throttle, despite me absolutely smashing the throttle. So I don't know. It's good fun though. So, but yeah, maybe next year, if I'm happen to be here again, maybe we have a car with a front wing, and then I might go quick.
We'll make it the case.
I think one of the surprises of the season was the RAFA ERA team. The level of consistency across the platforms. When I was talking to Will Chadwick, you guys came in effectively just winging it. No contracts, no nothing. It's just, we want to compete. Let's do this.
Oh, the contracts. Oh, yes. Yeah, no, we wanted to do this. Obviously, I was still at RAFA at that moment. I brought the name into the group. I told William, well, let's try to find something, because I had contact with him. He got a couple more guys. We got Michal. We got Jack from some other team, I think from BS Plus even, or some other, I don't fully know, but we got a team together. I don't even know how, but we didn't really win races. We didn't have this player of the evening or all these awards. We didn't really win much, but in the end we were P1 in the standings. Personally, I didn't really excel in any sim, but I just did good enough that we progressed to quarters, to semis. But yeah, hats off to Michal. He did really great in most of the sims. Really good pace. Also, William doing the managing and the driving at the same time, and absolutely smashing the lap times.
Don't be too nice.
Nah, yeah, don't.
But the overall, really fun experience, especially without any expectations. But of course, we always want to win. But
very quickly before we let you jump back into the audience and such, sounds like it's a bit more of almost like a tangible team for like what everyone's used to in the world of sim racing. We see all these teams, your Virtus.pros, your Williams, out there with like the Porsche Commanders, your Red Lines, where everything's still a bit of fun sometimes, sure, but still super serious and stuff. You've kind of got that like almost normal team approach, which is the normal experience for everyone. Everyone's just come along, they're trying to have a good time. It's a good time before a good race. It sounds like, is that the vibe of the teams? It sounds great.
No, it is like that. What was the exact word? Michal was reluctant to say it, but eventually after 2 days he was like, yeah, I like being here. But no, yeah, we get well along. We don't make problems of anything. We got good jokes going. Sorry for the bad joke at the start of the broadcast.
No, that's right. I appreciated how poor it was.
It took me this was the first time I actually gave that joke, because everybody else was joking with this 6-7 for the whole weekend. This was my chance.
Yeah, no, you did it. You nailed it.
You did a 6-7. That you did.
Yeah. Yes.
Well, Jurne, we're going to get ready for our final heat, so I'll let you go back and support your Team RAFA ERA teammates, but great to have you here with us.
Thanks a lot.
Cheers, Jurne. Cheers.
Jurne Simoncic, who did win some races in the previous editions of the Esports Racing League, if I remember correctly. Was that when he was part of Burst?
It was when it was part of Burst, but yeah, Burst were actually in it. Yeah,
they were.
Yeah, I remember. Because this was Arca breaks at Bathurst, so I remember this happening. ERWC1. Yeah, no, clear memories. Look, it's always great to chat to Jurne. if you've come from the R Factor 2 side of it and you've been in sim racing for a few years, he's honestly, I see him as a bit of a legend on the R Factor 2 side. He's one of the ones that when you go through like the list, if you were to make like 100 best sim racers, Yone would be on it.
Should we ask ChatGPT to do that?
Huh?
Should we ask ChatGPT to make the list of 100 best sim racers?
Considering its best commentator selection, no. But we're not going to say that just in case anyone gets offended, so it's fine.
Yeah, our egos were a little bit bruised yesterday.
I'm just going to say I was on it, Arjuna wasn't.
Yeah,
so,
no.
You know.
It's okay. Reigning, defending VCO Simi Award winner.
Yeah, but I'm the first 2-time VCO Simi Award winner, so it's fine.
So it is Kevin Ellis Jr., Dara McCormack for Virtus.pro, Mikhail Schmiedel, and I believe still Charlie Crosslands for RAFA ERA?
Yeah, Charlie Cross as well. Well, obviously it can't be because Yone was chatting to us. We've got Mitchie Tauscher and Nicholas Halban, who's driving on the far side there for Team Nitro, so we are seeing their third driver. We've got Don Blyer, DB's close to the screen. I don't know if it's Tobias
I would
Pfeffer
assume
or
Tinko
Tinko van der Velde, but we'll have to wait and see on that one. 4 minutes and 40 seconds. We are in the second qualifying session. Fourth qualifying session here. Goodness me, I can count. I was terrible with numbers earlier. I've tried saying an 8-digit number was a 10-digit number.
It's a very different qualifying format to the rest of the ERL season as well. We were talking about hyperpole qualifying being the pressure cooker of a situation. We've seen the time slowly improve, Lewis. We started with the 46.68 from Schmiedel in Heat 1 qualifying. Mitchie Tauscher's been able to shave about 1/10.5 of that, making his way through Heat 3 qualifying. We still haven't seen that elusive 44.
And do you want to know, this is something that, you know, Larry's just mentioned it, and I think it's a great point. We've been talking about it a little bit here. Unless they move through, this could be the last time we see Virtus.pro in sim racing in qualifying, and it could be the last race we see them, unless they progress through and we see them in a couple more.
As we have mentioned already, Virtus.pro, it's the last time we'll see these drivers flying the flag for them, but what a journey for Kevin Ellis Jr., Dara McCormack, Wojciech Fiala, and the entire team, right? You talked about the relationship between those two. Yeah. It's been really fun to see that develop through the last 12 months.
Yeah, it's been great. Nicholas Halban not sticking anywhere near the racing line or the track limits, but obviously maybe getting his eye in for the finals coming up, because he will probably be, well, it'll be obviously himself, Grunewald and Tauscher. Big slide coming in from Kevin Ellis Jr. No, the Virtus.pro thing, it's been a great story. I'm sad to see them go so soon because it's a great team and I do want to see more of them, but this is the nature of things. This is how sim racing works, how you know, a lot of this contracts, investments and such works. It's just how it goes. The thing is, as much as we see it's the last team, it's obviously not used last. You're going to see if Dara McCormack and Kevin Ellis Jr. and Wojciech Fiala, Mikhail Staksenko as well, who's been in that team. They will, we'll see them kind of basically appear in teams elsewhere. But the curious thing is, where? We get to play some silly season games later on.
You mean the never-ending silly season that exists within the world of sim racing?
Who else is Drago Racing going to pick up?
Right. There's been a lot of chopping and changing in the last couple of weeks. Brand new team joining the iRacing ranks, Blue Mercure. It's a French esport crew. Be very curious to see the shifting moving forward. I tell you what, I've just got a message from Alex at VCO. I think he's asked ChatGPT for the list of the 100 best sim racers.
Oh, well, okay, we'll have about 15 minutes after this before we get into the final. We'll have to flick through that list then and have a go. What's your instant reaction, instant review?
I have
Is Gregor Hutu number 1?
No, he is number 2.
He is number 2, okay, that's fine. Okay.
Where I am having a little bit of an objection here is that Hugo Luis, our broadcast director, the only iRacing world champion in the open wheel era with Martin Kroenke and Gregor Hutu, 62nd. Woo! Some of the names in front of him.
My high.
No, unfortunately.
Obviously not. Well, we'll come back to that after this race. I'm very curious. We've got 1 minute and 20 seconds left to go. Don Blyer is on top of the session with a 5.40. It's not the fastest time we've seen in the day. It was a 5.30 that we saw from Mitchie Tauscher in the previous qualifying session. We're getting faster and faster. Will there be more time to be found out there? Is there a 0.4? Is that elusive 0.4 going to make its debut in this fourth and final heat in this qualifying session?
60 seconds to go. Just been told by race control that Michi Tauscher gets 2 penalty points from heat number 3. So Team Nitro combined to 3 total penalty points. I believe our race control team is mostly caught up from heat 2 and 3 as well. The points are going to be closer, but Team Nitro still are 1 step into the final, and it's all to play between RAFA ERA, Virtus.pro, and Williams. This qualifying session's important, and Dominic Blyer is doing exactly what the team wants him to do.
Yeah, Williams needs to score well here at the moment. He has that provisional pole. We're in the final 30 seconds of qualifying sessions. The final laps are about to come in. Nico Schmiedel crossed the line to go within a 10th of our pole time. Through the final corner comes Darren McCormack, Virtus.pro. Could it be the last race they'll be entering in a few moments' time for the Virtus.pro team? Can McCormack do something and pull something out of the fire to maybe make something special happen across the line? It's not been good enough for an improvement. He remains in 3rd position. It's Dominic Bly currently on the pole. It's Mikael Schmiedel across the line. Can he sneak his way up onto that pole as the session comes to a close? It is going to be Dominic Blyer for the Williams F1 team gaming.
You got it.
God, it's really hard to get into my rhythm. But yeah, Dom Blyer's on pole.
It's almost as though the Williams guys need to give us shirts with the logo on it so we can remember it moving forward.
I completely agree. To be fair, I've got a Williams Esports. I've got a couple of Williams Esports shirts and a Williams Esports hoodie. Never got a Williams Sim Racing.
No,
that name didn't last long.
I'm pretty sure I stole a Williams Esports shirt from Javi and not a Williams Sim Racing, so you are quite correct. First qualifying session, by the way, that we did not improve in time, so Dominic Blyer about 100 slower, and as we look at these points, look how close it is between Virtus.pro, RAFA ERA, and the Williams F1 Team Gaming teams. 2 points between 3 teams, and remember, each position is worth a point.
And one thing that we can't actually show here, but it is relevant, the worst result of your given team, so the single worst result over the 8 results that you've got, obviously 2 drivers per race, the 8th result of that is not included in this, so it is a drop score for that one. However, again, if there are penalty points in that, those penalty points still count. So, effectively speaking, it is definitely all to play for 2nd through 4th. Team Nitro could still get knocked out mathematically. They would have to have a shocker, and it's at the point where they would have to finish 7th and 8th, maybe with a couple of license points, and Williams and whoever would have to finish in a specific order, like 1 first, 2nd, 1.
I'm pretty sure if Team Nitro don't get penalty points, they are mathematically through.
Yeah. Like I said, they'd have to have an absolute shocker here.
And quickly, I've just been told with the drop points, the way it stands is 16 for Team Nitro, 22 for Virtus.pro, and 24 for RAFA ERA and Williams F1 Team Gaming. So it's still 2 points between those 3 teams.
Yeah, it is going to be close. It's going to be a bit of fun. Indeed, it is a lot of pressure on some of these teams, but this is kind of one of those ones where you just need to go into it, and I still maintain this. We talk about stats, results, you know, all these things that appear, all these things that matter, what are the point standings are at, what they're talking about behind the scenes. I promise you, 9 times out of 10, if you're in sim racing and you're taking part in a big championship, ignore it. Turn it off in your brain. Don't think about the points. Don't think about anything. Just think about the race and what you can do. You can only score as many points as you can.
And when I go to that point, sometimes you talk about the delta, right, in sim racing, that green and red bar that tells you how you're trending. There are people with very specific opinions on that in situations like this.
Yeah, I don't like it.
Do you drive to the delta? Do you not? And in my opinion, I'm with you. Situations like this, turn that delta off. It's on you to push as hard as you can.
Yeah, if you need, look, you know, if you need the points, you need to go and get them. If you don't need the points, then you just kind of sit back and relax and just get what you can. But I think overthinking it and trying to balance everything left, right, and centre, it's a recipe for disaster. It's something which is always going to go wrong. You're trying to spin too many plates. I think there's been a bit of a delay, by the way, on the race start, so they're having to restart the start of the race. That's why we're looking at the drivers. There's been a bit of communication. Saw Charlie Croston and Darren McCormack having a conversation. Obviously, 2 different teams, but 2 people that are colleagues. So it's all a bit.
So while we wait,
that one.
Should we quickly gander through the top 10?
No, I think we'll hold this off. Look, we've got 15 minutes to fill later on. Hopefully, we'll be joined by the big boss. But okay, fine. Okay.
Let's just look at the top 10.
Top 10. So number 1, F1 sim racing?
No.
Really? iRacing?
Yep.
Josh Rogers?
No.
Oh, Martin Cronker?
No. The other one that is not Josh Rogers.
Mitchell de Jong?
Max Benneker.
Oh.
Who you've forgotten about quite clearly in the last couple of years.
Yeah, but the thing is with Benneker, I'd put him in the top 10.
Yeah.
I wouldn't put him first.
Agree, I think.
Sorry, by the way, if Max is here, if he's snuck in, sorry.
So number 2, Gregor.
We
talked that one.
Number 3, Will Chadwick.
I'll look if Will is in this list later, but no, he's not.
Definitely not. Sorry.
He's not in the top 10. You said Josh Rogers.
Yeah.
He's 10th. So already, yep, no, I see the shock and exasperation on your face.
10th.
You want to know?
Maybe it's like, recency bias or something?
So I'll go in front of him, right? We'll go 10th upwards.
Okay.
Who do you think is in front of Josh Rogers? Just give me one guess. Recently signed for Redline.
Oh, James Baldwin.
James Baldwin.
He's Oh, that's a controversial pick.
8th is going to be even more controversial.
A team.
No, team owner. The team, one of the 2 teams that is not here that we've already talked about. Roman Grosjean.
Roman Grosjean
is the 8th best sim racer.
Maybe it's because it's R8G. That's fine.
7th is former R8G driver Florian Levine.
You know, Lewis coming in. He hates this.
You're gonna hate this. The worse it gets worse.
You know, Leary is not a fan of AI.
P6, Enzo Benito. Now he's number 1 on the list of best hair in sim racing.
Yeah, look. I think he's a very adaptable driver.
Very adaptable. For the ERL, he is the perfect driver.
Yeah.
But is he 6th?
6th in the world? No.
That's a hard one. P5, Sebastian Job.
Sebastian. Okay.
Okay, you'll take that. P4. Now I have a personal bias because I love this person. Lauren Heinrich.
Yeah, it's kind of because you always have to be like the best in sim racing and this, that, and the other.
He is an IMSA esports champion.
You put Lauren Heinrich in there. I think you have to lean toward. I'm sure Max Verstappen will appear on that list somewhere.
Nope.
But that's the thing is that he should. He absolutely should, because the sim racing stuff that he's done, he would be one of the best, right? Lauren Heinrich's an interesting one. I think Gregor Hutu being up there is absolutely facts. I think Gregor Hutu, we're talking about one of the best in sim racing of all time.
And I'm also going to point out that how do you compare a Max Benneker to a Nick Ottinger's 14th in this list, right? How do you compare NASCAR drivers who have such a different level of skill to compare to, right? It's a different type of a skill. So, interesting. I don't see Max Verstappen on this list at all, by the way.
Yeah,
I'm going to get myself in trouble. Sorry, I'm going to get myself in trouble.
Oh, no.
To show you how weird and funky this list is.
Who we got?
In P27 is Matt Malone. In P28 is Tony Kanaan.
I love Matt Malone.
They
I
are
love
both
TK.
Wonderful people.
They should not be on that list.
So now we have to wonder, what is the top 100? Are we talking top 100 influential?
Influential drivers.
Because Jimmy Broadbent is P83, Super GT is
P86. Who here is on that list?
Oh, good shout. Who is on this list that is here?
Darren McCormack, is he on it?
Well, Rene Butler's on this list. Rene?
Sorry, I didn't mean the jaw to hit the floor so quickly there that Rene's on the list. Brother!
Rene is the 17th best sim racer in the world.
He said I was Aidan Millward yesterday, or the day before. Don't worry, Aidan, if you are watching, I'm not stealing your identity.
Kevin Ellis Jr. is in 21st, so that's our first one.
Okay.
Mitchie Hoyer, who is around, he's not racing.
I've seen Mitchie, yeah.
He's P24.
Best of all time.
Who else is
Mitchie,
here?
But
who else is here?
I mean, this list is comedy, bro.
David Williams is on this list.
Is he?
Yeah. He is the 39th.
And obviously, if you go back in
this
this broadcast, you can see a great chat with David Williams about the brand new Coanda purple pedals.
Which we have to make sure they are not called the PRL pedals.
We have to make sure they're not called PRL, yeah.
Because that would be confusing for
purple
us.
pedals is fine, but I think you need more purple. I know the circuit boards, the bottom of them are purple, but we need more purple on them.
Hugo Luis.
What about a purple plate, like the foot plate?
Hugo Luis was P62.
Yeah.
I don't know if anyone else is on this list.
I'm curious. Let's have a little gander.
But I think, Lewis, we are getting ready to go racing.
Jan Mardenborough's 59th. Alex Siebel's on this list in 77th. Goodness me. Well, we'll get back to that in a bit because the race is about to get underway and we are racing for the final time in the heats. We'll say goodbye to two teams in a few moments' time. But as we head down to the first corner, it is Don Blyer leading from Mikael Schmiedel, Darren McCormack in third, Tobias Pfeffer in fourth. Big contact here between Kevin Ellis Jr. And Nicholas Hauben. It's not going well for Team Nitro. I said they're going to need a disaster here. Well, they're running 7th and 8th.
Yeah, they may just have heard your words and giving us that bit of drama that we want. Williams F1 Team Gaming, Dominic Blyer back into the VCARUS AECH and instantly feels the pressure from Mikael Schmiedel, who I think it is fair to say is one of the fastest drivers this weekend.
Big slide from Kevin Ellis Jr. there. He almost got tapped, I think, by Mitchie Tauscher. Absolutely great. Mikael Schmiedel's doing a great job for the team. He's got such speed. He is keeping the Williams F1 Team Gaming car under a lot of pressure at the moment. Don Blyer is holding his own in the front, but as this event goes on, as everyone gets more and more comfortable with this circuit car track combo, it's getting closer and closer, and it's close for the front. Up and under goes Mikael Schmiedel. Don Blyer's had to go straight on. He's got to give that one up, drops down to second position. He's got his old teammate Darren McCormack alongside. He's had to skip over himself, and the up and under comes in the way from Pfeffer, who sends it down to the final corner. They're all over the place. They're off the road, and there's a big crash as well. Darren McCormack's been put onto two wheels as there's a calamitous affair in the 10th and final corner as we complete the second lap. It's all gone up in the air, and Team Nitro are in the perfect spot to progress.
It was a bit silly, if we're being honest, down through there. Darren McCormack trying to cover off. Kevin Ellis Jr. gets shoved wide. You can tell that these drivers realize, Lewis, this is do or die in the final heat race here at Sim Formula Europe. Quick hands from Ellis Jr. to save that car in the bumps.
We'll be saying goodbye at present to Virtus.pro and to Williams F1 Team Gaming. They'll be out of this competition as things stand at the moment. Mikael Schmiedel and Charlie Crosser for ERA will be doing enough in first and third position. Great result from them. It would be the meme team potentially progressing through into the final to go toe-to-toe with Team Nitro. There is a look at Charlie Crossland. There's the feel, the pressure for Mitchie Tauscher, who's sat on the rear end. I mean, look, it's been an exciting competition up until this point, and I'm not sure what's going to happen in the final. That was a little bit too messy through there, but it was always going to happen.
Always going to happen. That is the reality. And let's be real, Lewis, when we get to the best of three finals, 3 versus 3, it will happen again. We'll add one driver from each of the teams when we get underway. And for RAFA ERA, we heard from Jurne, he feels like he's got the speed. It doesn't feel like he is not lacking in confidence. For Virtus.pro, we haven't seen Wojciech Fiala since the first heat today, and we haven't had a chance to catch up with him. Be very curious to hear, what his thoughts would have been after that first heat. This is the team manager's decision-making process, though, that they've got to go through. Picking your way through all the chaos, let's take a look at what happened to that final corner.
So we jump back here. Don Blyer goes straight on. Obviously, when he rejoins his side-by-side with McCormack, who himself goes straight on, going through the penultimate chicane at 8 and 9. Pfeffer gets up on the inside. I think McCormack, it's one of those ones, it's really hard to tell from that angle. McCormack's well out of grip. They both go out wide. Kevin Ellis Jr. goes straight under. And what is the one thing that I did notice when I was racing with your finest self? The front does tend to scoop cars up a little bit. So it's a little bit of that. Charlie Crossland giving up the position to Mitchie Tauscher. Do you know what? I guess absolutely fine. Yes, of course you are losing the point. But at the moment, they're outscoring comfortably Virtus.pro and Williams. I think it's absolutely fine to give up a couple of spots here.
And remember that Mikael Schmiedel is leading at this point, so he's in the perfect spot really to break away. As we get to within 1/3 of this race distance, it's going to be the case that does Nicholas Hauben work with Mitchie Tauscher to get some racecraft experience here, right? This is the opportunity for Team Nitro to build up heading into the final where we expect them to shine. Here comes Darren McCormack lunging up the inside.
Yeah, big send coming in from McCormack, trying to get something. Bit of side-by-side, bit of leading, bit of contact as well. McCormack's on the inside going to 5 and 6. Nicholas Hauben absolutely cuts over the nose there of Darren McCormack. He's all over the place on the exit of T5. Brings it back onto the circuit, then into the apex at 6 and 7. A chaotic moment there for Darren McCormack. Halban, though, he's at this point where he's kind of got to get his elbows out a little bit, knowing what the final's going to be like. He has to learn from that. If Team Nitro are to win this, you need all three of your drivers to be working in that final.
And it's why this is such a unique format, right? Because unlike traditional endurance team racing, right, where you have 4 different drivers competing in one car, it's 4 cars in 4 cars. 4 drivers in 4 cars, I should say. And so you are working together on track, whereas in the 24 Hours of Daytona powered by VCO going on right now as well, those drivers are building one car to be as fast as possible. It's a very different, unique situation, Lewis. It's a lot more sort of Rocket League-esque, if you will, right? This doesn't translate to traditional sim racing that we'd usually be talking about.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, that's just one thing the drivers have to get used to, right? That's just where you have to be. That's what you have to go for. It is what it is. Big slide coming in from Mitchy Tausch there once again. They are driving the rear end basically off of this car. And there's a big slide in the back. That's Kevin Ellis Jr. who's gone off. He's slapped the barrier on the exit of turn 5, asking a little bit too much for the car. And once again, he is spun around. We're getting some larger gaps appearing in this field, and we're getting that separation that maybe you expect in a final race where things do fall apart a little bit. Everyone's kind of pushed it, everyone's asked a little too much, and suddenly things have gone wrong in a dramatic way.
So as Mikkel Schmidl continues to drive off into the distance, looking very, very strong right now. No tyre wear, that's a factor that has been discussed previously through our heat races, but such a difficult car at the end of the day. We've talked about it so much. Lewis, I'd be very curious at some point if this track and car combination will be available for our viewers to try and jump on as well. Obviously the Last Garage in development. Maybe some of those people here at Sim Formula Europe could jump in after we're done tonight.
Yeah, I mean, look, I hope so, because I think we've said this before, it's a cracking car track combo. We had a couple of laps earlier, not too many, but a couple of laps. I think it is a fun car track combo. It's been exciting. It's one that I actually do want more people to try, because anyone sat here watching this might think it's a bit boring though, isn't it? Maybe we need something like a Daytona or something where it's big racing and this, that, and the other. For one, you don't. And for two, if you drive this, you'll be like, oh, do you know what? That's quite fun. It reminds me a little bit of taking the F4s on iRacing around Scuba. Because I think whenever it goes to a big circuit, you know, like the big slipstreams, the Spas, Monzas, Red Bull rings, I've been racing around, there's terrible. Then you take it to a small little go-kart track, it's a lot of fun.
I know you were too busy to come and join us, but the iRacing ERL round we had at the end of last year, V8 supercars at Oran Park. What a combination that was!
I did see it. It was a cracking combo, won by Coanda,
of course.
Couple of drivers who surprised in that though, and very much impressed. But look, I mean, Oran Park's it's a great circuit. Rest in peace. If you go and look at Google Maps, it is it's a housing estate now. It is not at all there. It's not like a Rockingham or somewhere it's closed. It's still kind of there. No, it's gone.
They do tend to like to do that, unfortunately, in that part of the world. Pukekohe is going the same way, regrettably.
Did it get a scan?
Yes.
Okay.
It is.
Are we getting it though at any time in my life?
Is it on iRacing already?
No.
No. These are all great, but these are all great racetracks, Lewis, that more people don't know about. We were talking about Lebanon yesterday.
Oh,
another great racetrack.
Lebanon is an absolutely cracking circuit, and yeah, it's got a fun flow to it, and a great run around. It's one of those ones that's also underutilised. To be fair, I'm just going to say it. The last time I raced Lebanon, it was 2013. It was split 2 of the Touring Pro Series Virtual Carrera Cup, and it was against Kevin Siggy.
Oh, look at that. Throwing out the names.
And he's not on the list of the top 100 sim racers, apparently. What a load of rubbish.
Nicholas Halban jumping into the VCARUS AECH and getting himself up to speed. Remember, 3 drivers in the finals. Halban has been watching from the sidelines, left side of the car, dips into the grass, and Darren McCormack digs through the rev range to try to close up once again. it's such a unique modern take on a GT3 car, right? GT3 cars are nowadays so aero-dependent, not so much leaning on the mechanical grip that GT4 cars rely on. This car strips away the driver aids, ratchets up the power, but it feels a lot similar to what a GT3 car would be if you loosened the restrictions. And I will say, all 4 teams have got gorgeous looking liveries on the car. And big shout out to Marcel Offermans as well for working with our designers to make these cars look so good.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, there has been a lot of work that's gone into to making these cars look like this. I mean, I think one thing that's important, the base profile of the car, you've got to have a good looking car. But it's always, I said this when we were going through the online season, I think the most important bit when it comes to having fictional cars and fictional circuits, I think it has to have a basis in reality. It has to look right, it has to feel right. This car, ooh, that's a big slide from Nicholas Helm. This car, it looks like a GT3. It looks right, and that's the important bit. I think capturing that is so difficult, but it is right. The only thing that's maybe a little bit off is the rear wing, which, by the way, I love. I think the way the end plates fit into the rear, I don't care if that's Willis or not. I think it's so sick.
It is very not GT3, that rear wing.
That rear wing is not GT3, but the rest of the car.
And it's kind of like the Porsche GT3 Rennsport that they made, right? This is kind of what I think manufacturers would do if the restrictions were removed. That it's fascinating. And for the Esports Racing League, I think platforms like the Last Garage are the future. The ability for us to tailor the car and track to esports competitions allows us so much variety. McCormack gets close, but still struggling to find the penetration to make the move. 1 lap left to go though, Lewis, here in the final heat race of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. We are on that last lap. We've got our finalists basically set at present. So we've got ourselves with Team Nitro, and realistically at the moment, unless there's some big drama behind the scenes, maybe there is going to be a joining of ERA in that final. For Mikael Schmiedel, though, it's been a great drive from him. He's at the front of the field, and after contact earlier on in the day when he got tapped by Darren McCormack, he's absolutely dominated this 4th and final heat. Will work his way into the final complex of corners, and he's going to work his way potentially into the final as well. With Team Nitro, ERA, looks like they're the ones headed through. Mikael Schmiedel will win across the line. Dominic Blyer and Mitchy Townsher on the podium. And I believe for Schmiedel, that's his 4th win of the season, is it?
Yes, indeed, and he becomes the first driver to win 4 races in the ERL.
Number 1 on the winners list this season.
And you can see Will Chadwick thrilled with that. I think that does give us the confirmation, Lewis, that the team at the very least thinks they've done enough. Confirmation to come shortly. We'll send you off and away to have that chat with our race winner, Mikael Schmiedel. 4 different race winners as well in 4 heat races, which is always something that's interesting to keep an eye on when you do have drivers with previous success able to carry that form forward, not always able to achieve the same level of success. But as our drivers finally breathe for the first time today, Lewis has made his way over to a very happy and very tall, appropriately sized, Mikael Schmiedel.
He is quite tall, I will absolutely agree. Mikael Schmiedel, of course, race winner there. Obviously, you've had great speed all day. You had great speed even in the first race. There was a bit of contact between yourself and Darren. But you've shown it at the end here. You've had great consistency. And it looks like you're going through to the final. How does it feel?
I mean, it feels great. I mean, in the end, as long as you give it your best, and I think all of us gave it our best today, we can be proud whatever the outcome is going to be. Yeah, I'm reasonably happy with my, let's say, pace or performance today. Obviously, you mentioned that contact. I mean, in the end, Darren was sorry and he apologized. So in the end, these things can happen, right? So
yeah.
Racing is racing, as you mentioned. But I mean, in the end, like the most joyful thing about it was there was no practice for it.
Yeah.
And you know how it goes in the sim racing with that nonsense grind sometimes for certain competitions, right? So this is how the sim racing should be done.
Well, obviously going into the final, it's yourself, it's Jörne, it's Charlie. Obviously provisional on points and whatever, but it's looking pretty good. Great team. What are your chances in that final? I mean, you'll be taking on that lot over there, Team Nitro, it seems.
I mean, we will just try our best, like I mentioned. But in the end, whatever the outcome is, yeah, we would like to win. That's for sure. But yeah, let's just see. It's going to be a little bit messy, I would say. You know how it goes in the finals. So yeah, but we're just gonna enjoy it here and have a good fun.
Well, fingers crossed for you and the team. Best of luck.
Thank you.
There we go.
And just waiting for final confirmation from our race control team. Maybe a couple of more incidents to review from that fourth and final heat of the day. But it does seem as though provisionally Team Nitro and RAFA ERA will be moving themselves forward. And our best of 3 finals will kick off momentarily. Arjuna Kankipati, Lewis McLeod here at Sim Formula Europe. Thank you so much for joining us on the VCO Esports channels or here in person for what has been a blockbuster day so far. I tell you what, it's been a great event, and the event will continue even once we are done post the checkered flag. One more day of competition tomorrow here at Sim Formula Europe, and so we welcome Andy Masson to our couch area here at Sim Formula Europe. And Andy, this is your brainchild. 6 years this has been going, and I've got to say, my first time here, it's amazing to see.
Thank you for this compliment, and I'm really glad that you are here. And I love this broadcast, and I love that VCO is here doing their finals. It looks amazing so far, so we're really happy with that.
Obviously, you've been involved in sim racing for quite a long time. You know, you've been kind of behind the scenes, one of the ones that bringing the events and really in with the community. What have you kind of seen over those years that you've been a part of it, trying to make events like this?
I think the enthusiasm of sim racers is getting bigger and bigger. The level of sim racers is extreme at the moment. Like when I see all those heroes out there, it's massively how on a short time how fast they are. Like it is a new development game. They never driven it. I tried it for weeks and weeks. I got a proper time. They get in. Like in the first round, they're like seconds faster than I ever did in all the weeks. So that is something amazing, like a big compliment to them.
And especially, I guess, given that the first of these Sim Formula Europes was in 2019 before the COVID pandemic, and I know it's not been uninterrupted, there was a pause slightly, but I'm sure that level has risen slightly. And one of the other changes, I guess, is the widening of what sim means. Previously, it was a bit more focused on just sim racing, but we have an area downstairs where there's some flight sims, and for those that like physical exercise, which is definitely not myself, there's even a bike sim area as well.
You didn't try it yourself?
No.
You can go up the Stelvio, so like maybe later on, try it, give it a shot. No,
we'll
it's yeah, you can bicycle to each other, But yeah, it's amazing. Like I think it's also if you look at the producers, like a lot of getting into flight simulation as well. So it's actually a normal thing to actually integrate flight into sim racing. And I think like some people do flight and sim race together, but I actually like it. There's a really nice community as well.
Obviously, it's a massive weekend for sim racing here. Of course, we have our final here in the VCO Esports Racing League across the esports world. We've got, of course, the iRacing Daytona 24-hour. VCO is also involved in that. You've got your own stuff happening over here, Sim Formula. You know, what's that all about? What's that like? Well, explain it for the people that are home that can't be here to see it. Obviously, you know, I've been waiting to come here for a few years. Finally, get to see it in person.
Yeah, of course. Like for this year's Sim Formula Europe, we started with Hot Lap Online, and the specific thing actually here is like you can come to the event and try to qualify for the Sim Formula Europe finals, and then tomorrow from 2 we have the finals here live with the last 16, which we have 10 people who actually qualified here at the event. So you show up at the event, you do some hot laps, you try to be as fast as possible. And maybe tomorrow you go home as European champion of Sim Formula Europe with a prize pool of 10,000 in total and 3,000 for the winner.
Yeah.
So I think that's an amazing format.
I've always loved watching it. I'm sad I won't be here in person, but I'm already thinking to next year because I'm sure your mind is already thinking about things that you can continue to improve. Sim Formula Europe is also part of this wider MECC environment. There's a great classic car show that me and Lewis spent a bunch of time in, but
you were telling me a bit about how Sim Formula Europe's grown in the 6 years. Where do you think you'll be 6 years from now with Sim Formula Europe?
I think for this year already, with you guys here and the ERL competition here, I really like the esports part. And I think it makes sense, like having the hardware producers, exhibitors here. And I really want to go in the esports part. And something which is still on my mind, like we always work with people which are like 16 years of older. I also want to have a competition for till 16. So that's actually maybe my next step. Really like get a sort of karting community into this as well.
Yeah, I think like events like this, we always say about them with these large sim racing events, it's a great time for us as a community to come together, to see each other and to be a part of it. I mean, I've seen some of the names on your leaderboard. Yeah, Jana Watmans. I've seen some of the names from years behind. It's a great list from the community that are involved in it. But the important bit is how many seconds off were you on that leaderboard? I've seen some of the times they've set, and I'm like, they're a couple of seconds past I thought they'd be.
I was close to your time. Let's mention that.
Okay.
And I thought that was really a good time as well. Yeah, it's so amazing to see those heroes out there. Like, it's really good racing. And like out of the blue, never drove the sim, never drove the car, and even like the VCARUS, it's a created car. And then a track which is no one knows. They get in 2 laps.
Yeah.
And then after that, every lap is the same, like a little bit better each time, but not a lot. They are on speed as soon. It's amazing.
And I love the camaraderie here as well. It's not just with our ERL competitors, but also with some of the Sim Formula Europe competitors and everyone that's here as well. I want to go back to 2019 when this idea kind of came about. What was that moment that you thought, why isn't there something like this in Maastricht already?
I think there's just a few events in Europe about it, and we were talking about bringing the community together. So we started here with 2 simulators. We had 10 online at the time, so we had 12 simulators. 2 here, 10 online. We made a competition, and actually, like, we had so much viewers. But we were broadcasting live at that time as well, and so everyone came watching, like all the people from in the classics, like, what is going on? And then I thought, like, it is a great connection with each other between the interclassics and between us, and we have to do something more without it. And I really liked it, like we started competitions earlier, but I really also want to create a podium for what is happening here. Like, it's great sportsmen which are here, and you want to give them a podium. I think we already did a good job on that, but together with VCO and with the ERL competition, and I think we still can grow on that, but I really like the level already this year.
And a lot of sim racing competitions that everyone takes part in at home, when we go online, we go racing, we take part in some of these massive esports competitions. There is a lot of work that goes into that. A lot of this setup with the servers and all this stuff. But the work that goes into something like this, though, is almost incomparable. What's that like? Not even just for this event, but like even from 2019 onwards, the difference, the amount of work that's gone into it behind the scenes in that year, to the amount of preparation that you have to do for this year. I'm sure you say that you're already thinking about next year. I'm sure you already have to get some things in place already for next year.
Actually, it gets a little bit easier each year,
right? Because
as you grow, actually the expo grows, the competition grows, but the format stays the same.
Right.
Like the location is the same, the electricity is the same, the internet is the same. You only add some sims extra on the internet connection. You put some extra power in. Hopefully always a little bit more exhibitors each year, which is actually going good. And the work itself, it doesn't, like from 2019 was 2 simulators, but I think like when we, after COVID started from 23 till now, the work was even the same, but it's growing. So it's getting more and more revenue on it. Like, that's perfect. Like.
And how big's the team that helps support all of this? Because we have lots of people here on the weekend. How much is that? How many people are here this weekend supporting you? And how many people do you have supporting you through the year to build up to this as well?
The first support is at home, of course. Like my girlfriend, she's doing a very lot for this event as well. And then, of course, you have not a lot of people. I think like we have a crew of like 16 people, with a few going on to the weekend, and in total we are with 23. This year we grow a little bit with you guys as well. So I think we have now 30 people in total doing this event. And I think that is an amazing job. With only 30 people bringing this great broadcast, this live commentators, this competition format. That's an amazing job from everyone.
Agreed.
Now, I've only got really like one question really more for you, which you've been a busy man. You've been running around the floor, you've been doing loads of stuff. Obviously, we're about to enter our final. We're down to 2 teams now. We've got Team Nitro, we've got ERA. I'm sure you've seen a couple of bits of them going toe-to-toe. Any thoughts on who's looking good from out there?
I think over the whole competition, Nitro was quite good. But I think like with Janny in the team and Michael, I think they will certainly give some good fight. And I saw like Michael is really doing some great stuff today. Yeah. I think he adapted quite well on site. So I think it's going to be a close battle.
I think I agree with him.
I agree.
He sat on the fence. That's why I agree with him.
Yeah, right. I'm gonna It'll be Team Nitro or ERA.
Yeah, always like.
Yeah.
What do we do, ain't it?
Perfect.
Flip the coin and go from there.
Love it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us here, Andy, as well. For having VCO and welcoming us in, and I can't wait to see how Sim Formula Europe
I'm really
continues to
grateful
grow.
that you are here. I loved it. And we're still loving it, and we're still going to go on.
Lovely. Wow. Best of luck.
Thank you very
See you in a
much.
bit.
Thank you very much, Andy.
Good
Drinks
luck.
tonight.
Yeah.
On you.
I'll steal the mic back.
That's a smart man.
That is. Definitely. He knows he's a businessman at the end of the day. He knows what he's doing. Yeah, you paying tonight? Or?
Apparently. I might need to run to the airport now tonight and escape from this.
Yeah, I was going to say, I did wonder that. I was like, you on the fence about flying back tonight, or you're heading back to Amsterdam tonight? But well, it seems as though you might be definitely having to run off to escape the country.
I think we might be getting another interview, by the way. I see Ewan O'Leary walking Ben Hawkins towards us, the William F1 Team Gaming Manager. But let's quickly look at provisional points as Team Nitro, RAFA ERA are 2 teams moving forward. I did see some penalty points came down for both RAFA ERA and for the Williams F1 Team Gaming crew, but not enough to change the complexion of the results.
So unfortunately, that was the last we'll see of Virtus.pro in the world of sim racing. That is a shame. See where their drivers end up in the near future. For Williams F1 Gaming, Team Gaming, again, it's been a solid competition for them. You've got to accept that, yes, they're 3rd and 4th in this competition. They're knocked out in this competition. However, you've got to think of the 21 other teams that have been in this competition, the people that have fought their way to this point. Finishing 3rd ain't that bad.
And while speaking of finishing 3rd, let's welcome in Ben Hawkins, team manager of Williams F1 Team Gaming. And first off, I've got to say, what a mouthful of a team name you've stuck us with today.
Yeah, we like to keep you on your toes. No, I think, don't worry, this one's staying. There's wider reasoning behind it. I think you made it difficult for yourself a couple of times. I think it was that, is it Team Gaming or Williams F1 Team Gaming with the gap?
I have to have it here so I can look at it.
Every time I look over, I'm like, wait, yeah.
Yeah, we've had some fun over the last year or two, but we've landed in the right place. And appreciate the effort that you've gone to help us. To be honest, it's been free marketing, because the more times you say it and the more attention you bring to it, the more it gets the name out there. So yeah, thank you to both of you.
Genius, smart. Well, I mean, look, other free marketing is available, in the form of maybe some jerseys, some t-shirts. I've stolen enough from you over the years.
See, that's becoming a bit of a game now, because I bring it with me to give to you, and the more you say it, that was like, I'll just keep holding on because it's more free marketing.
I see.
But no, in complete seriousness, this is a soft launch of the brand.
Yeah.
The F1 team don't bring their kit out for another week. When we do, you'll see a slight change to what we're wearing, and then next time I see you, as long as I don't have to do too many interviews, I'll bring some kit with me as well.
Sounds like a plan. I'd love to talk about the changes, though, behind the scenes, because obviously sim racing has been a big part of Williams going on almost 10 years now, I want to say. It's been a long journey through the rise and really progression of professional sim racing. Where do you feel it stands now? Because for those that don't know, Ben, you also were with the Williams Driver Academy, so you kind of straddle the virtual and real worlds, as of some of the team behind the scenes as well.
Yeah, so I think that's actually part of the name change for us as well. Obviously, we did a temporary one to the sim racing brand before now going to F1 Team Gaming. But I think the reason you see that the gaming is a wider thing we're launching, but the reason it's the Williams F1 team being prominent in our name is because we're one team and we're aligning the sim racing even closer to that, and we're turning up as Williams. So yes, we had a fantastic 6 years as the Williams Esports, but for us it's that we are the Williams F1 team, and F1 teams do compete in sim racing. And yeah, like you said, a lot of my work is behind the scenes working using a sim as a development tool, which is amazing to see. I've not had a chance to wander around too much, but just wandering up and down this hall, you can see that side of the industry is growing more and more, and there's lots of links here of people that have compete in the real world that are investing in sim technology and improving their home sims. So yeah, that's obviously something I'm incredibly passionate about, and could talk about that more than you talk about our name change, to be honest. So I won't go too deep on that one.
I'm going to still talk about the name change, but it's more about that ethos of the team. So when it was Williams Esports, obviously a few years ago, did you find that there was a bit of a divide maybe in approach of like, yeah, I'm racing under the Williams name, but I'm kind of like, I'm not racing for Williams, if that makes sense? And now with it being changed to Williams F1 team, that maybe these drivers are feeling maybe in a little bit more pressure because you are representing the Williams F1 team.
Yeah, interesting take. I've never really fully thought of it that way, but I do think that what you say around the driving for Williams, I think there's always been that legacy, the Williams piece, but Williams Esports did a fantastic job at building a brand, and it might seem strange to the outside world, and particularly that inner circle within sim racing, that we'd build a brand to then remove that brand, but actually it was making a name for ourselves in sim racing, showing that an F1 team can take sim racing seriously. And then now it's about those people that are in the building, making them feel more part of the wider team. And yeah, not trying to go off and do our own thing. We're representing the brand, and therefore our name has to be closely aligned to that in order to be, I say, an extension of the team. I don't mean that as we're just an add-on. It's we are part of that F1 team. We have a smaller roster than we've had in the past, which is also a conscious decision to really make sure that it's the experiential side as well. And getting to come here with the guys is a big part of that. And we're grateful to Florian and the team for giving us this opportunity.
I like that question because it kind of ties into your background before you jumped into the world of sim racing, kind of as a...
Feels like an interview now.
Very much
right. Job interview.
But as a high-performance coach in sports, and I think that's such a unique background to come into sim racing with, because I'm sure you'll agree the mental pressure that some of these drivers, A, place on themselves, but B, generally have to deal with, it's unique because remote competitions, not having these in-person opportunities to kind of set the expectations of the team so much. What's that like for you now, working with all your drivers from around the world? Because in years past, you've been able to bring them together through opportunities like this. How do you manage the people that you don't get to see so frequently?
Yeah, I think all the points are valid. I'd also add to that it's the level. Take nothing away from sort of real-world motorsport, but the level is even tighter when it comes to sim racing because a lot of those variables are taken away. And also, yeah, coming from my background, a lot of it being spent in football, you're limited physically and mentally as to how much time you can play football to practice, whereas, yes, it's physically and mentally taxing, but real-world motorsport, another example, financially you're limited. Whereas in sim racing, most people will have a sim in their bedroom. And I know that you've both enjoyed throughout your time being able to recreationally sim, and I don't want to say recreationally, Lewis, I know you'll see yourself as a competitive sim racer.
Nah, no, it's every night as well.
But it's all the time, and it's for me, it's managing burnout has been the biggest challenge because it's there. It's readily available and accessible to them. And when they're remote, it's not like me saying, stop. You know, I was a teacher before working in professional sport, so I have no problem, telling people, setting rules within a classroom or a performance setting, but remote it's hard. So it's about education, and it's about spending my time not telling people what to do, but educating them and empowering them so that
Building
they make the
culture.
choices to do it. Yeah, exactly.
I think burnout's a really important topic that I don't think is spoken about anywhere near enough in sim racing. And to know that it's different person to person. When you're hiring new drivers, like when Fefa joined the team and stuff, is that like almost one of the first things that you need to work out of a driver as what works for you in practice and what doesn't, and how long can you practice for before burning out? How long can you do stints if we're doing endurance races? Because it is different for every driver, and it's really important to know because it's such a huge factor, because you can lose a lot of time from going too long.
Yeah, 100%. And a big part of our recruitment process actually is getting to know the person as much as we possibly can before we bring them into the environment. And it's really interesting because one of the things that Jake, our team manager, does is works out what the driver believes is the way in which they work. And it's quite interesting for us to hear how they answer that question, because it helps us prepare for their arrival. But a lot of the time, actually, the way in which they believe they work best, or more so the way in which they believe they should say in an interview, isn't necessarily always what's best for them.
Right.
And I think it has this kind of, and I don't want to throw blame at any particular series or say anything, but I think the nature of, say, F1 sim racing, historically F1 esports, is the level is so high, and the game is more of like SimCady there, where it creates this culture of grinding. And the more hours you put into the game, the better you'll be. And there has been a correlation when you look at previous winners, but then the people that have had sustainable careers have been the ones that have had either done the right research themselves or had the right team around them to realise that that's not sustainable. And it's more, for us, it's about purposeful practice. And the more we say that and the more we set that culture, the less people feel that they need to just drive more.
Yeah.
And I don't want to give away all our secrets, but essentially, when I joined the team tracked training on hours done. First thing I did was get rid of it. So we don't track based on the hours that you've done. Good. It's much more purposeful, and every session you do, you're going with a clear goal to achieve. If you achieve that in 2 hours, great, I'm happy. Take the rest of the day off, for example. Maybe not as literal as that, but I'm not going to give you a pat on the back for spending 14 hours driving in the sim. I'd rather you spend less time and live your life, and that side of it.
I think that's so important for the mental health of the drivers as well, to make sure they're not judged by the practice time, which doesn't correlate to improvement or pace necessarily at the end of the day. We're here on a brand new platform. There was no grinding that could be done for this event, and the car is unique. The track makes for a really fun combo, as me and Lewis both think. What were you telling the drivers coming here? What was the sort of mental state you were trying to set them towards for those first practice sessions this morning?
I mean, firstly, I just love the concept of this in general. Like, I try where possible, because our worlds collide a lot, to tap into Florian's brain, because I think the world, not just sim racing, but the world needs more brains like Florian's, because he's just on another level. I think what he's done here is incredibly innovative, and I think for us it was perfect, because you couldn't practice specifically for it, but you could still practice. So for us, it was around getting them to do a bit of like curiosity and information gathering, try and find out what you can about the game. Let's look for similarities. What skills do we think we're going to need? I mean, you look at, we've tried to build and adapt to a roster, but you look at the names here, I mean, you're spanning a real, I don't know how many years to say with some of the drivers, of sim racing greats, because they are the ones that are sustainable, they're adaptable. So we knew that we didn't necessarily have an advantage because it was a level playing field. There's lots of people here that have been on multiple platforms, but for us it was do a bit of practice on the things we think we could control, just so that you feel at ease, because they are used to being able to prep. And then the rest of it was, we decided to bring me and Jake, because it was just about creating the right culture, the right vibes. Sounds cliche, but it was just about having fun, getting the guys relaxed, so they're going into today enjoying the challenge. And I think we've achieved that. Obviously, just coming off the back of the last race, maybe the guys aren't feeling exactly what we'd want, just because of racing, essentially. They were so close to being in that very last final, and things happened that meant they weren't. But I know that when we look back on this weekend, they would have had a good time, they'd have enjoyed it, and none of them, I don't believe, are going to go out of this feeling like, I've dedicated so many hours to this and there's an injustice. It's going to be like, it was a great experience and we've learned something from it, and we hope to do something like it again.
Yeah, I think LAN events like this, when we're all kind of here and we're all having it's more of like, it is a bit of a social. Yes, of course, you've got a job to do at the end of the day, we've all got jobs to do, but coming over here and experiencing it, socialising with the other teams, being a part of it. It's one of the beautiful things that I've said about sim racing for a while, that, like yourselves, Virtus.pro and ERA, and you're all around each other, you're all chatting, you're all like a pub, because it's about building this community and moving this product forward as a whole. I don't know what that's like from your point of view. Sometimes trying to manage the sides of the socials to the fun, because at the end of the day, I've said this before, like, you finished third. Yeah, it's third of 4 teams here, but it's third of 20 odd teams in the whole competition that are extremely strong.
Yeah, and for us, the social bit is fantastic, but we joke and say it's almost like a Williams reunion as well,
right?
Because there's lots of drivers here that we've worked with in the past. I have told Florian that I'm going to be invoicing him for mine and Jake's services for managing multiple teams. But for us, it's what you're saying there around that social element and looking at how far we've come in this competition. Yes, we go into every competition wanting to go as far as we possibly can. Our goal here was just to make this final. And to do ourselves proud. We didn't want to go out there and have any sort of question marks over our conduct in the races or anything like that. And yeah, to see people that we class as friends across the industry. And yeah, nice to meet new people. It's very rare actually that when you're at the elite of anything, it's always the same faces that go everywhere. And it is here, like I said, it spans years of sim racing, and even from sort of your side as well. There's people that we know, we see all the time and we know really well. But it is still just a couple of people breaking into the scene as well, which is nice to see. And I think hopefully, everyone around will be able to see what the sim racing community really is about. And it's been nice to meet members of the public as well. It's been a bit weird for us because we've had random people tap us on the back. You don't know who I am, but I'm in the Williams Gaming Club Discord and I know who you are, or I've seen you guys compete here and just want to say hello. And it's been amazing. We don't get that very often because our events are quite closed.
Yeah.
So being in a public space like this has been really nice.
Mm-hmm.
It's been great having you, Ben. Thanks for taking some time out to come and chat with us as well. Hope it wasn't too much of a job interview.
It's like any job interview, to be honest. It started like that and then it's got more relaxed. And it's all good.
And I promise hopefully soon we'll remember Williams F1 Team Gaming. I looked at him while I said that. I wasn't looking at his shirt, so
fine.
you know I remembered it properly.
He looked at it though before he looked over the shirt.
Let's let's decide an amount of times you need to get it correct without a mistake, and then we'll say whether that's a t-shirt, a hat, maybe even a mid-layer, and we'll go from there.
All right. Deal. Signed up.
Thanks, Ben.
Thank you.
Oh dear.
Well, appreciate Ben's time and joining us here at Sim Formula Europe. I did hear in my ear while we were chatting that our 2 teams in the finals are confirmed. Team Nitro, RAFA ERA by EMM. 6 points splits them, 7 points back to Virtus.pro. A big gap, all things considered.
But now we head into the final, all things are equal. Everything is laid out. Team Nitro, RAFA ERA by EMM, they will go toe-to-toe, 3 drivers apiece. Of course, we'll see Michi Tausch, we'll see Nicholas Halben and Tobias Gronewold driving for Team Nitro. For RAFA ERA, it'll be Mikael Schmiedel, it'll be Jene Simicic and Charlie Crossland.
Yeah, we didn't see Bastian Richter today, did we? Or Will Chadwick, so seems as though we know the 3 drivers. Let's take a gander through the highlights, and boy, this VCARUS AECH, this Percival Park track have put on a wonderful showcase of our 4 best teams here. Kevin Ellis Jr. aggressive on the defense initially, but eventually it turned out Tobias Pfeffer could drive around the outside with confidence in turn 1.
Yeah, like I say, we saw some brilliant moves, but this drama kind of kept going all the way to the exit, really, of T5. Side by side through 1 between the pair, a bit of leaning. Finally, Tobias Pfeffer got through. He tried that one for a few times. Don Blyer would fire his way to the inside. The teams playing team games on the exit of T5, though, out wide, Kevin Ellis Jr. would go. And there was the unfortunate spin for him. He'd been running in 3rd for quite a lot of that race, and unfortunately, that's just how it goes. We saw a lot of these dramas throughout the day. This was Darren McCormack, Michi Tauscher on the race start. Big wheel spin coming in from a lot of our top 2, and then Tauscher straight over onto the nose of Darren McCormack. Little bit of a fumble, much like me last night, sprinting back home.
And Mikael Schmiedel got the worst of it, had to fight his way back through the field. It was an impressive recovery drive. Tobias Pfeffer lost out big time as 3 cars made his way up his inside before they even got up towards turn 6, and you can see the argy-bargy as they exited off the double right-hander into the 2nd chicane on the lap.
That was just a sign of the intensity rising. This was the third heat of the day. We had just one more left. It was do or die at this point, and Kevin Ellis Jr. trying to put the disappointment of heat 2 behind him, left vulnerable to Tobias Pfeffer, who once again tried to move, this time up the inside.
I see it every time, and I'm like, oof, that was close. And it was close, but it was great. What an attempt for Tobias Pfeffer there to get past Kevin Ellis Jr. Brutally aggressive between the two teams that won't be making any progress into the final 2. Dominic Blyer, this was in the last race, out wide, second lap of it. Darren McCormack alongside. He would then go straight on, rejoining with Tobias Pfeffer going up and under, contact between the pair of them, and just get a load of all this. Up in the air, good day, sir. That was Darren McCormack being flicked up after some contacts between himself. I think Nicholas Halban trying to get through all of it. Absolutely mental.
Mental. Just kind of intensifying. Ellis Jr. found himself once more off in through the opening sequence. Regathered it up after bouncing out through the grass, which is about 50-50 chance of holding on based on yesterday's testing. Nicholas Halban rubbing doors with Darren McCormack on the entry up towards that double right-hander. And what we were seeing as McCormack slip and slot his way back onto the track is you could defend very aggressively, Lewis, because of the medium speed nature of many of these corners. Not many heavy braking zones.
Yeah, Kevin Ellis Jr. definitely proved that. We can see our finalists here. We've got a couple of winners here. Those the left-hand side of your screen there. That was Nicholas Halban, who's not a race winner in this. I've got some of those gloves. I stole those off of John Monroe and Tom Harrison Lord, some Traction branded gloves. I've got some at home.
Are you as quick as Yone when you wear them?
No, I don't use them for this. I lose feel, which is hilarious because they're called field gloves. But there's another one of your race winners. Obviously, the 4 race winners today: Darren McCormack in the opening race. Then it was Tobias Gronevold, Mitchie Tauscher, and of course Mikael Schmiedel. I don't even need a tablet to tell me that. I got it locked up in my brain.
So this is a best of 3 set of races. So we'll qualify for the first one.
I think you have to qualify. I think you have to qualify for the second.
Oh, we're qualifying for the second.
I think we have to. I'm not sure though. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. I'm sure Florian will be like, "Shut up, lads."
But there is a chance that we don't need that third and final race.
Correct. Which I think is fair, right? I think the idea, the expectation that we need those 3 races. Obviously, sometimes we do, sometimes we don't. I've said this before. Obviously, normally we have the reverse grid in that second race. I maintain I do like it, but I did prefer our full reverse grid, but that's fine. Don't worry about that in this. It's all qualifying. I would say the favourites coming into it?
Team Nitro.
Do you know what? I don't know. Schmiedel's pace has been so good. I would lean towards Team Nitro with you, but I think this is the beautiful thing with it, right? I think if you look at it out and out, right, Team Nitro have potentially the stronger team.
The package.
But I do think ERA have the stronger driver. And this is the thing, is it's going to make a huge difference. I'm excited. I think this is pretty level. It's like a Manchester derby. I don't know what the score was at the end of that. Can your tablet tell me? No, I'm joking.
No spoilers for those watching. I guess the other thing to think about is Mikael Schmiedel, as much as he had the pace, only on pole position in one of those 4 heat races. So I think qualifying for this first of the finals is going to be important. The drivers get a chance in their new race, because remember, they have moved around once again. A chance to head out there for a quick sighting session, and then qualifying will get underway.
Indeed, I'm very curious to who's going to win this one. They're straight out into the practice. Obviously, so normally I always say practice is pointless even in LAN events, right? Not pointless. It's like a setting that you kind of have to have on so you get your eye in before qualifying. But no one's learning anything from practice. But because of how little they have seen this circuit, I think you do learn. You learn a fair amount.
100%. And it's something that when I talk to a lot of the drivers in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, they will say something similar, where they get 2 90-minute practice sessions, which is actually a bit more time than our sim racers got here. And much like our sim racers had to do, in IMSA you have to divide that practice time up between your drivers. And they always say, Lewis, We wish we had more on-track time. And so every lap you can get under your belt in this situation is valuable.
Yeah, and this is where I always say with these kind of events, I think the less track time you get, the better it is. The better product it is from our point of view. The better,
Right.
Yeah, the better. Even honestly, the better the racing is. If everyone out there did 1,500 laps of practice, they'll be able to do the same thing again and again and again and again and again. It's boring. Because this is what makes some other elite esports championships, not naming names, but it's what makes them a bit boring sometimes. This has been far from boring, because part of that is because of the lack of practice they've been able to put in and the importance that's put on all of that. So it is what it is.
And Ben Hawkins was talking about Florian's, our boss Florian at CEO at VCO, his willingness to try new things and to go into the unknown, and that is what the Esports Racing League has been. There is no other tournament that spans across multiple simulators. There is no other tournament that will do something like this.
There's no other tournament whose prize is not a trophy.
It's a wrestling belt.
It's a wrestling belt, and I love it. I don't like wrestling. I don't care for it one bit. It's not interesting.
I'm just telling the winners, they better be careful that I don't nick one of their belts before I fly out tomorrow morning.
But that belt is sick. You're going to sit there and I bet you're praying for ERA to win because they've only got 4 people here, right? And there's 5 belts. So there might be a sneaky one if ERA are victorious.
No bias from our commentary booth here as qualifying. The first time lap will get underway. On the right side of the screen, the best of 3 series will put up the points as they work. Remember, if any team wins the first 2 races, we are done. We don't go to the 3rd and final race. Our champions get crowned and our belts get wrapped around the driver's waist. Mitchie Tauscher first out on track, leading the charge. 42.885 on the first timed around attempt, but that is not the flying lap out of the final corner. Watch the hands as he has to balance the car as he puts all that power down, run to the line, and first time on the board.
Indeed, 40.576 is that on the first lap? That's mental. That is a 5.76. Now don't get me wrong, it's not the fastest lap we've seen all day. We need a 5.30 to beat that. But a 5.76 to kick off this qualifying session is very strong. After those first laps, it's Tauscher for Nitro, big slide by the way coming in for him. Schmiedel for ERA. Then it is Nitro again, it's Tobias Grunewald. ERA for Charlie Crossland. Nitro for Halban. ERA for Jene Simoncic. So they're pretty tight up there, at least when it comes to separation. It's not as if Team Nitro have locked out 1, 2 and 3 in the opening stages of qualifying.
And remember, Jene Simoncic is having to get up to speed after being out of the car for heats 2, 3 and 4. Nicholas Halban had the chance to jump in for the final heat race, and that meant Tobias Grunewald stepped aside. So the management of the team is crucial. Rennie Sievert doing that responsibility for Team Nitro. Will Chadwick handling that responsibility for RAFA ERA by EMM. And to be fair, Will Chadwick's here also as a driver. He very well could have put himself into that position, Lewis, but he trusts the 3 that he's put out in this final to get the job done.
Which I think is fair. And when I was catching up with Nico Schmiedel after the previous race, I think the same ethos is across the team, which is we want to win it. It's not make or break for the weekend if we win it or not, but we're here for a good time. If we can win it, amazing. They're going to throw everything they can at it, but I actually really like that approach. Because when you're like that, you're so relaxed. You're like, I can throw everything at this. It's kind of like, if I win it, cool. If I don't win it, cool. Whatever.
Whereas if you put the pressure on yourself, it's
the loss is devastating.
Exactly. It can be demotivating, and that's why I really enjoyed the chat we had with Ben, right? Because so much of team management is about the mental side of this business. 44.54 is the fastest qualifying lap we have seen so far today, and Lewis Mitchie Tauscher has broken into that mythical barrier.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I mean, brilliant lap from Tauscher, setting in that 4. Again, fastest lap of the day. We expect it at this point of the competition to see a 0.4 onto the board, and unfortunately Tauscher's run out a little bit wide, so this lap will not count. He's already backed out a little bit there between the 2 chicanes. They'll bring it into the final corner, and with about a minute left to go, he will have 1 final lap in this qualifying session. If he needs to go any faster, to go higher up in this qualifying session. Obviously, he's on the pole at the moment, but will there be improvements coming in from Schmiedl? Simoncic up to third. Great lap time, by the way, from him. So, at the moment, for ERA, this qualifying session certainly isn't looking bad at all. Looks like we're going to get a great fight.
And initially, at one point, it had been Team Nitro on one side of the grid and RAFA ERA on the other. When it gets mixed up slightly, that's when it becomes more intriguing, and that's the situation we find ourselves in now. Final time's about to be laid down. Mitchie Tauscher's out into the gravel once more, and that will be it for him. Once the clock strikes 0, the session is over. Who has still got some time to find then? Here comes Jurne Simoncic, although 10 seconds left to go. He won't reach the line in time.
He certainly will not, unfortunately. We're getting the countdown on our ear. Just 5 seconds left to go in this qualifying session. I think this session is done. No one will approve. So Mitchie Tauscher is on pole position for the opening final hit in the VCO Esports Racing League. I mean, look, Team Nitro are in great position, but they've got to nail this race.
And I have just been informed by Cameron Roger, who is not part of our race control team. He is just giving some information to you and me. Mitchie Tauscher may have found track limits on that qualifying run, which, as we talked about previously, could be 4 penalty points. We'll wait and see. No official word just yet, but that is a possibility.
And the thing is, I would sit there and I'd say it's harsh. It is harsh. But if that is the rule, they have all been communicated it. They've all been told if you breach track limits on your qualifying lap and still complete it and keep the speed, it is a slam dunk for penalty points. Now, race control might reduce because it's final. I don't know what the deal is on that.
The race control have said they will be very lenient. They aren't pixel peeping, so if Cam saw it, it's now on race control to review it and decide.
Is Cam a pixel peeper?
Oh yes, I would bet.
Yeah.
He's pixel peeped for me in IMSA Esports before.
Has he?
I has.
He apparently he's pixel peeped the lunar landing footage, but that's fine. We have got potentially the best of 3 final. Whether it will take 2 races or not, we'll have to wait and see. If it is a 4 penalty point for Team Nitro, if it is, that is a massive, massive hit at this point of the competition.
No word just yet. And so it is all equal as we enter the first of the best of 3 finals. Here in Sim Formula Europe, it's Team Nitro versus RAFA ERA by EMM. On the last garage with the VCARUS AECH at Parsifal Park, the lights come up. And we are racing. Sluggish start from 3rd position and a great launch from Nicholas Halben, who's already through. Now, who's going to be most aggressive up to the chicane for the first time? Miguel Schmiedel's through. Mitchie Tauscher goes through as well. Halben gets tagged on the nose of his teammate.
Yeah, teammates made contact there for Team Nitro. Halben and Groenewold came into contact. I think Tobias Groenewold put Jurne Simoncic potentially into the barrier on the opening portion of this race in the run down to T1. But it is Miguel Schmiedl who is taking the lead away from Mitchie Tauscher on that run into the opening corner. So it's Schmiedl from Tauscher, from Simoncic, from Groenewold, from Crossland, from Halben. What that is ERA Nitro, ERA Nitro, ERA Nitro. It is advantage ERA at the moment.
And while our heat races were 18 laps in length, our final races 15. So shave 3 laps. Remember, no tyre wear enabled, so we're not worried about the balance of the car falling off. It's all about the driver maintaining focus and minimizing the mistakes. Crossland goes deep into the first of the right-handers. It backs him up slightly from Groenewold and Simoncic in front. I tell you what, Mitchie Tauscher gave Schmiedl a lot of room through that opening corner. He went a little too wide, I think, on the entry into turn 1.
I agree. But understanding it's a 15-lap race, there's still plenty of time. We'll have to wait and see what race control see about any of that. I kind of think it's one of those ones where if it's contact between 2 teammates, I almost, from a realistic point of view, you should penalise it normally, right? Because it's the contact's still the contact, the mistake's still the mistake. In something like this, I would be like, no, it's teammate. They've done the damage to themselves. Leave them to it. No one likes a ref that gets involved too much.
Oh, we're going back to VAR conversations now, are we?
Absolutely.
On board with Crossland. who's close back up to Gronewold. You can see the teams now on the left side. So RAFA ERA, Team Nitro, RAFA, Team Nitro, RAFA, Nitro. It is back and forth. And with 3 laps now complete, 1.7 seconds the gap at the front of the field. I found it so interesting that Jurnej Simoncic compared this game to ACC, to R-Factor, to iRacing, to basically everything. There's little bits of technique that carry forward from all of them, but Mikkel Schmiedel's the one that's mastered it the most.
Yeah, and he's got a fair amount of experience across sim racing. I've seen him a lot on RF2, on iRacing as well. I know I've seen him across the board, so it kind of makes sense. Like I said, I do think that RAFA ERA have potentially the best driver this weekend in Mikkel Schmiedel, and I think he's proven it right now. But he's still got a lot of pressure on his shoulders to deliver. He's got Mitchy Tausch behind, he's got Jurnej Simoncic there, he's got Tobias Gronewold there. Jurnej Simoncic is going to start feeling some pressure from Gronewold, but Charlie Crossland can maybe close in. This is very uncertain still.
Crossland doesn't need to make the move though. Go back to what we talked about in the heat races. You risk penalty points. Gronewold all over the tail, slightly wide through the chicane entry. And guess what? Here comes Crossland, here comes Halbin as well. Oh, into the gravel once more, wide through that last corner. And the fight from third on back has really compacted up. First and second in a world of their own, not even halfway through this first of the finals. And after being tangled up on the nose of his teammate Nicholas Halbin, back into the fight. Charlie Crossland, a slight mistake on the entry to turn 2. Here comes the look.
Oh, a bit of contact. I say a bit of contact. There's a lot of contact as Charlie Crossland getting forced out of the way. Further contact and he's pushed off. Nicholas Halbin was firing his way through and he finds his way past, but big muscling, big contact. I mean, it's tough, that one, but I think that might have been a little bit over the line.
We'll see what race control says. Crossland tried to get back at Halbin, but almost got crossed up on the brakes. Remember, the top 2 drivers score points for their teams. The third driver is not counted, and therefore it is still RAFA ERA. 1 plus 3 equals 4. 2 plus 4 for Team Nitro is 6, and the lower number of points continues to hold on. Now, if there is a switch here, it's still advantage RAFA ERA because the tiebreaker is the best positioned car on track.
Yeah, although as a technicality, it's actually not the first tiebreaker.
First tiebreaker would be penalty
points, but they don't have penalty points at the most. Technically speaking, it's the second one. It's a complicated thing, but I think it's definitely the right way. Penalty points is the first tiebreak. If they don't have any penalty points, or they're equal on penalty points, then it is the highest placed position in the given race. And so in this case would be Mikkel Schmiedel, who is our race leader. Once again, it remains close, this fight for third. Big slide coming in from Tobias Gronewold, catches it brilliantly though, and keeps the pressure on the 4-time Formula Sim Racing world champion.
And then almost slid off the track and in through that second chicane on the lap as well. These drivers are hustling the cars, Lewis. That is clear and evident to see from the body language that we are witnessing right now. I wonder if they're starting to sweat just a little bit, because it is toasty in that sort of area.
Oh yeah, did you notice it as well? As soon as I went down to interview Schmiedel after Heat 4, I was like, it is warm in here. Oh my goodness. I think there's probably a little bit of sweat. Obviously, it's one of the amazing things of sim racing. Everyone kind of thinks that obviously you just sat there turning the wheel and stuff. Trust me, their heart rates are pretty high. Like, I'm talking cardiovascular exercise high.
Gronewold looks to the inside through the final corner. Simoncic covers him off. This is reminiscent of the defense that Ellis Jr. was putting up on occasion during the heat races as well. Across the line, I believe we have 6 laps left to go. And Jurnej Simoncic now a full 4 seconds off of Mitchy Tauscher. He's closed up slightly to Schmiedel. Very different lines in through the double right-hander, and Gronewold almost runs into the back of Jurnej Simoncic.
Yeah, that was extremely tight between the pair of them. I mean, look, they're asking for trouble at this point if they're going to keep it that close as they flick their way through the chicane once more into the final corner. Big defensive line coming in from Jurnej Simoncic. He knows how to keep a drive behind the up and under potential coming in from Gronewold, who tried making that one stick, didn't work. Once again, it's quite close behind that, and they are closing into this little group.
Just got confirmation, by the way. The starting grid for Final 2 invert the top 4 at the end of this race.
Oh, so we do that.
It's the regular finals format, and that does mean if we go to the third race on the day, as Simoncic very uncomfortable once again, the third and final race, the grid is set by fastest race laps from the second race. So much nuance that these team managers will be thinking about. Simoncic pulls to the inside, forces Gronewold to try and go up and high, or puts the power down, goes around on him for a second, and through all of this, Halbert and Crossland closing as well.
Yeah, this is, again, getting a little bit extra pressure. Nicholas Halbert, if he is able to drag his way up, obviously he's dragging Charlie Crossland with him, so the pressure might be building here in this fight, but I'll tell you what, it's building the fight at the front as well. Mitchie Tausch has closed into Mikkel Schmiedel. Now, it would be really important if Tobias Gronewold could get ahead of Jone Simoncic and Nicholas Halpern as well, because that would mean the front 3 for the final race. Well, so the final race, the second of our final races could be the final race, because they'd be running second, third and fourth, and they would technically be 1-0 after this.
I do feel like we're going to the third and final race, though. It has that feeling in the air as just a handful of laps left to go in the first of the races, and guess what? Fight is building at the front. Mitchie Tauscher has closed up to Mikkel Schmiedel after a roaring run in qualifying. It's now a car length, if that, between the two machines. Closing up into the penultimate section. We'll have 2 laps to go at the line. 4 miles effectively for Mitchie Tauscher to plot a way forward. Gets a good exit to the start-finish line in the fight for third position. Gronewold puts the pressure onto Simoncic as well.
It is so tight between these two, but we've not got long left to go in this race. Just a couple of laps at the moment, and Mikkel Schmiedel's once again proving that he is potentially the fastest driver on this field, but Mitchie Tausch is saying, hold on a sec, I've got the fastest lap record, I'll have you know. Let's look to the outside of the Tobias Gronewold, defensive line coming in, doesn't know which way to go at the moment, picks back to the outside of the chicane. That was really close to something very dangerous.
That was almost clumsy, to say the very least. Here we go though, Lewis. 1 more lap in the first of our best of 3 finals. Mitchie Tauscher piles the pressure on. Mikkel Schmiedel holding on. 1 lap to go. I think the fight for third is probably where there may be a change, because Jone Simoncic, Tobias Gronewold, very different speed through the middle part of the lap. Tauscher looks though as they head towards the final sector, but he might not be close enough.
No, we've not got long left. Into that final chicane we go. It is going to be really close. There's going to be one final attempt here. A bit of a look to the inside from Tauscher maybe, but I think he's going to settle it. It's going to be Schmiedel across the line.
And all settled off the line then. Through turn 1, Mikkel Schmiedel roared to the lead, and RAFA ERA by EMM grabbed the victory in the first race of the finals. Crossland gets crossed up with Nicholas Halbin, and as Jone Simoncic and Tobias Gronewold swap on the run towards the line, have Team Nitro made the starting grid for race 2 a bit more interesting.
Well, we'll have to wait and see on that one. Plenty of games to be played, I'm sure. There is Mikkel Schmiedel across the line, your race winner. I mean, what a drive it was for him again.
He's quick. He is rapid. And now we will grid the drivers up and get ready with no qualifying session. So no more practice for them for the rest of this event.
But we still do have a bit of a, it should be a bit of a wait, I believe, until there. So it should be about a similar distance as it was in the heat. So I don't know if race control is saying, yeah, fine, whatever. But basically, this is the point where me and our junior are a little bit like, we'll figure this out as we go. One thing we do know is Schmiedel was fantastic in that race and a great drive. Yes, he covered his own face with the gun, but that's fine. Looks good.
I'm curious what the final results were, by the way, because I'm not sure if Simoncic and Gronewold did swap positions on the run to the line. So see if we can get word on that in the next couple of minutes as we slowly build up for the second of our races. Now, technically, the teams could change drivers if they wanted to. Not expecting any changes now, though.
Look, the only one that they could do, obviously, Bastian Rixen could get into place for one of the other Team Nitro drivers. The only thing with that is that I think that's a worst case scenario, right? And I think that rule is, I think it's great that it's in there, because worst case scenario, something goes wrong for one of your drivers mid-race, or maybe even they get out of the rig, fall over, whatever, who knows. It's quite easy to fall over here in the Netherlands. Even the coolest people in sim racing have done it. Me. But it's one of those rules that you kind of rarely see. It doesn't normally get applied. It's normally just left there. You have your backup driver just in case. Something maybe the Ryder Cup could have learnt, rather than somehow getting half a point from someone being too ill to play. What a joke.
What do you think the team managers would have to say about that particular race? I think for Team Nitro, maybe slightly disappointed that they didn't progress in the way they wanted, that Groenewold and Houben got tangled up together. I think for RAFA ERA, they'd probably be pretty happy with how things went.
Yeah. Look, it could be worse. It could indeed be worse, but it is what it is. One thing we are going to do, because we're not sure how long we've got as a breather, we're going to be joined by one of the sim racing greats, Jarno Opmeer, is going to join us here on the sofa. It might be a short chat, we don't know, but we'll wait and see on this one. But obviously, you've been here for a couple of years, seen you racing over on Sim Formula Europe last year as well, taking part again this year. I mean, it's a bit of a different thing from F1 sim racing.
Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, last year I couldn't compete, unfortunately, but I think the year before or the year before that, I did compete. We had we're competing on the Maastricht track.
Street circuit, yeah.
That was a lot of fun. No one really knew the track, and it was the same again today. We were driving on an ice track, and no one really knew the track, or at least I didn't know it. So it was really tricky, something really different, and that made it really challenging to qualify. So yeah, it's basically no one had an advantage because no one really knew the sim, no one knew the conditions, so that made it really, really hard.
It's very different to F1 sim racing, isn't it, when you guys are doing hundreds, thousands of hours of practice. Do you think this would be something fun, though, to compete in? Is it something that appeals to you as a racing fan?
It definitely does. I mean, from what I could feel like today, obviously it was on ice, so it was very different. It felt somewhat natural, so you know, all of the inputs kind of made sense, which we don't always have on F1, unfortunately. But yeah, that also, you know, makes you get up to pace a little bit faster, because you know how to drive fast, you know what to do, and that helps a lot.
Now, Ben Hawkins was talking a little bit earlier on about some of the sim racing events that we do, when they're live events, they're sometimes a little bit behind closed doors, they're almost like a little bit hidden away, so you kind of meet the same people all of the time. What's an event like this? Obviously, you've been here a few years, where you actually get to meet loads of people who know who you are, like fans and stuff, but even just other people around sim racing that you would never normally meet.
I love going to events like this. We've got of course more sim expos, but I love to go to every single one, especially because this one is my kind of home sim expo, because it's in the Netherlands. So I meet even more people that I know from the past, also meeting a lot of new people. You know, you see a lot in sim racing, new companies coming up, so you're meeting them as well. And that's kind of just what I love about it. I also love the time trial hot lap competitions. That are probably my favorites that I can do on an event like this.
I guess I'm curious, what's your plan for 2026? Obviously F1 sim racing, whenever that comes back, that will be something you focus on, but obviously there's a lot more that you do as well. I noticed the Pogmere Academy shirt that you're wearing. What are the things that, outside of competitive sim racing, that you've been doing as well with your community?
Well, of course, league racing outside of F1 Esports, but that is more like a preparation for F1 Esports, of course. And then, yeah, YouTube videos are something I love to make. At the moment, I'm really focused on F1, so it's a little bit less, but yeah, I love doing that as well. Of course, I'm not going to be an F1 Esports driver forever. I already notice now that it's getting harder in order to keep the pace, of course, compared to the very young guys. But at the same time, that's the challenge, trying to see how long I can keep going in F1 Esports and how long I can keep competing at the top.
We've spoke a bit about burnout on this broadcast. It's kind of a very it's prevalent topic for a lot of drivers, I know. You, as someone who's been experienced in the world of sim racing, obviously you've taken part in a sim racing competition which requires the most amount of prep of anything, and it's so difficult to do. Is that something that you found maybe has become more noticeable as you go? Because I always kind of wonder where it comes from. Like, obviously, you say the younger drivers coming through, where they're faster. Is that because they just don't get burnout as much, or?
I don't think it's really about burnouts, but of course you've got experience from past F1 games. F1 games always got like little tricks that you have to do. And I think just young people that experience the game for the first time or the third time, they just look at it with a fresh mind, and don't hold as much of a grudge against the current game because it wasn't like how it was in the past. I think a lot of people agree. They always think the past is better and nicer, but I guess kids just look at it a little bit more positive and with a fresh mind.
And I guess when you look at F1 sim racing, I often think that traditional sim races are too harsh on Simcade, because fundamentally a fast driver is going to be a fast driver wherever. You talk about some of those nuances, those weird things in the F1 sim racing. How easy is it to find some of those things? Because I come from the world of iRacing, where we have brake dragging, grass tipping. We have our own little tricks as well. How hard is it for you to find some of those things in the world of F1?
It's not easy. I mean, you try probably 1,000 different things and then you hope that at some point something works, of course. And then you've got an advantage that you try to keep hidden, which is not always easy to do. So yeah, it's not easy. You try so many different things and so little works. So yeah, especially in real life racing, you see it as well. They always try to come with little tricks, whether it's with the setup or with something else in regulations, for the engineers, for the drivers. So it's a little bit of a racing thing as well, that people try to find tricks to gain a little advantage.
Where was Jarno on the AI list of top 100 sim racing
We asked
drivers?
ChatGPT. Top 100 sim racers. I'll be honest, I don't know if I saw your name, unfortunately, Jarno.
Which is brutal. I'd put you in the top 100.
You're on my list, that's for sure.
My question was going to be: do you feel like a weight on your shoulders of being in that list of what a lot of people regard to, quite a lot of people regard you as the best, multiple F1 sim racing champion, certainly undeniably one of the greatest that we've ever had in sim racing. Do you feel the weight of that to be on that list, or is it kind of not really something you think about? You're just a dude that goes racing?
Not really. I mean, I just try to win F1 Esports every year. I would like to at some point, main a different game or sim, or whatever you want to call it. Like Assetto Corsa, I've always really enjoyed. Unfortunately, not too many competitions on that. But I guess the other big ones are iRacing and Le Mans Ultimate, which I would perhaps love to do in 3, 4, 5 years. But yeah, not really. I don't really feel a huge pressure because I've competed on other games as well. I did Race of Champions, of course, on Assetto Corsa, VCARUS League, and managed to win those on Assetto Corsa as well. Also did Formula E on R Factor 2, and ironically, me and Freddy, we are teammates in F1 Esports, of course. We managed to finish 1-2 in that, even though R Factor 2 was not our main game. So, I think it's also just that we are used to prep so much for a competition, and then when we move to another one, eventually we will get up to pace anyway because we do so many laps. We're used to it, and I think that's, in the end of the day, what's so important, just testing a lot and putting a lot of effort in.
I've got one more question for you. Do you still have fun in sim racing? And I don't mean do you have fun when competing, because that's a different type of fun. But do you sometimes just jump on the sim and... I know I've seen some rally videos from you, but I don't know if that's you having fun or if you're doing that for YouTube. Do you still enjoy some of the sim racing behind the scenes that maybe we don't get to see?
A few months back I jumped on Assetto Corsa to do ranked Assetto Corsa. I didn't even know it was a thing until a few months ago, but yeah, you can do ranked low fuel motorsport, which I really enjoyed. So I enjoy like Assetto Corsa, Le Mans Ultimate I did a while back as well. I really enjoyed that. When it comes down to F1, I enjoy the competition, but I definitely do not enjoy the driving anymore.
I think we all can appreciate that.
Absolutely. Cheers, Jarno. Great chat.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll let Jarno...
Yeah, I was going to go, well, no, this is fine. Don't worry about
it. Thanks, Jarno. We'll let him escape our couch, which we've had some fun chats. And I really enjoyed some of what Jarno was saying there because, again, Simcade, it doesn't matter. A fast driver is going to be a fast driver when they are given the time to get up to speed.
Look, a car and a track is still the same thing, almost regardless of what platform. Yeah, sure, the force feedback's different, and this, like, there are differences, but for the most part, across the board, it's the same thing. I've learnt a few things from some of our chats. For example, not going to shake someone's hand when they're turned away from you. My bad. That's not Jana's bad. That's my bad. No, it's great to have it. And again, it's one of the beautiful things of an event like this, to sit back and have some of these chats with drivers, these things that we don't normally get to do in a nice, casual but still serious environment. But let's bring it back onto VCO ERL.
And I'm glad you did, because I've just gone on penalty points coming through.
Ooh.
Mikkel Schmiedel, 4 penalty points for qualifying track limits. Tobias Gronewold picked up 6 penalty points though, 2 for track limits and 1 for contact. So as we get ready to go racing, Lewis, I think RAFA ERA are one up.
It should be advantage ERA. Remember though, again, points are effectively set to 0. Yes, it will be 1-0. We'll double check that in a second. But the points across the board, it'll be set to 0. It's not as if they keep adding championship points as you'd see sometimes. That's fascinating. That is fascinating that, I mean, 6 penalty points, that's kind of a bit of a bailout for RAFA ERA after the 4 penalty points that Schmiedel got. Wow.
Big bailout. Big. And those 4 penalty points are now...
Because if those 4 penalty points, it would have just been then and then nothing else for anyone else. I think that would have been it. I think Nitro would have won.
Exactly. And it is just been confirmed in my ear, 1-0 RAFA ERA. And I'm not sure what the starting grid is either, because I do think Jurne Simoncic got passed by Gronewold on the run to the line. In which case, it's Jurne Simoncic first, Mikkel Schmiedel in 4th, with the 2 Nitro teammates in between them on the run up to turn 1.
This is going to be interesting. Like you say, you can see it there in the top right of your screen. It is RAFA ERA Esports team. It is Nitro, 1-0 to ERA. And I don't know how this is going to go. It's one of those ones of I can see it being 1-1 after this, or I can see it being a Manchester derby, going 2-0,
look
being
at you
over,
spoiling
and the
it.
Underdogs winning.
Spoiling it for those that haven't had a chance
I don't
to
care.
flick on.
If you haven't watched it, get on BBC Sport and just have a look.
It's a great atmosphere though, Lewis. If this is the last race of the ERL season, what a season it has been.
It's been incredible. We've had 5 platforms of racing that have led to this. 5 races so far today. We could require a 7th, depending on how this 6th one unfolds. It's final number 2. It's Team Nitro versus ERA, and it is 6 of the best drivers in sim racing about to do battle once more. You can see Mikkel Schmiedel there, who's been arguably the fastest driver of the day. He's in position and he's ready to go. They are going to reset the grid one more time. You can see the frustration there for Schmiedel a little bit. He's being knocked out of his rhythm a touch.
He is ready to go. He is raring to go right now. And, well, you can see him preparing himself, stimulating himself, some may argue.
Yeah.
But again, like you say, when you pulled out of that rhythm, it can be so difficult to get back in. Remember, sometimes when you talk about red flags in motorsport, you don't know when you're going to go racing. And so when you get told, right, this is the restart time, it's a very quick switch that needs to be flipped.
No, I hate this. I absolutely hate this as a driver. Like, I absolutely hated it when it's kind of like I'm sat there being like, I am ready to go. And I think it's not so bad in this where it's kind of like you jump straight into the race. I always found it was really difficult when you'd go out there, you'd do your formation lap, you'd get into the mindset, you'd pull up on the grid, and then it'd be like, no, red flag, we need to do blah, 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 we need to do another one. That always threw me off because that formation lap is critical to you building that. We don't have a formation lap in this, so you have to do that internally on the grid. And to kind of get in that position, that mindset, and then be pulled away from it, it's brutal.
You can see, well, Chadwick with the thumbs up. I think he's happy. He is raring to go. Potentially one race win away from the ERL belts.
They're on the grid. They're ready to go. Final two, about ready to go. ERA are in position to potentially steal it away from Team Nitro, who came into it as one of the arguable favourites. It's the points leaders, though, ERA, coming into this round that have the first point in the final. We've got a 15-lap race ahead of us. It's final two, and it is underway. Big slide there from Mitchy Tausch, who's trying to get the power down of the circuit. It's Jerne Simičić, though, who's going to lead us into the opening corner. It's Tobias Grunewald and Mitchy Tausch for Team Nitro, and Mikael Schmidl, who's found his way at least to hold on to fourth position. Nicholas Halpern, importantly, has not got going in this race. I wonder if he's maybe stalled or something like that. I don't know.
He got tangled up with Charlie Crossland, and so how race control views that will be interesting. Do they think that Halpern put himself into that vulnerable position to be pushed off the circuit, or was it on Charlie Crossland? Now Mitchy Tausch gets together with Mikael Schmidl, and up to the final corner. The scene of many a moment so far today. Tausch still struggling, blocks the path of Schmidl, who's hard into the wall.
Now, just to remind you here, so race control will get involved. There will be the odd penalty point handed out. Now, the thing here, we've got 3 cars per team. 2 drivers count on the points, but again, as we've been saying all day, even when it comes to drop scores or whatever, if you're the 3rd driver in the team and you still get penalty points, it still affects the team. So race control will be looking closely at all of that, and I'm sure there'll be an awful lot of work behind the scenes to try and make sure that we know at least a rough game plan as to what's going to happen at the end of this 15-lap race, as to whether we're going to need a 3rd one or whether we're going to sit here in complete obscurity and unknown as to what's going on.
I think advantage right now to RAFA ERA, because you're always going to give a start incident a bit more leeway to the drivers, whereas what happened in the final corner, I think, is a little bit more Will Chadwick. Hey Will, nice to see you again.
That's not professional. He needs to keep his eye on the screen, look cool, look professional, look in it. It's fun.
What we are seeing, though, slowly here, is Jerne Simičić building up his confidence at the front of the field.
Jerne Simičić is one of the most experienced and fastest drivers in sim racing. He is not someone that I would suspect would come into an event like this and think, oh no, I definitely could win a race. He was like, yeah, no, I definitely could win a race. No, don't worry about that. And he's in position to do so at the moment. They're going to switch the 2 Team Nitros. I understand, because Mitchy Tausch was the faster one, but what they've done is they've then passed it out, so it's a 1.1 second lead to Jerne Simičić. Thankfully, they've got 1.4 back to Charlie Crossland. I suspect there'll be a switch with RAFA ERA, and Mikael Schmidl will become the lead car. Boom, here we go. See if I can see the future on that one. It's the obvious call. And as things stand, no penalty points out at the moment, because we'll update that one for race control. But if things are all equal, it would be RAFA ERA 2-0. And that'll be over.
I mean, the points leaders coming into this, and when I was looking at the standings, oh, I love this look over the shoulder, actually, because you can see what the drivers are seeing, and Jerne Simičić, clean air in front of him and focused fully on the double right-hander that leads to the final sector and the pair of chicanes into the last braking zone. It's such a unique car, balancing those inputs to carry that momentum through, and Simičić is now being hunted down, the gap down to 0.8 of a second.
It's closing once more. It's getting tighter as we expect. I get the feeling the final 5 laps of this race might be potentially a little bit of box office, and as to which way it's going to go, we simply don't know. At present, it's RAFA ERA, but it could switch in a heartbeat to Team Nitro. One mistake in a car-track combo, which has been full of it throughout the day. I suspect that our story here in VCO ERL action is not fully told yet.
The story of the season for RAFA ERA was struggling a bit on Assetto Corsa Competizione. They got to the quarterfinals, but not further than that. And then in the semi-finals, in every single subsequent round, 2 trips to the finals, 2 second-place finishes, yes. But for Team Nitro, after those 2 final appearances to open up the season, Lewis, it was a lot more of a struggle for them in the back half of the campaign when we made our way to Gran Turismo 7, to iRacing, to Rennsport. The 3 titles that we did know that Team Nitro lacked some experience in. And so it's been remarkable to talk about for RAFA ERA. They weren't favourites going into GT7 by any means, but that was one of the biggest points days of the season for them, just showing what they've been able to do.
It was the wildcard round. It was always the one we were looking at. Obviously, you know, RHG having Killian Tremont, we were all like, "Oh, they're going to go well and you know, dominate the field." And sure, it was absolutely rapid, but it was more interesting than you'd expect. And it's the wildcard round. It's the wildcard round that I think has gifted ERA a position here in the final. I know you could say, well, not here in the final, but here in the Final 4. That's what's put them in here.
Definitely was the round that I don't think anyone expected that result from them. That is for sure. Going to iRacing, we definitely expected to see a second place result from them there. It's kind of the platform that, you know, they've got enough experience on to adapt to as we jump on board with Mitchie Tauscher, who is now within 2 car lengths of our race leader. And if this position changes hands, the situation changes, and we are going to a 3rd and final race.
Yeah, we won't know the situation from race control until the race is completed. It's all post-race, it's all investigated, so we'll have to wait and see on that one. Mitchie Tauscher is on the rear end of Jerne Simicic, someone well-versed defending, but he's got a long time to defend. His only hope is that if he keeps defending, if he can keep Mitchie Tauscher behind, Tobias Grunewald will close up, and maybe, just maybe, Mikkel Schmiedel as well. Big defence, big move over in that final braking zone for Jerne Simicic, and a kick of oversteer. There could be a switch here at T1.
It's a good exit. Powered down nicely, and now Mitchie Tauscher going to try and do what Tobias Pfeffer did around the outside of Kevin Ellis Jr. through turn 1. You can do it. He'll try and now set it up, maybe force Simicic to overcommit through this chicane and get to the inside at turn 4, but Simicic covers that off. Through the double right-hander they go, and Tauscher's put himself in the vortex of danger. Cuts back underneath. Tobias Grunewald has closed as well.
He needs some assistance now, does Jerne Simicic. RAFA ERA and needing Mikkel Schmiedel to put in the best laps of his career, of his life at the moment, if they're able to win this thing. We've got 5 laps left to go at the line. Jerne Simicic, heart pounding, pressure on his shoulders. Team Nitro all over the rear end. Mitchie Tauscher and Tobias Grunewald are there. 5 laps left to go at the line. Through the opening corner they go once more. It's 1.7 seconds back to Mikkel Schmiedel. There is a fair gap, yes, but this pressure is building. There is going to be an attempt. There is going to be a look. There is going to be added pressure as each corner goes by.
And through each corner it looks like Mitchie Tauscher is making small adjustments to that brake bias, Lewis. He is on top of the balance of the VCARUS AECH as they once more sweep to the final corner. This is where Tauscher's being close enough, but not this time. Allows Simicic to run the regular racing line. Will get a good exit back to turn 1, although the rear came around slightly on him. Turn 4 is where I think Mitchie Tauscher can get this done.
Yeah, and I'll tell you something, Jerne Simicic will be aware of that. I'm sure he might have even been told in his ear by Will Chadwick, the team manager, but that is what they're fighting for, the ERL belt. They are all working so hard for it, and at the moment it is in the palm of the hand of ERA. But can they hold that for a final 3 laps? Can they keep that all the way to the checkered flag? And will Race Control see it that way as well? They work their way into the final corner. 3 laps left to go. Simicic is having an amazing drive at the moment, but he's got such speed behind him.
Schmiedel was close 6/10 I think on this lap alone. It's been a slow burn for him, Lewis, but could he make his presence known as well? Put some pressure onto Tobias Grunewald and make a mistake. Simicic, even though he went deep through turn 1, had such a buffer, Lewis, that he will hold on. He is driving an almost perfect defensive race right now, but 2 laps to hold on. Passing opportunities running out for Team Nitro.
It's so interesting, it's so good, it's so much pressure. Again, I could only imagine what the heart race is like Will Chadwick did look a little cooler on that camera angle, but you might not be looking so cool now. Defensive line again being able to take in by Jerne Simoncic, and very close off the corner. Here we go, we've got a bit of an overlap. There was contact there as Jerne Simoncic tried to close over the nose of Michi Tauscher. He keeps Tauscher at bay. Now you'd sit there and go, was there an overlap? Was there any this, that and the other? It's such a tricky one to pick apart. I mean, yeah, I don't even know where I want to begin with that one.
I'm not getting into it. I'm sitting very much on the fence.
Fence is comfortable.
That is comfortable for me right now. Now, I won't sit on the fence with this. I think Simoncic will hold on. I think he has learned how to frustrate Michi Tauscher. He's seen where the Team Nitro drivers are faster, and now just 1.9 miles here at this wonderful Parsifal Park circuit to hold on and potentially bring RAFA ERA to the championship threshold.
I agree. I actually don't know if there is going to be a move here. I think as we head into turn 3, turn 4, 5, the gaps are too large. Oh, big mistake! And there's contact straight into the rear end. Michi Tauscher just trying to make it stick. He gets to the outside. There's a bit of a brush between him, and Jerne Simoncic just hangs on.
But is this now the opportunity? Tauscher's going to go wide into the chicane. Here will come Mikkel Schmiedel through as well. Is this it? Race Control has got plenty to take a look at as teammates make contact.
Big drama here in the final race, the final laps. Race Control will hold our breath for, but at the moment, Jerne Simoncic will cross the line to be victorious. And at least, as things stand, RAFA ERA Esports will go 2-0 and take the VCO Esports Racing League. But there is a big question mark on that.
Yes, question marks remain. Well, RAFA ERA on the championship threshold, yes, but there is no question as to if this is settled. Or rather, there are plenty of questions as to if this is settled. I hear applause in the background. I think RAFA ERA are happy with the effort, but it might not be done just yet. Look at the frustration on Team Nitro's face right now.
I get it. I do understand, but my goodness, that was a tough race, a tall order, and it was very exciting. It was a little bit dramatic at the end, and Race Control have a lot to look at, Arjuna, and I don't know which way it's going to go.
They do indeed, and I'm just taking a look at the atmosphere right now. RAFA ERA have all gotten up out of their rigs. Team Nitro still for the most part sitting down.
Do I think it's done?
Does that tell us something? Does that say anything?
Sun setting here in Maastricht, and maybe even on the title race as well. You can see Team Nitro staying in. Yeah, Nitro is staying in.
Yeah, Jurne's actually just gone over to have a quick chat and I think apologise for his part in that last lap contact. But we didn't really see the crux of the big issue, right? The one behind that saw the two Nitro cars tangle up together. And I think we've got lots of questions to kind of answer around that. And our race control team, who can only start their race reviews post-race, do have plenty to look at.
Yeah, indeed. We're obviously, this part of the race, we can see the conversing there between Will Chadwick and Jerne Simoncic. We're at this point of the broadcast where, yeah, we try and figure out what the dealio is, but yeah, it's fine.
We have no idea because there's a lot to say.
Let's see if we can grab a chat quickly with Will Chadwick here, team manager of the RAFA ERA EMM crew. Don't know if it's done by any means, Will, but what's it been like to be here at Sim Formula Europe for the Final Four? Obviously, not expecting this, I think, when the season started.
Yeah, I mean, I think we were originally cast as not even a core team. We were a contender, and we were drafted in. We applied for the process, and it's been an amazing event. I think how this has been put together is fantastic. Florian's amazing with how he brings people together and all the memories we can make at these events, and I'm just really proud of everybody because they've done an amazing job all season, and I don't think it's done yet because there's a lot to be decided in the stewards room. So for now, we're just calm and we just pretend like we have to do another race, but we know there's a long wait ahead of us because there is penalties to be decided. So.
And so assuming there is another race to go, what's it been like to be the team manager in this situation? Slightly different perspective for you as someone who's raced in the Porsche Esports Super Cup amongst many other series. Has it been difficult to just sit back and let your drivers do the work for you?
Oh, I hate watching, but I also would feel the pressure in that sort of scenario as well. Not just me, but Oleg and everybody here has been helping really a lot to understand the situation, and we've just tried to be giving the best information to the drivers possible and just trying to act professionally is the best thing that I think we can do. And yeah, if we have to go to a third race, I'm confident the guys can do it. Jane's been doing an amazing job since he's got back on the Radix. He's the defensive master, in my opinion. We saw it on iRacing earlier this year, and Mikhail's been so fast, so Charlie as well. They've both done amazing lap times, so I'm confident we could still pull through if it goes to a third race.
As a team manager who's been around for all of the ERL regular season rounds, I've got to ask, which one has got your favorite memories as a team?
I think if this is a round, would count as the favorite memories. I think from a personal perspective, iRacing was good for me because I had a really good round. But it's so nice to see everybody come together, and you know, we were formed out of a DM. You know, between me and Jane, we had a relationship with how I was helping him on iRacing at the time for the past few years, and yeah, it's a lot of happy memories because we've had a great season.
Thanks, Will, for the chat. Don't know what's happening yet. Let's see if we can catch up with Lewis, who might have some more information.
I actually do not, but I do have a question for you, Arjun. I don't know if you've got your tablet on you, or is it back over on the sofa? Because I think you need to recheck that best drivers list in sim racing. Because I've been wisely informed you might want to have a little look at number 84 on there.
Number 84?
Number 84th place. I've been wisely informed it's maybe someone that you might want to have a little gander at, maybe. I don't know. I didn't see this myself, actually. You can see some of the chat there from Race Control. Yeah, obviously plenty of drama happening. Oh, see, I've got to send a different list.
Okay.
According to Colin Spork, I'm the 84th best driver in sim racing.
Oh, okay, interesting.
I'm ahead of Niels Niox.
Well, we'll continue to look at these interesting top 100 lists that we have, but we are now joined in our couch area by our big boss, the CEO of VCO and the man with all the ideas, Florian Hasper. Florian, how are you feeling to put all of this together and see the culmination of the ERL journey in this Final Four?
Well, first of all, I must say now this is the only bit I don't like about sim racing and motorsports in general, the wait for results. This is part of the game. Yeah, how do I feel? Amazing, yeah. I think it's been a crazy ride this year, or last year, and now here for the first live event. First time we do something as VCO. Only thanks to our great partners, I must say, Nitro Concepts, Fanatec, Noble Chairs, and of course Sim Formula Europe here to give us the stage and the opportunity to be a part of this. So it has been a great event, great experience. We learned a lot, but yeah, I'm just fired up to continue and to do this again and again and make it better and better.
Now, obviously, it's an event which you put so much work into to get to this point. One of the things that you said at dinner last night kind of like hits home to, I think, to a lot of teams, to a lot of people that see all these special events. We've got 4 teams here. They are a big part of this event as well, and sometimes in a lot of LAN events they almost kind of get forgotten about. You've seen that as a team manager yourself of BS competition, and it was something that was really important for this, that we're all one big event for drivers, for teams, for commentators, for production, for race control. We're all one big team. Is that one of the most important bits for you, one of the most valuable bits?
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is the philosophy, this is the approach. I mean, we are not billionaires, yeah. We have to do events that we can afford together with our partners, and then we try to maximize what we have. So if you had told me a few years ago that we would do this, I mean, I would have dreamt. Yeah, I said, okay, that's impossible. But here we are now, and I think, I mean, I have got my view on sim racing. The industry is booming for sure, hardware and so on, but competitive esports needs to be built. It's still I would say at the very beginning. I mean, we had many of the best drivers in the world here, and we need to keep working and make them more famous and just raise the level of the whole thing. So to me, it's not the end of a 5-year journey. It's just the beginning still, and so it's hard work. Yeah.
And I think a key part of this is telling the stories of the drivers, but doing so in unique ways. We've talked a bit about burnout and grind on this couch through the day, and I think one thing that separates VCO from some other tournament organizers is a willingness to do things differently, to have a championship belt instead of a championship trophy, to do something like this on 5 different simulators, 6 including the last garage for the finals. But there's some other things as well, right? There's the upcoming next edition of VCO Infinity on February the 14th and 15th, 24 races in 24 hours.
Yeah, the problem is every idea we have is connected to work. Yeah? So it's sometimes I would just like to stop and just do something totally boring. No, but Infinity is coming up. I mean, we have ERL, which is the flagship, obviously, but Infinity once a year or twice a year is a special event, you know, that is one of a kind, I think. And we have seen an interest from iRacing teams this year, which is crazy. So all the big guns will be there, and it is fun. Yeah, cars that you normally don't use, and special track combos. So I'm looking forward to it. It's the next big thing, and then we prepare the next ERL season, because now we are super motivated to continue and to grow it further.
It's one of those, I think, like VCO yourself, you've always had a great eye for keeping, like, getting involved in proper esports, right? What we kind of see with your iRacing Daytona 24 Hour, and obviously IMSA Esports, all these events that are more traditional sim racing, but then still having the openness to experiment and kind of getting involved with the sim racing community and kind of experimenting. I mean, it's quite a brave thing to do, isn't it? Like to kind of keep it as open as that, and to kind of be willing to experiment and to do something different.
Yeah, I think the core question is what sim racing is and wants to be. I mean, are we the digital copy of motorsport? Then we do 24-hour races and sprint races and so on. This is a super important part, and I love it. Yeah, so IMSA Esports, what a series. Yeah, and then now also great that Le Mans Virtual is coming back, etc. So this is amazing. But I think there's also a chance to use sim racing and position it as an esports category. But there we are at the very beginning, because you need to do something that resembles esports. You have to try something new. You have to make the races shorter and so on. But again, it's fun. Yeah. In the end, this is what gets us all here, I would say, because every one of you has gone through the phase of it needed to be just fun, no job, and then suddenly it became more professional. So yeah, it's interesting times.
And I guess going back to esports in particular, we're 3 months and 1 day away, Florian, from starting the ERL 2026 season. The 18th of April is our first round, 9th of May, 23rd of May, 13th of June, all building to another Final 4 on the 11th of July. You can see on your screen, by the way, that there's lots of chat with Race Control and the Team Nitro manager, René Sievert, but how excited are you to do this again and already have the schedule out there and know that on the 11th of July we'll be back in person, another 4 teams fighting for the belts once more?
Yeah, it's super important to have stability and to not do things just once or twice, but to do it regularly. This is why I'm super happy that we have the plan already in place for 26. And another live event will be awesome. So now we take some rest afterwards, do Infinity, and then the prep will start. Yeah.
But you actually have to rest, because I know if there's one thing that you've not got enough this weekend of, it's rest. Last one to get home, first one to get here in the morning. You obviously, it's such an important event for you. You've got so much work into it. But you've been on the other end of it. You've been a team manager, or you are a team manager, and I mean, imagine if BS Competition were in this as well. Imagine what your heart rate would be like in that. Is your heart rate higher, lower? What's the dealio?
The heart rate.
Actually, sorry.
There's something happening? Yeah, I think we should wrap it up. I must have a look at the points, but the heart rate is high. The risk that something goes wrong is super high with these events.
Yeah.
And once it's done, I'm super happy. But I'm proud of the drivers, the teams, of you. You did an amazing job. I think the show we did today was awesome. And now I have to check the points and then hopefully announce the champions.
That's why we'll let you go, Florian. Thanks for jumping in with us and giving us all of that insight in the behind-the-scenes world of the VCO esports chaos sometimes. It does feel like that with everything going on. Now, the scenes that we saw there, Lewis, was Team Nitro vigorously making a case to Race Control. I can tell you that of the incidents that have been reviewed so far, no further actions across the boards.
Does that mean that we need to make our way in that direction?
I'm not sure just yet. We'll wait for Florian to confirm, but I think we are heading towards our championship moment.
Wow. I mean, look, it's kind of one of those ones. You'll potentially be quite happy here because there might be a spare belt. So we'll have to wait and see that one. Maybe Florian will take that. But, I mean, either way, either one of our competitions going to a third race would be great fun, but also at the same time, like, you kind of understand it. I don't necessarily disagree, maybe not on NFA, but also if one team did one thing, another team did another thing wrong. Like, it's kind of like they were both a bit of tit for tat.
A little bit, yeah.
It wasn't like, you know, some of the previous finals we've had where you're like, wow, these guys are driving horrendously. We've had a few bad ones. I distinctly remember RHE, Team Redline, the Formula Pro or V10 or whatever it was called at Silverstone. I remember that was a manic final. That was our second round.
And we had then a lot of race control chat afterwards. I distinctly remember that part of it more than the event itself.
Yeah.
There's another look at a big smile on the face of a couple of those EMM members. So
Yone knows. Look at him.
That's
a man with confidence right there.
Ultimately, though, for Team Nitro, for RAFA ERA, I think it was the fitting finalist to close this ERL season, Lewis. Our very first event winner and the most consistent team to open up the season, and then the most consistent team that ended the season off.
Yeah, I mean, they came into it as the points leaders because of that consistency. They didn't win the amount of rounds as a commander even, who aren't even here. You know, I mean, they are sort of, but not really. It's been such an impressive season from them. It's been such consistency, and they've proven that here as well. I mean, look at the first race this afternoon. Mikhail Schmidl was leading. He got tapped by Darren McCormack. It'd be very easy for a team to sit there and be like, oh, well, that's this all done then. This is terrible, but so they've just won the whole thing. In 2-0 as well. We might not even need that third race. We'll still wait for it to be official, but
this was the year, though, of the 2-0. In previous ERLs, we have been reliant on that third race to break the deadlock, whereas from the outset, we have very much been just using those two races. I say two races, exception being Gran Turismo, because that was the unique format where we had 3 teams in the final for the very first time and used all 3 races to build up points. I know you weren't there, but I think Gran Turismo 7 shaking up the format was also nice for a lot of the teams, Lewis, because this is not the first year we've done ERL. For a lot of these teams, they've been in this championship now for 3, 4, 5 seasons.
So what do we need in future? What other simulators do we need to add?
Well,
what do we need to do?
There's a Street Kart Racing app on iOS that we could start using.
No. Look, if you've added Gran Turismo, Forza Horizon.
Forza Horizon 6, I'd be okay with that.
Forza Horizon. I mean, it's just not the right vibe though, is it? But it is a great game. Do you know what I think? We have an old school round. I think we go back in the record, but we even Automobilista 1.
Okay.
Right, original Automobilista. Take the V10s around there.
Right,
they're
exactly.
cracking. Also,
Race Room. That's what Race Room could be great for as well.
Race Room's got some. I don't even mean like a classic cars. I mean a classic sim round.
Live for Speed.
So I was saying, Live for Speed is on that list. Surely, what about having something like that? I think going back into the history, seeing what sim racing has been. GP4, probably not. That one doesn't work online, I don't think. You can see Race Control there, still looking over the final bits, and we're just waiting. Felix Van Zel, thumbs up. That was not quite a Mac back and thumbs up, but it was.
I can tell you one thing. There is a message from Race Control that we have a race result, and so let's get ready to hand out our championship belts.
Certainly so.
Andreas Schücker.
It's time for the prize ceremony for the Esports Racing League finals powered by Nitro Concepts. Let's welcome to the stage Andreas Schücker, Marketing Director for Fanatec, as well as Florian Hasper, our CEO, who will hand out our belts to our winners, RAFA ERA Esports by EMM. Woo! And so let's welcome the team manager first, Will Chadwick, to collect his belts from Andreas. Great to have Fanatec support of the Esports Racing League. And we'll lift that belt up high in the air. Champions of the ERL. Some extra goodies for all our RAFA ERA members as well. And now our drivers, to be presented with their championship belts by Florian Hasper, CEO of VCO. Let's first welcome Jurne Simoncic to the stage.
I'm not sure he's the right waist size for this.
We'll figure out how to get those belts strapped on in a moment. Next up, though, let's welcome Mikkel Schmiedel. And last but not least, Charlie Crossland to the stage. So let's get our drivers and team managers lined up together for a photo. Will, can you step next to Mikkel, please, for us? Couple of photos. Jurne and Mikkel, I'm going to make you take your belts off as well for a second, because there's one more photo that we need to do. All of you holding your belts high in the air, champions of the ERL.
Right, let's have a little bit of an interview. Let's go through. I'm going to go with team boss first. Will Chadwick, obviously. How proud are you of this? Well, I mean, what's the dealio there? I mean, you came into this almost as a bit of fun. We hear the music.
Yeah. The music is something special that Jurne decided on, and he did a really good job coming in from 3 heats off in that final race to do an amazing job. I'm so proud of everybody in the team, everybody that's contributed to this. Oleg has done an amazing job all season. I think that maybe you don't see him as like a star driver or the team manager, but Oleg's done an amazing job for everybody. He's took so much data here. He's made the job of the drivers so much easier. And thank you so much to the drivers. They've done an amazing job all season. And I could not be prouder of all of their achievements.
Well, we need to catch up with them. We'll start with the mighty mountain himself, Mikkel Schmiedel. Obviously, one of the fastest drivers. In fact, we'd almost crown you as the fastest driver potentially here on the last garage this weekend. What have you thought of that? I mean, again, quite a after a race win, you've been incredible. What an event for the team.
I mean, we can be like super proud of what we have achieved today. For me, to be honest, it was a long day. Can't wait to have a dinner and a beer. So it was a pleasure to be here. I've enjoyed it like every moment, basically every second on the track. And like I mentioned before, I really like how Florian is doing those races or like those championships. I think this is definitely the way to go in sim racing.
Absolutely, and a well-earned beer at that. Well done, Mikkel. Congratulations. Jerne Simicic, you're next on my list. Charlie, your last, don't go anywhere. Obviously, you had a lot of pressure to deal with in that race. So much pressure on your shoulder. Saw you instantly got out of the car, had a little bit of a chat with the Nitro boys. What was that about? What's the situation?
No, like there was a battle for the lead on the start-finish straight, and the mirror field of view is just so skewed that I thought there was at least a car width or gap behind me, but actually there was a small gap or a small overlap already, so I just went to apologize, but yeah, it was just unfortunate. It was just an incident.
Instant recognition of guilt. I think that's an important thing that you need to teach to a lot of young drivers in the world of sim racing. Jerne Simicic's been fantastic today. Last one, not spoke to you yet, Charlie. Charlie Croston's here. Hello. Obviously, great drive today. I mean, what have you made of that? You did quite a few of the heats, got involved. Were you expecting this kind of speed this round?
I don't know. I just turn up and see how it goes. Or that's what I've been doing for most of the season, unfortunately. But I'm back to the retirement home. I go. Like I'm done. I'm retiring for 2 years.
I was going to say you're busy outside, not outside the world of sim racing, but outside the world of competitive sim racing,
or even
obviously
just
with
sim
high-mo
racing,
setups and stuff. So I mean, clearly you got the speed still. Go on, get back in it.
Yeah, you don't lose the talent. You know. I've learned sim racing for however many years, and then I took a 2-year break just because I didn't like it as much anymore. I wanted to focus on high-mo. And then Chadwick over a game of paddle goes, I can't find any ACC drivers. I was like, whatever, no, I'll do it. And then, I've driven about 10 times this year, or last year. Good fun. But I'm going back to retirement home still. So.
Clearly still got the speed, don't worry. Congrats, Charlie.
Thank you.
Perfect. Where's our junior gone? Here he is. The mighty man himself as well.
And I found a championship
Oh,
belt.
you've stolen one.
Yes. Well, Lewis, what fun here at Sim Formula Europe. A journey of 3-4 months as we return the Esports Racing League here to the world of VCO Esports. And it won't be long before we are back again on the 18th of April for a brand new championship season.
Yeah, it almost feels like it's starting tomorrow, but it's been such a short season. But I think, I say short season, it's still been six rounds. I'm sure Florida doesn't feel like it's been a short season, but it's been great fun. It's been exciting, and I think what the future holds is more ERL action and more exciting ERL action as well.
And I can't wait to see what we have in store on the 18th of April. So on behalf of the team here at VCO Esports and at Sim Formula Europe, a big thank you to Andy and the group for having us. The ERL finals end with RAFA ERA Esports by EMM on top, but we can't wait to see you again to kick off the Esports Racing League powered by Nitro Concepts once again.